Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. For the information of honourable members, I present a schedule of the status of government responses to committee reports as of 21 November 2025. The schedule will be incorporated in Hansard. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. Members from around the House have been asking about arrangements for today and the possibility of us still being here tomorrow morning. If I can just give an indication as to how today will run. The Senate at the moment will be determining their order of business and their pace of business. Effectively, for us, the critical issue is any bills that they seek to amend that then have to come back here. And there's a transmission period that can easily take 2 hours in the transmission between the two. Looking at where we think the Senate is up to, what will probably happen, or what will certainly happen in any event later today, is I'll come back to the House to suspend 2 standing orders, the one for the automatic adjournment and the one that prevents us from receiving continued messages from the Senate. So I'll come forward later to suspend both of those. And we should all work on the basis that I suspect we will be in a position where anything that the Senate is seeking to amend is able to get back here in a reasonable time, so that we would in fact just stay later today. If it got to the point, and I don't think it will, if it got to the point where the Senate was sending messages back here, which meant they were sending them after 8 p.m. and we were uncertain as to when we'd actually get the messages, at that point we'd make a decision to come back early tomorrow, but I don't think we'll be in that situation. So, needless to say, if you were planning to get on a flight shortly after 5 o'clock, you might want to review those arrangements. Other than that, I expect we're in a situation where we'll be able to resolve any of the matters we need to resolve just by sitting a little bit longer than we ordinarily would today. In saying that, I declare that if we end up still here tomorrow and still here over the whole weekend, I'll be the one person in the House very happy about the outcome. I declare that Federation Chamber Order of the Day No. 3, Government Business Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025 is returned to the House for further consideration.
The matter will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Call to the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025.
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to telecommunications and for related purposes.
The call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Albanese government is committed to keeping Australians connected. We believe in a simple principle: no one held back and no one left behind. Access to telecommunications is not a luxury, it is an essential service that underpins public safety. Australians rely on mobile phones for their connectivity more than ever. However, Australia's long-standing universal service obligation does not include mobile services. The universal outdoor mobile obligation will change that. For the first time, our national mobile network operators, Telstra, Optus and TPG, will need to provide reasonable access to outdoor baseline mobile coverage across Australia on an equitable basis. This will initially require providers to support voice and SMS services. Many thought it would never be possible to deliver mobile coverage across Australia's vast inland areas, but the advent of new low Earth orbit satellite, LEOSat, direct-to-device technology will make it possible. Within the next couple of years, direct-to-device, or D2D coverage, will be able to provide baseline outdoor coverage in areas outside terrestrial coverage, allowing people to seek help if they are lost, injured or facing natural disasters in areas without traditional terrestrial mobile coverage. As National Farmers Federation President Hamish McIntyre has said today, this is a world-first policy and we could become the gold standard for regional communications. This is our goal and that's why we have introduced this legislation. Some would say we should wait until the technology is widely available before legislating UOMO. But to wait would mean leaving rollout decisions to industry alone and risk some Australians being left behind. The Albanese government is legislating the UOMO now to ensure baseline mobile coverage is widely available and available as quickly as possible. The UOMO is not about replacing traditional mobile coverage with new technology. It will complement existing networks so that we cover as much of Australia as possible and enable the community to benefit from new technology. The government will continue to invest in communications infrastructure and resilience in regional and rural Australia, including through the $1.1 billion Better Connectivity Plan. This plan includes successful initiatives like the Mobile Black Spot Program, the Mobile Network Hardening Program, the Regional Connectivity Program, the On-Farm Connectivity Program and the Broadcasting Resilience Program. We have also provided significant funding to upgrade the NBN in regional, rural and remote Australia, including upgrading fixed line areas with more resilient fibre services and expanding the fixed wireless footprint. NBN Co's partnership with Amazon's LEO, formerly known as Project Kuiper, will ensure city quality broadband is available within the NBN's satellite footprint. Additionally, the Albanese government's $68 million package of measures to support First Nations digital inclusion will further contribute to improving digital participation in First Nations communities, a critical step towards achieving Target 17 of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. The new baseline connectivity, which will be delivered by the UOMO, will help improve public safety and mean better access to emergency services and support, particularly in regional and remote areas outside terrestrial mobile coverage, where no access to 000 is possible unless people are calling from a home phone. Turning to the specifics of the bill, the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025, establishes the framework for the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation. This bill extends the existing Universal Services Framework, which currently encompasses the reasonable provision of fixed voice services and payphones to include outdoor mobile services. It will apply to all three national mobile operators, Telstra, Optus and TPG. There is one schedule to the bill comprising two parts which together amend the Telecommunications Consumer Protection and Service Standard Act 1999 to incorporate the UOMO into the existing universal service regime. The bill also makes minor amendments to the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Telecommunications Act 1997. Part 1 of the bill sets out measures to extend the existing universal services regime outlined in the Telecommunications Consumer Protection and Service Standards Act 1999 to include the universal outdoor mobile obligation. The objective is to ensure mobile coverage is reasonably available outdoors to all people in Australia on an equitable basis. The concept of reasonableness deals with situations where it may not be possible for a mobile operator to supply a designated mobile service that provides mobile coverage at a particular area. There could be several reasons for this, such as technical limitations, temporary interruptions to the availability of wholesale services, temporary outages, and a choice by a consumer not to purchase an appropriate handset or plan to access UMO services. The aim of the overarching obligation is that end users of designated mobile telecommunications services can be used outdoors at locations where it is reasonable to expect them to be able to be used. ACMA will be responsible for the enforcement of the UOMO. The Telecommunications Act 1997 provides it with powers to take enforcement action, including to investigate breaches, issue infringement notices, impose sanctions and penalties for non-compliance. ACMA would also be responsible for the enforcement of any UOMO standards, rules or benchmarks that may apply to services or may be applied to services. I note that ACMA already fulfils this role in relation to existing universal service arrangements. The bill includes a power for the Minister to determine circumstances when it would not be reasonable to make mobile coverage available, or matters to which regard must or must not be had in determining whether mobile coverage is reasonably available outdoors. This part also incorporates designated mobile telecommunications services into the list of public interest telecommunications services. At the time of commencement, the designated services will be voice and SMS. The UOMO will apply to the general Australian outdoor mobile coverage area, which includes all states and mainland territories and the eligible external territories of Christmas Island and Cocos-Keeling Islands. This is the area in which mobile operators will be expected to provide mobile coverage to meet the obligation. There is one specified exemption, being the Australian Radio Quiet Zone in Western Australia. The bill also provides the Minister with power to determine an area via legislative instrument. This could be required if an area needed to be excluded from the UOMO, had specific needs, or one mobile operator was unable to service it. The bill includes a default commencement date of 1 December 2027, at which time all three mobile network operators will be obligated to ensure that baseline mobile coverage is reasonably available outdoors throughout Australia. A default date provides a clear signal to the market of the importance of equitable and accessible outdoor mobile coverage, and that the intention of government is to see services provided as soon as feasible. However, the bill also creates a flexible framework where the scope and timing of the UOMO can be adjusted by legislative instrument in response to market readiness and extended as technology evolves. There is also flexibility in the bill to split the voice and SMS obligations should that be necessary due to market conditions at the commencement of the obligation. The bill is technology neutral, with mobile operators expected to leverage their existing and future terrestrial mobile infrastructure, as well as direct-to-device technology delivered by LEOSat platforms outside areas of mobile coverage. Terrestrial mobile coverage provides mobile phone connectivity through land-based cellular antennae, connecting mobiles within the range of mobile phone infrastructure such as mobile network towers. D2D uses LEOSats to provide mobile connectivity direct to mobile handsets. This requires a direct line of sight to the sky to enable handsets to communicate with the LEOSats, but does not require a fixed dish or base station at the consumer's end. Mobile operators are already considering and negotiating arrangements with direct-to-device providers. Telstra has a commercial D2D SMS service available in Australia. Optus and TPG have announced plans to introduce D2D. Ultimately, the bill recognises D2D is still an evolving technology which will become increasingly available. There are no financial impacts from this bill, though I note that the bill will enable the government to use funds in the Public Interest Telecommunications Services Special Account to support contracts or grants for the UOMO that maximise public interest outcomes. This will provide flexibility to deal with emerging issues after implementation and reflects the long-standing policy principle that the telecommunications industry should contribute to the costs of delivering universal telecommunications services. Part 1 also includes amendments to the Telecommunications Consumer Protection and Service Standards Act 1999 to provide ministerial powers to set standards, rules and benchmarks for UOMO services. Part 2 of the bill creates a separate additional ministerial power to set standards, rules and benchmarks relating to mobile services prior to the UOMO default commencement date if required. The ability to make standards is essential to ensure that the government can respond if the market fails to deliver quality or equitable mobile services. This is consistent with arrangements under the existing Universal Services Framework. While the UOMO provides the underlying framework for baseline connectivity that can support 000 access, the bill does not explicitly reference access to an emergency call service as a requirement for the mobile operators to meet the bill's objectives. This is because there is a long-standing requirement for providers of public mobile telecommunications services to provide equitable access to 000. This is governed by the rules set out in the Telecommunications Emergency Call Service Determination 2019, made under Part 8 of the Telecommunications Consumer Protection and Service Standards Act 1999. Any voice services carried by public mobile telecommunications services are currently captured by the Emergency Call Service Determination 2019. As voice services will need to be supplied outdoors to fulfil the UOMO, the Emergency Call Service Determination 2019 will apply to mobile telecommunications services offered and supplied in compliance with the UOMO. Accordingly, this means the UOMO will support access to 000 regardless of the technology used to supply voice services to consumers. Public consultation on the exposure draft of the bill took place from 18th of September 2025 to 19th of October 2025. There were 88 submissions on the bill from industry, individuals, consumer representatives, state and local governments. Submissions include the Mobile Network Operators, Australian Mobile Telecommunications Association, National Farmers Federation and ACAN. The government has worked closely with stakeholders in drafting the bill, and I would like to thank them all. This bill will modernise Australia's universal service arrangements to provide equitable access to basic mobile coverage outdoors and provide all Australians greater access to essential telecommunications services, improving public safety and ensuring critical new technology is available as widely and as equitably as possible. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Cowper. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Bill 2025.
Give a call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
Call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act about the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide delivered its final report in September last year. It contained 122 recommendations. Recommendation 122 was that the government establish a new statutory entity to oversee system reform across the whole defence ecosystem. The Royal Commission said that this was its most important recommendation. It went on to say that it considered that this recommendation would, quote, underpin all the recommendations that precede it and to be, quote, the most significant action the Australian government can take to address defence and veteran suicide. In acknowledgement of the significance and urgency of this recommendation, in February 2025, the Albanese Labor government legislated the creation of the Defence and Veterans Service Commission, and it has been up and running since the end of September. The current enactment within Part 8E of the Defence Act 1903, by way of Schedule 9 of the Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act 2025, passed the Parliament in February 2025 and ensured that the Commission could be up and running by September and not be subject to the vagaries of an intervening federal election. The role of this new statutory oversight entity is to provide independent oversight and evidence-based advice to drive system reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for the defence and veteran community. The Commission will have a dedicated and sustained focus on suicide prevention. It will ensure agencies implementing Royal Commission recommendations will be held to account by promoting long-term change and driving the system reforms needed to reduce the rates of suicide and suicidality among serving and ex-serving ADF members. Importantly, the Commission will be publicly reporting on the Government's progress on implementing the Government's response to the recommendations of the Royal Commission on the 3rd and 6th anniversaries of the Government's response by 2 December 2027 and 2030. To meet these objectives, the Commission must have the independence, functions and powers necessary to meet these objectives and maintain the trust of the defence and veteran community. This bill delivers on the full implementation of this by enshrining the legislative establishment of the Defence and Veteran Service Commissioner and Commission into its own standalone legislation, as always intended. This is also why the Government was happy for there to be a review of that legislation by the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee, with a view to its recommendations being included in this bill. The committee reported on 29 August 2025, and I thank all those who contributed submissions and provided evidence to the committee. The submissions, evidence and the committee's report have informed the development of this bill. On the 4th of September this year, I updated the House on the implementation of the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. In that statement, I indicated that the Government would implement standalone legislation for the Defence and Veteran Service Commission to reflect its independence. This is also the first recommendation of the Senate Committee report on the current enabling legislation in Part 8E of the Defence Act. The bill delivers on that commitment. The Senate Committee review into Schedule 9 provided an opportunity for stakeholders to raise their concern with the Vets Act enabling legislation. These submissions were reviewed and considered in the development of this legislation. Key themes included strengthening the independence of the Commissioner, ensuring families were formally recognised, and ensuring that the Commissioner has the necessary powers to conduct inquiries effectively. There is no doubt that families of veterans play a vital role in the health and well-being of veterans, but also face unique challenges themselves. I'm pleased that through this legislation we're able to acknowledge the significance of veteran families in line with the recommendations of the Senate Committee by expressly referencing families in the functions of the Commissioner. At the beginning of this year, the Government appointed Michael Manthorpe, PCM, as the interim head of the Defence and Veteran Service Commission to commence work on getting the Commission up and running, as well as advising the Government on any improvements to the legislation that may be required. Mr Manthorpe made a comprehensive submission to the Senate Committee review, suggesting amendments to the functions and powers of the Commission. In line with Recommendation 3 of the Senate Committee Inquiry Report, the Government has reviewed these proposals in detail and adopted these in the amendments. This bill strengthens the independence of the Commissioner by ensuring that the role is appointed by the Governor-General after a merits-based and public recruitment process. A person will not be eligible for appointment as Commissioner if they have served in any capacity in the ADF within the past 5 years. In addition, the Commissioner is not to be subject to direction in relation to the conduct of an inquiry, with the exception of a Minister-directed inquiry where the Minister may set the terms of reference, timeframe and select an individual to run the inquiry based on advice from the Commissioner. A Minister-directed inquiry function is consistent with the functions set out for the Commission by the Royal Commission. Additional parameters have been placed around the Minister's powers to direct an inquiry such that the Minister must have regard to the objects of the legislation, the resources of the Commission and its other planned inquiries. The bill also strengthens the powers of the Commissioner in the following key ways. Significantly, it empowers the Commissioner to further report to the Prime Minister and Minister where they are of the opinion that adequate and appropriate action has not been taken by a Commonwealth entity in respect of recommendations contained in a report of the Commissioner. It places a duty on the heads of Commonwealth entities to ensure that the entity uses its best endeavours to assist the Commissioner in the performance of the Commissioner's functions. A similar duty is placed on officials of the entity. The bill also includes entry to premises powers and powers to obtain access to documents by remote means for Commonwealth entities and their contractors for the purpose of a special inquiry. This will ensure that the Commissioner can be confident that they have all relevant information needed for the inquiry. It includes new offences for the provision of false and misleading information or documents, or the destruction of documents or things. It is critical to the success of the Commission that those with relevant information feel supported and protected in providing information to an inquiry by the Commissioner. This will ensure that the Commissioner is fully informed. To assist with this, the bill has expanded the scope of witness protections to ensure that a person does not suffer detriment due to providing this information. Protections from criminal and civil penalties which may arise where a person gives information to the Commissioner have also been expanded to include where that information is provided voluntarily. Lastly, a number of the new measures in the bill will improve the transparency of the work of the Commission and ensure accountability to both the Commission and those persons or bodies subject to oversight. These measures include enshrining procedural fairness requirements in the law by requiring the Commissioner to afford an opportunity to respond before including information critical of an agency, official or other person in a draft report. Requiring Commonwealth entities, officials or other persons to provide to the Commissioner information about the implementation of recommendations relevant to them. Requiring the Commonwealth Government to table a statement setting out its response to an inquiry report in Parliament. Clarifying that the Commissioner is empowered to publish reports at the Commissioner's discretion and make public statements about an inquiry or the performance of the Commissioner's functions where the Commissioner considers it in the public interest to do so. Including statutory deadlines for the completion of 2 inquiries into the Commonwealth's implementation of the Government's response to the Royal Commission recommendations, clearly setting out when a person in the Commission can disclose protected information, outlining how an inquiry commences and the specific notice requirements, specifying the powers of delegation on the face of the bill, and providing the terms and conditions of appointment of the Commissioner in the standalone bill rather than the rules. The Government has listened to feedback from stakeholders and has taken action. These changes in the bill will ensure that the Commissioner has the tools necessary to ensure the Defence and Veterans Service Commission is enabled to drive system reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members. This will mean agencies are held accountable to consider and respond to the Commissioner's recommendations. The enduring nature of the Commission will ensure that the voices of our veterans continue to be heard and systemic issues that contribute to suicide in our veteran community are continually reviewed and addressed. As I said in the House on the 4th of September, it is our nation's duty to empower and support the mental health and wellbeing of our defence and veteran community with a view to reducing the elevated rates of suicide and suicidality. The Commission will be a powerful force for change, overseeing sustained improvement in how we protect the lives of those who protect us. This bill provides the foundation for what the Royal Commission deemed to be the most significant action the Australian Government can take to address defence and veteran suicide, an independent Commissioner and Commission. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Give the call to a member for Cowper.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
The call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Defence and Veteran Service Commissioner Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Act 2025 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of two bills which together will enshrine the legislative establishment of the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner and Commission into its own standalone legislation, as was always intended. The Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025 makes consequential amendments necessary to implement the measures in the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner Bill 2025, which I have just introduced. In particular, the bill makes minor consequential amendments to the Archives Act 1983, the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security Act 1986, arising from the movement of the provisions establishing the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner from the Defence Act 1903 into its own standalone legislation. The details of the measures in this bill are contained in the explanatory memorandum for the primary bill. I commend the bill to the House.
And the debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned.
So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. That's the question I'm putting now. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4. Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 2, Bill 2025.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I present the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 2, Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
Thank you. Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. I am pleased to introduce the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 2 Bill. This bill continues our government's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and furthers the implementation of a simpler veterans entitlement system. The bill before us today complements the amendments made in the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures number 1 Bill that was introduced into the Parliament at the end of October. In September, I came to the House to give an update on the important work underway to enact the recommendations from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The passage of the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act 2025, the VETS Act, earlier this year is one part of the Albanese Government's response to these recommendations from recommendations in the Royal Commission's interim report. The VETS Act will simplify veterans legislation from the 1st of July 2026 and do away with the current Tri-Act system. From 1 July 2026, all veterans' rehabilitation and compensation claims will be dealt with under a single piece of legislation, the new and improved Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2024, also known as the MRCA. To be ready for the 1st of July 2026 and to ensure all the great work that is coming out of the VETS Act is in place in time, there are some minor technical amendments that are required. The bill proposes a number of minor technical amendments to that legislation. They will help to ensure the smooth implementation of these reforms and the transition from the complicated Tri-Act arrangements to a single ongoing Act. These changes do not change the key settings agreed to with the passage of the VETS Act. The bill is about the good governance and effective implementation. Each amendment has been carefully considered to ensure the original policy intent from the VETS Act is enacted. There's no surprises here in this bill. This bill makes amendments to require the Veterans Review Board to notify the Chief of the Defence Force when a serving member makes an application for a review and the outcome of a review. It will also make amendments to remove any requirement for applications for VRB-related travel expenses to be communicated to the VRB. The bill will amend recovery provisions to provide legal authority to subtract any amount already paid under the Veterans Entitlements Act from any Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act arrears payable to a dependent for the equivalent benefits for the same period. The bill clarifies the circumstances under which a partner may receive additional lump sum compensation for service-related death claimed on or after 1 July 2026 and ensures that this amount is available in respect of all service-related deaths on or after this date. The bill will clarify that the higher rate, maximum currently of $14,990 of funeral compensation payable under MERCA, is available to anyone who meets the eligibility criteria, even if they also met the criteria for the lower $3,000 rate, and that combined total compensation cannot exceed the maximum payable. The bill will ensure that veterans who meet the criteria for additional disablement amount, ADA, or special rate disability pension, SRDP, do not need to meet additional criteria to enable their eligible children to access education assistance through the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act Education and Training Scheme, MECATS. Likewise, the bill clarifies that gold cards are provided to ADA eligible veterans without requiring them to meet additional criteria, and amend the service pension criteria so that the partners of ADA eligible veterans after 1 July 2026 are eligible for partner service pension from age 50 to harmonise with the current eligibility age requirement that's available to partners of extreme disablement amount veterans under the current Veterans Entitlement Act framework. The bill will make amendments to continue to exclude the Victoria Cross Allowance and Decoration Allowance from income test arrangements. The bill makes clear the coverage for conditions resulting from unintended consequences of treatment provided or paid for by Defence during service or later by DVA. Lastly, the bill makes amendments to ensure existing access to non-liability healthcare arrangements for serving members are maintained when transferred from the Veterans Entitlements Act to the MERCA, and maintain the current ability to notify the CDF when a serving member claims for or is accessing non-liability healthcare. I want to reiterate mine and the Department of Veterans Affairs commitment that no veteran or veteran family member will experience a reduction in payments that they are already receiving. These technical amendments ensure that all of the legislative requirements are in place so that the shift to the improved MERCA is seamless for veterans and their families receiving services and support. The exceptional treatment payments and benefits they receive will continue uninterrupted from 1 July 2026 onwards. The Vets Act is the most significant reform of how we support veterans in a century. These amendments are evidence that we want to get this right. This bill will continue to make it easier for veterans and families to know what they are entitled to, and faster for the Department of Veterans Affairs to process their claims. Whilst the amendments contained in this bill are minor, they are critical to ensuring the intent of the Vets Act and the smooth delivery of services continues and is ready for 1 July 2026. We are committed to getting this right for veterans and veteran families. Further details are included in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The debate must now be adjourned. Member for Cowper.
I move the debate be adjourned.
So the question before the House is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 5. Air Services Australia Aviation Rescue Firefighting Services Next Gen project for the end-of-life facilities upgrades. Phase 1A, Queensland and Victoria.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Air Services Australia Aviation Rescue Firefighting Services Next Gen project for end-of-life facilities upgrade, Phase 1A, Queensland and Victoria. Air Services is proposing works to modernise its aviation rescue and firefighting services to meet operational requirements. The proposed works would occur in 3 phases over the next decade and involve the replacement of end-of-life assets. The proposed works include rebuilding fire stations, installing cold drill grounds for training purposes and refitting tender bays to accommodate new ultra-large firefighting vehicles. The first phase of work at several locations in Queensland, Victoria has an estimated cost of $163.4 million, GST excluded. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on the 31st of July 2025. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, Air Services Australia expects to approach the market as soon as possible, with works expected to be completed by July 2027. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Macon, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. I will put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 6. Air Services Australia, PFAS remediation of the former fire training ground at Rockhampton Airport, Queensland.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Air Services Australia, PFAS remediation of the former fire training ground at Rockhampton Airport, Queensland. Air Services Australia is proposing works at the Rockhampton Airport to remove and manage PFAS-impacted soil and infrastructure at the former fire training ground. The works will be undertaken in the non-operational area of the site and will therefore not affect airport operational service delivery. The estimated cost of the proposed works is $25 million, GST excluded. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on the 31st of July 2025. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, Air Services expects to approach the market and engage a contractor as soon as possible. Due to the wet season in Rockhampton, remediation works will occur outside this period to reduce risks associated with runoff from open excavation areas. Works are expected to occur between March 2026 and August 2026. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Macon, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, and I will put that question to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call on the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Migration Amendment, Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and to that I give the call to the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Migration Amendment, Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025. And I'm just looking around the chamber. I'm not sure that anybody who was here this morning had the absolute experience of sitting through the member for New England's speech on this bill last night, which was maybe for people who've been here for a long time are used to the long rollicking performances that the member gives, but I think may have been even a little bit stunned by some of the things which he was mentioned. Apart from the fact that it was, I think, could be characterised as an impassioned speech against multiculturalism, it managed to somehow drift from the Inca Empire to calling Australian workers lazy. But I think fundamentally he missed completely the point of this bill, which that it is not about saying which employers are good or bad, but it is about saying whether or not an employer is accredited to be a sponsor for a skilled visa. And so I think hopefully that might allay some of the concerns that the opposition has about this bill, and I would urge them to reconsider their opposition to this bill and support it. Or maybe it was the member for Riverina who gave who sort of very typically said people in the city don't understand what it's like to work in the bush. But I know, Deputy Speaker, that you and I both worked in the bush, both worked on farms, spent a lot of our time out there in the sticks, and we know that by and large farmers are really just trying to do their best, and certainly most of them are trying to do the right thing. But as is always the case with government programs, immigration particularly, the public needs to have some sort of comfort that we have control over how it's working. And so by allowing the public to know that employers out there are being held accountable to their part of the arrangement, I think gives some sort of comfort to the whole community that the system works, because as the member for Mallee said in her contribution, that migrant workers isn't an option; it's essential. And in order for that to proceed, you would think that the opposition would support this bill to give those sorts of guarantees which people in the Australian community are looking for. But ultimately, I think, despite all of these other contributions, that it was the member for Nichols who really belled the cat on where the opposition are coming from in this, when he criticised us raising the Tismet, which at 9:45 in the morning might be a little bit more of a conversation than it was going to be at 7:30 last night when people were ready to go home, because the Tismet sounds all very complicated, but it really just means the temporary migration skills income threshold. And what it means is that, it may have been replaced now, but what it means is that that's the amount which an employer had to pay in order to be able to bring in a skilled migrant. Since 2013 until 2023, it remained at $53,000. And the member for Nichols criticised the government for lifting it. We lifted it to where it would have been had it kept up with CPI, to around $70,000 odd, and he said that it soared. He said that he characterised that it had somehow got out of control and now made it uneconomical for companies to bring in overseas temporary migrant workers. And that really, I think, that really does show where they are coming from here. And I'm sure that there are. I would hate to characterise it as a deliberate feature of their economic architecture to keep wages down, but they said that themselves, and it just makes me think that maybe they want to use temporary migration as another part of that architecture to keep wages down. Because if you're keeping the Tismet down at $53,000, if you're saying to employers that you can bring people to come in from overseas to work for $53,000, well, you are keeping wages down and you are suppressing wages, and it does make me think that they are deliberately trying to do that in so many areas, but in the most despicable way. They are out there causing division, beating their chests about migration, while at the same time they want to bring in workers, they want to bring them in so that they can be effectively exploited in order to drive down the wages of all Australians. And the reason why this issue is so important for the Labor Party is that in many ways this is the history of the Labor Party. This is our origin story, combating migrant exploitation. The member for Moreton said it much more eloquently than I could when she described the process of bringing in South Sea Islander workers during the late 1800s. She said that these people not only lost their wages, but they lost their lives and I think I could be corrected, but I think she said something like 30% of the people who were bought into that unthinkably horrible operation, up to 30% of those people lost their lives due to European diseases. And so it was both stopping that outrageous practice out of the sense of justice that working people have, but also to protect the wages and conditions of Australians that the Labor Party was formed. That was our birth. And here we are, 150 years later, still fighting the same fight against those forces that are more concerned about the dollar than they are more concerned about justice, or that they are more concerned about Australian than they are concerned about Australian workers. Because it is in our DNA to stand up for workers who have been brought to this country for two reasons. One, because some employers are just trying to get that cheap labour, and two, because the opposition will do anything they can to drive down wages and conditions. And so here we are 155 years later, when the latest example is a young woman who came into my electorate office having been exploited at work. She'd come here to work in aged care and had become involved in a dispute regarding the workplace treatment, and acting as a union delegate, she was dismissed. She believes that her dismissal was related to advocating for her workplace rights and is now pursuing a claim in the Commission. But she was somebody who was working 12 hours a day and being paid for 6 hours a day. It is like a modern horror movie. It's something that really none of us here, I'm sure, can imagine what it is like to be in Australia on a temporary visa, working as a virtual slave for an employer that is humiliating you, that is degrading you, and that is hanging over your head the threat of whether or not they remove your visa and kick you out of the country that you have come to love and that you want to make your life in. None of us can really appreciate that that is like. It must surely be terrifying. So, when we came to government in 2022, like in so many areas, we inherited a burning wreck of a migration system, a burning wreck that had failed in family reunion, that had failed in skilled migration, and the government commissioned the migration review, which I was very happy to be a part of. Having worked in the community for years, to make a statement like burning wreck doesn't really convey the pain and the pressure that people were placed under because of a poorly resourced department and also because of poor policy. It was that awful mix of poor legislation and poorly applied legislation. And so the migration review, which I was very happy to be a part of locally, I remember we organised local businesses and community leaders and local multicultural leaders to feed into that process. And arising out of that, but more than just that process, arising out of Labor's deep commitment to protect the rights of migrant workers, to protect the rights of us all, because, by the way, protecting the rights of migrant workers and protects the pay of everybody in the community, and which might sound self-evident to us, but of course those on the other side know that if you undermine the wages of migrant workers, you undermine the wages of the whole community. And so coming out of that philosophy, we commenced that migration review. And coming out of that, here are some of the measures in this bill. Two things here particularly, that the whole point about this legislation is to create a register so people like the young woman that came into my office is going to be able to easily search for another employer who is able to continue to sponsor her. That's essentially what this bill does. But this bill also builds on previous bills which crack down on unscrupulous employers. And this is where I think, and I really do want to be bipartisan as much as I can in this place, but here there is a fundamental difference of values and philosophy. That this is probably the best example of the hypocrisy. The opposition is that they beat their chest a lot about law enforcement, but they don't fund it. I mean, on a slightly different topic, on the NDIS, apparently the measures that we've introduced around we've introduced around the NDIS to crack down on fraud means that we are now reviewing more claims every day in the NDIS in one day than the previous government did in a year. More claims every day than the previous government did in a year, which is an example of the sort of chest beating that we've come to expect from the opposition, who talk a tough game but are completely missing on the field. And just as it is with migration, they are out there constantly beating their chests, but they totally under-resource the Australian Border Force. They totally undercook the legislation to allow the Australian Border Force to crack down on unscrupulous employees. But yet again, that burning wreck, that smoking wreck of a migration system left to us, because it's in their DNA, to turn a blind eye to the companies that's doing it, it's left to us to fix it. In fact, that 2019 report into the Migrant Workers Task Force recommended tougher penalties, recommended a better resourced Australian Border Force, and what do you think they did? No. Absolutely nothing. They sat on their own report and left it to us to clean up the mess. So, again, in summary, this bill is the latest in a long line of measures that the Albanese Labor government has undertaken to put out the bin fire that is our migration system. And the hypocrisy of the other side is exposed the most when it comes to migration. While they are out there stoking division and people's fears, they actually benefit from a system where people come in and be exploited because they can drive down the wages and conditions of Australian workers. These changes are the latest in a long line of Labor Party initiatives stretching back 150 years, where the Labor Party stands up for Australians by standing up for the Australians who come here to work and standing up for the Australians who come here to make a life. This government has brought in new measures to crack down on dodgy employers. We've raised the income threshold at which you can come into Australia on a skilled visa. And this now makes it easier for a worker like that woman. This bill makes it now easier for that young woman who came into my office, desperate to stay in Australia, but desperate also to fight for the rights of the workers that she left behind when she was sacked. It makes it easier for her to find an employer who is properly accredited, who is going to be able to sponsor her dream. So they're out there talking about mass migration. They're out there talking and marginalising already marginalised communities. They're out there punching down on some of the most vulnerable people in our community. And they should take a good, hard look at themselves, because the sort of result that they got at the last election will be the sort of the results they get in future elections, because they are now talking to a fringe, that the real Australia out there, the Australia out there that believes in justice, the Labor Party that has always believed in justice, is the community that just won't tolerate a government that won't tolerate an opposition that washes its hands of looking after the most vulnerable in our country.
Thank you. And the question before the House is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'm giving the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to support the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025, and I support this bill for many, many reasons, as all of us do on this side. Deputy Speaker, when we look at the history of migration to Australia, we know that it's been at the core of our labour force, from the first settlers that came here. And when you think of the history, you think of convicts being brought to Australia, forced into labour for a number of years before they became free settlers. Then free settlers, there was a mass promotion to bring free settlers here to populate the land, to work the land, of course. When you think of the history, even people from Fiji to work the sugar canes in that period, in those early days when we first planted sugar canes in northern Australia. Of course, we then had mass migration from Europe for our manufacturing and for our factories. And then we even went a step further and considered Southern Europeans as white Europeans. Prior to that, they weren't considered white. People from my race, for example, and they were brought out from 1949 onwards to basically fill the factories of Australia and do hard labour. So if you look at the history, it's continuously relied on migrant workers, whether it be to populate the nation, whether it be to fill certain skills, or whether it would be just to fill the shortfalls in labour. From time to time, that changes, and of course governments always should be monitoring what the needs of the nation are in terms of skills, workforce, and including population as well, to be able to benefit the nation. And I think this government, this Albanese Labor government, is tackling those hard issues. And one of the things that is fundamental to workers, regardless of where you're from, whether you've been here for 8, 9 generations or whether you've just arrived, is to ensure that we do all that we can as legislators to ensure that those people aren't being exploited. And that is very important. That's a fundamental human right, that people have the right to work on the same conditions as everyone else, to receive the same pay, to be able to flourish at their jobs and have the same opportunities as anyone. And it's very important, it is very important that we also ensure that bringing in migrant workers is not just an exploitation of being able to bring in cheap labour. That is really important. And in fact, many times in this place, and even yesterday I think I mentioned it, in 1949 when the debate was taking place where we were going to make agreements with Southern Europe, Italy, Greece, the former Yugoslav Republic and other places to bring workers over, there was a debate in this place. One side of the debate was that these migrant workers should be brought in on lesser pay. That was the debate in 1949 in this House. It was the unions and Labor that argued strongly against that because we could see that would be a spiralling to the bottom. And again, I'll repeat what I've said many times. Can you imagine if that had gotten through back then, what sort of nation we would be today? If you can just have a thought about that, where we would be today. A very different country. We wouldn't have been as egalitarian as we are. So it gives me great pleasure to see bills that protect workers' rights, but especially people who are in vulnerable positions, and that is migrants who are brought out to do certain work. Now, I'm not saying that's the case. The majority, 99.9%, I think, would be all genuine and people that have a real need in their business. They have a real need for a particular skill. They have a real need for a niche market and cannot fill that position. So therefore, they will bring someone from overseas. And we've seen that over the years. Deputy Speaker, back in the days when I spoke about the 50s, etc., we looked at the numbers that were required in factories and what we needed to populate the nation, brought people over. Immediately they were put on permanent visas and could stay here forever. Much simpler, much easier, different world back then, and a lot of those workers that were coming in were for unskilled labour. Today we have a very completely different migration policy. It's intertwined with skills, work skills, points in regional areas, state governments having certain needs that other states don't have, and it is very, very complicated. What we want to ensure, though, is that when we are bringing in someone to fill a particular position from overseas, that need is a real need, not just an excuse to be able to bring someone in at a cheaper salary or wage. And that's why I'm very pleased when we increased the base salaries for migrant skilled workers from $53,000 to $70,000. That brings it up to a level where our average wages are. Because as I said, you could quite easily see a spiralling to the bottom. It also gives me great pleasure to support this bill, as I said, for many reasons, but also as the chair of the Migration Committee. And I understand the vital contribution from what we see on the committee that migrants make to our economy, and I think all of us would agree with that. There is no doubt that migrants have made enormous contributions to our society, and I understand the need to better protect and advocate for those migrant workers that come in on migrant visas to fill positions. Deputy Speaker, the committee is currently conducting an inquiry into skilled migration, which is perfect when you think about it. It matches with this bill. And we know the economic, social and cultural value that skilled migrants bring to our nation. But we also know that the system isn't perfect. And we know that we still need to do more work to refine, modify and ensure that everything is done to fill our working skilled shortfalls, to ensure that those migrants are protected in a way that they can feel comfortable and safe, and also to ensure that our future needs as a nation are being met. For example, in South Australia, we're on the cusp of a incredible cutting-edge technology manufacturing revolution. Through the AUKUS deal and through defence building in South Australia, we know that there are skills that we must fill that we don't have at this point. So when we're looking at migrant workers or skilled migration to Australia, we should also be looking about the other side of it, and that is the future, and that is the training of our students, of our young people, to be able to get the expertise in those areas to be able to fill those positions. And I would personally go a step further, and but it's only my pet project, is that if you are going to bring someone in from overseas to fill a particular position, you should also be training two local people at the same time to be able to have the skills and expertise in the future to fill those positions. But that's my personal view. Deputy Speaker, we know that migrants bring enormous skills to this nation. They also benefit the economy. We know that for every migrant that comes in, there's needs that they will have. If they have a family, they buy food, they'll invest, they'll buy furniture, etc., which keeps our economy going. And that's another area that is a fine, I suppose, equation that has to be weighed up as well. The economy, the unemployment rate, and of course the intake of migrants. Deputy Speaker, when you think of our history of migration, as I said earlier, you see people from all over the world, every corner of the world, that have made Australia their home. And with them they bring their skills and their abilities to be able to contribute to our economy. Recently, I was speaking to a big construction company in South Australia that specialises in heritage buildings as well, and they were telling me we have no stonemasons at all. One of the most difficult positions to fill when you're constructing or reconstructing a heritage building. And the only place he could get a stonemason that were just absolutely skillful workers was Albania. And we worked very hard to help this person get his visa, and they just absolutely, he's set up his own company now, came over as a skilled worker. He now has set up his own company, employing 20 or 30 people, doing stone masonry in South Australia. What a great story. Came over as a skilled migrant, temporary visa for a period of time to fill that position. We assisted him, ended up getting a permanent visa. He's now an Australian citizen. His kids are at university, and they're employing 20, 30 people doing stone masonry, one of the only companies in South Australia. And there's hundreds and hundreds of stories like that. But Deputy Speaker, that particular person was working in secure employment with a good employer that looked after him and paid him the correct rates, in fact above what the minimal wage was for stonemasons. In his situation, everything went well for him. We've also heard of horror stories. For example, a few years back I was contacted by some migrant workers from India where they had their passports taken away from them in a particular restaurant. Some horror stories where they didn't know where to go or what to do. They were too scared to complain. They were too scared to knock on someone's door to ask for help until a third party came to our office. We put them onto the then Miscellaneous Workers Union, or UWU as they're called today, and they assisted them. And in fact, that particular business was shut down, and those migrant workers, some returned back to India and others stayed here and made their home in Australia. But there are horror stories around. Few, but they are. And we should be doing all that we can to wipe those horror stories out, to ensure that, that we do everything that we can to assist the successful skilled migration to Australia, to fill the positions that we have needs in, to assist the economy, but also ensure that we build our own skills as well. That's why I recommend this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the Migrant Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025, currently before the House. The Albanese government has made a commitment in the migration strategy released in December 2023 to develop the Skills in Demand visa. The passage and implementation of this bill will continue the government's commitment to strengthen and maintain the integrity of the temporary skilled migration system. The bill is needed to enhance protections and oversight mechanisms through the establishment of a public register of approved sponsors. The intention for the public register is to ensure there is a limit to the exploitation of temporary skilled migrant workers and providing these workers with a resource to check that the sponsoring employer is legitimate. Unfortunately, I've seen too many people in my electorate office who've fallen prey to unscrupulous employers who promise things that are untrue, and when the worker arrives in Australia, the conditions they are expected to work in are not up to Australian workplace conditions standard, or the wages are not what they should be. Often coming to Australia, these temporary workers have families with them. They are promised well-paying jobs and quickly find themselves here at the mercy of circumstances that are not what they were expected. They can be trapped in this country not only by the poor conditions and pay, but by concerns about the expectation from family and friends at home, particularly that what they were doing was going to enhance their family at home and their own circumstances. This leaves them very vulnerable to mental health challenges, and it makes it difficult for them to be able to find suitable and reasonable accommodation and the other basics of life. The development of this register will help combat worker exploitation and provide a resource to check that sponsoring employer is legitimate. This is very important to maintain the integrity and transparency in the skilled migration program and make sure that Australia is valued in other places in the world. This bill will develop a public register which includes the name and type of the approved sponsor, the sponsor's Australian business number, ABN, and the postcode associated with the approved sponsor's ABN, and the number of sponsors' workers, their occupations, and this will encourage transparency, monitoring and oversight. The Albanese government's migration strategy has been informed by more than 450 submissions received as part of the review of the migration system. There has been extensive consultation with business, unions and other stakeholders. Targeting reforms to the temporary skilled migration will address skills needs in our economy and promote worker mobility to areas where workers are required and where the economy needs more support. The review process included written submissions from individual migrants and visa applicants, and the consultation also included 8 roundtables with peak organisations, unions and senior state and territory government officials. I note the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee said that most submissions were broadly supported for the provisions and the recommendations, and that the bill should pass the Senate. The aim of the register is to encourage public transparency and will be a resource for temporary skilled migrants to check that they are sponsoring employers are legitimate. This is very important for Australia's reputation, both overseas and amongst our locals diasporas here in Australia. And it is important there is rigour in this in place to limit exploitations at the hands of those who seek to exploit and do things that are worse for their employees. By including postcodes, migrants will be able to consider their ability to move and find new employers near where there are already established community links and accommodation. This information also improves the practical nature and usefulness of the register. Already approved standard business sponsors will be automatically included in the register without the need to request this at the time of applying. Data will be regularly updated to ensure its relevance and will complement the public register of sanctioned sponsors already published by Australian Border Force. Employers will be advised at the time of the sponsorship application so they understand that their details will be included on the register. The register will only draw on already public available information that has been provided for their ABN. Furthermore, any disclosures of information will be consistent with the Privacy Act 1988 requirements of disclosure of any information. There will be no personal identification for the nominated workers included in the register's documentation. This bill addresses the recommendations made in the report of the Migrant Workers Task Force, as well as additional measures to tackle exploitation of vulnerable workers on temporary visas. The exploitation of temporary visas hurts all workers. It drives down all wages and it worsens conditions for everyone. This bill also establishes new criminal offences and associated civil penalties to deter employers from using a visa condition or status to coerce, unduly influence or unduly pressure someone in a workplace. There is a new mechanism to prohibit an employer from hiring any additional people on temporary visas for a period of time if they're found to have breached any of these conditions of employment. There is also increases to the maximum criminal and civil penalties for all current and proposed work-related offences provisions in the Migration Act, and it provides Border Force with the tools to address employer compliance. There are revisions to the regulations that make power in the Migration Act to ensure worker exploitation must be taken into consideration if there is a need to cancel a visa. Higher penalties and additional powers for the Australian Border Force will be included. The bill increases the maximum penalties available under the Migration Act for work-related breaches. Penalties will be almost tripling, for civil penalties up to $99,000 for individuals and $495,000 for bodies corporate. In addition, the ABF will gain new compliance notice and enforceable undertaking powers. These measures are designed to drive employer compliance under the Migration Act, which was unfortunately deprioritised over the past decade. To assist the ABF, they will receive $50 million over the next 4 years to improve employer compliance as well as other immigration compliance priorities. Disappointingly, the former Liberal government failed to implement the key recommendations in the Migrant Workers Task Force report, which they sat on from 2019. These new powers, it's good to say, are already reaping results. Last month, a Western Australian business has become the first in the nation to be publicly named and shamed by the Australian Border Force for exploiting vulnerable migrant workers under strong new laws introduced by the Albanese Labor government. It's the first prohibition notice introduced under the SEC Act. The company came under scrutiny late last year after misleading information in their migrant worker sponsorship application and were subsequently sanctioned for serious non-compliance. ABF officers across the country are actively scrutinising the status of employers' sponsorship agreements, as well as regularly making unannounced visits to workplaces to protect workers and expose employers who are exploiting migrant workers. We should note that not all employers behave like this, and if we don't do something about those that are doing the wrong thing, it tars everybody with the same brush. So good employers will be happy with this legislation as well. To maintain the integrity of the skilled migrant system in Australia, it's important that employers are approved by the Department of Home Affairs. The amendments in this bill will allow for the implementation and maintenance of the public register of approved work sponsors on the Department of Home Affairs website. This will ensure that transparency, but more importantly, protection for the rights of temporary skilled migrant workers who do so much to assist the Australian economy and Australians in general. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I speak in support of the Migration Amendment Combating Migration Exploitation Bill 2025. Mr Deputy Speaker, over recent years there's been a lot of misinformation about migration. Some of it has just been through misunderstandings, but much of it has been deliberate, intended to sow division within communities, to score cheap political points, or to divert attention away from the real issues that are causing social struggles. The fact is that migration has been critical to Australia's development, and particularly so since World War II, when in the past years and since then there has been an influx of migrants. Immediately after World War II, we saw a huge number of British and European migrants come to this country, and in the decades that followed, that changed with people coming here from many other parts of the world. The reality is that today we often speak of Australia as being a successful multicultural country, with indeed almost every country in the world being represented by people who now live here. In the past 4 decades, under Labor and coalition governments, we have seen, in fact, I understand, some 7 million or more people come and permanently settle in Australia. And yet I accept that Australians want a controlled immigration program. They want an immigration program that serves Australia's needs and that they can have confidence in. Importantly, they want an immigration program that is not rorted. Yet that is what has been happening over recent years, where because of widespread conflict overseas, desperate people fleeing war or persecution are prepared to do whatever it takes to come to Australia. These are indeed vulnerable people who are then taken advantage of by sometimes people smugglers who put them on life-threatening journeys. And if they do manage to reach Australia, then they are often taken advantage of by employers or job recruiters, and often people of their own culture being those very job recruiters. People who promise them work on the basis that they can secure employment for them, but then exploit them in the process. And if I get time, I'll talk a bit more about that later on. In 2016, the coalition government established the Migrant Workers Task Force, and I commend them for doing so. They established that task force in response to revelations of serious migrant worker exploitation. An inquiry was then held, chaired by Professor Alan Fells, AO, with Deputy Chair David Cousins, AM. The findings of that inquiry were released in a report of the Migrant Workers Task Force in March 2019. A paper released by Australia Policy Online had this to say in commenting on the task force report, and I quote, because I believe the paper articulates what the real issue was so well. Wage exploitation is of great concern to the Australian community. It is damaging to Australia's reputation and may lead to negative flow-on effects to the proper functioning of the labour market and the economy. It is unfair not only to migrant workers, but also to other employees who are undercut on wages and job opportunities, and law-abiding employers trying to compete on price. Australia prides itself on being a country where the principle of fairness underpins our economic and social relationships. However, migrant worker exploitation is a direct repudiation of this. Migrant workers who are in Australia on a temporary basis may have poor knowledge of their workplace rights, are young and inexperienced, may have low English language proficiency and try to fit in with cultural norms and expectations of other people from their home countries. These factors combine to make them particularly vulnerable to unscrupulous work practices at work. Fears about the consequences of approaching government agencies are common among migrants from less democratic countries than our own. End of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, the paper says a lot more, of course, but I think that those sentiments sum up what the issue is and what we are responding to today, where people have indeed been exploited for much too long. That exploitation can take the form of underpaying wages, forcing workers to work extended unpaid hours, threatening to cancel a worker's visa if they complain or raise concerns about their work conditions, coercing workers to hand over their passport, as I note the member for Adelaide himself referred to earlier on, forcing workers to work in unsafe or poor health and safety conditions, cramming workers into inadequate housing, and even physical threats. And I understand that in June, a parliamentary inquiry, I believe in New South Wales, heard from a GP in Wagga Wagga that hundreds of women were, and I quote, seeking abortions that they would not normally want, end of quote, in order to keep their work visas. That is the extent to which the exploitation seems to have manifested itself into. And of course, it is because of all of those concerns that we have this legislation. The task force I referred to earlier, that was commissioned by the last coalition government, found issues that were, I believe, widely known throughout the community, issues that I think everyone in this chamber would have come across at some stage or another. And the number of worker exploitation cases that have been exposed of over the years is a matter that should be of concern to this parliament. The task force ended up in their report providing 22 recommendations. Yet 3 years later, the last coalition government, having received that report, had done nothing with them. It commissioned a report and then it just sat on them. As it did, I might say, with the Graham Samuels review into the EPBC Act. It seems that the last coalition government was very good at kicking the can down the road with these important issues by commissioning reports, which would obviously delay any response from the government, and then once they received them, doing nothing. So once again, it is up to Labor to fix the problem, and that is what this legislation does. This legislation sets up a register of approved work sponsors. In doing so, it will provide transparency, accountability and enhanced protections for temporary skilled migrants. It will also support temporary skilled migrant workers who need to find a new sponsor if that need arises. And as other speakers have made absolutely clear, this legislation arises after extensive consultation by the previous coalition government and then by the Albanese Labor government. Consultation which went far and wide throughout the community and included both community groups and business and so on. Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation, I believe, goes a long way to stamping out some of the problems that I referred to earlier on. It may not fix every problem, but it's a start, and it's a start in the right direction. And I have no doubt that worker exploitation will continue. In fact, worker exploitation, I should say, isn't simply limited to skilled migrants who come from overseas. It occurs on a regular basis in many other sectors. Mr Deputy Speaker, the fact remains, however, that skilled migrants make up the largest cohort of migrants to Australia, and they provide skilled workforce shortages that we face again because the last coalition government did nothing about training up Australians. Instead, they decimated TAFE while simultaneously paying huge sums to shonky training organisations. The Albanese Labor government is fixing that as well with free TAFE training, but logically it will take some time before those trainees are work ready. To date, I understand that over 725,000 people have enrolled in free TAFE courses. I commend them for doing so, and I look forward for them taking up those skill shortages that we are currently having to find from people overseas. In the interim, however, we do have a skilled workforce shortage which must be met. And if it's not met, then the whole community suffers. If we don't bring in skilled tradespeople, then we can't build the very houses that everybody is screaming out for at the rate at which they need to be built. If we don't bring in skilled tradespeople from overseas or skilled professions from overseas, we won't be able to fulfil the health and medical workforce shortages that we're seeing right around the country, and in particular in the country regions, where I understand that if it wasn't for the skilled professionals that we are bringing in from overseas, there would be communities that would be without doctors and nurses. And if we look at the aged care sector, if it wasn't, again, for the skilled people that are coming in from overseas, it is very likely that many of those centres would not be able to operate. And the very vulnerable older people that we have in this country who are looking for aged care would not be able to get it. So on one hand, we have a real need that must be met, and on the other hand, we have a shortage of the skills that are required in order to meet the services that those people need. And we need to find a way of doing that that is both appropriate in terms of meeting our migration statistics and our migration intake, but also in a way that ensures that those people that come into this country are then given work and paid accordingly and not in any way abused as they have been on so many occasions. Mr Deputy Speaker, in concluding my remarks, I simply make this point. Worker exploitation, as I said earlier, is not just isolated to migrant workers. It occurs across the board. But there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that migrant workers who come here are exploited much more so than others. I used some examples of why that is the case earlier on, but I just simply make this point. Imagine someone fleeing a war-torn country, fleeing under circumstances where they risk their lives to come here, and then reaching Australia. They will do anything they need to do in order to stay here, not only to protect their own life, but also to be able to earn a few dollars so that they can then send that back to their family members who are left in their home country. These are vulnerable people who are at the mercy of unscrupulous operators, and we have seen example after example of that here in Australia. It is not to say that all employers are unscrupulous, but we need to ensure that those who are no longer able to be able to do what they are doing. And I have heard the concerns from members opposite that this legislation goes too far and that too much information is going to have to be provided to authorities with respect to employers who take on migrant workers. Can I say to members opposite, those employers who are doing the right thing have nothing to fear. But this legislation is no different to any other piece of legislation which regulates activities in this country or which provides laws. Laws are always only provided in order to control the minority who do the wrong thing. If it wasn't for the minority who do the wrong thing, we probably wouldn't need any laws whatsoever. And so this is simply just another example of where the government needs to act to protect vulnerable people, as we have done in so many other areas of government policy, and I commend this legislation to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This country has been built on three aspects. First, the immense contribution of First Nations people who've been here for tens of thousands of years. Secondly, on British colonial settlement that established in the aftermath of Captain Phillips. And thirdly, on the waves of migration that it came to this country in the post-World War II era. And we are blessed for having those waves of migration. Those migrants have made an immense contribution in our culture, our economy, our sport, our arts, our education, law, finance, commerce, nursing, allied health professionals, and where would we be in terms of our doctors and nurses and our regional and rural hospitals without migrant workers. But this government is fixing up once again the coalition's mess. The coalition made a number of decisions, consciously and averting their eyes in terms of the way they carried out their policy on migration. Some of it was to do with wages and some of it was to do with migration. Now, migration is critical to our economy. Every business knows that in every city of this country. The business community knows that. BCA knows it, ACCI knows it. The National Farmers Federation knows it, but those opposites seem to subconsciously or consciously not recognise it. Now, workplace exploitation for migrant communities can take a number of forms. Underpayment, pressuring a person to hand over their passport, threatening to cancel your visa, and employers really can't do that, but they threaten anyway. Pressure to work more hours than the visa conditions allow, pressure to engage in unwanted sexual acts, and there wouldn't be a federal MP that wouldn't have had stories like that given to them at a mobile office or on the phone or in their office, pressure to accept poor living conditions, and I've seen up to 15 to 20 people living in appalling conditions in suburbs in Ipswich at the hands of unscrupulous employers, poor housing, lack of access to running water or electricity. And we've had to do a number of things since we came in terms of strengthening the laws, and this legislation before the chamber about combating migrant exploitation is yet another one of them. Deputy Speaker, it's not like the coalition government didn't know what was going on. Back in 2016, they commissioned Migrant Work Task Force Supremo, or Chief, Alan Feld, a long history of business involvement in the community, to undertake an inquiry looking at employer-employee relationships in terms of the migrant community. He found that employers engaged in deliberate and systemic underpayment of migrant workers. He made 22 recommendations to the previous government in March 2019. Now, that inquiry started in 2016. They came to power in 2013. The federal government, Kelly O'Dwyer was the responsible minister at the time, accepted all 22 recommendations. And then what did they do? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No legislation, no regulations, a commitment to do something, knowing widespread and entrenched systemic abuse and exploitation of workers, and they did nothing. Absolutely nothing. Who could forget the underpayment scandals? Who could forget the 7-Eleven scandals, where as little as 47 cents an hour was paid to workers who were migrants? Systemic underpayment of wages, poor living conditions, poor housing in which they had to live, lack of payment of superannuation. There should be no tolerance of undercutting workers' wages and conditions, but that's what happened. So we had to undertake some work when we came to power. We took a migration strategy, which we released on the 11th of December 2023. We outlined some reforms that were undertaken. That built on the work that was done when the former Minister for Home Affairs, back on the 2nd of September 2022, announced 3 eminent persons would undertake an independent review of our migration system to make sure it met the existing challenges that we faced. Came up with strong recommendations. The report was presented to the government on the 21st of March 2023, and as part of that review process, there was a discussion paper, and we considered 483 submissions. The reviewers undertook 8 roundtables with peak organisation unions, senior state and territory officials. Business was involved in the review. And what did the coalition do in opposition? They were quiescent. Did nothing in government, quiescent in opposition. So we had to undertake important changes. Now, I've heard people speak in relation to this particular bill from those opposite. Now, it's almost like they forgot every review that's been undertaken. Let's go through a couple of them. The Grattan Institute did a report which they released on the 23rd of May 2023. It's found that exploitation of migrant workers was rife. Recent migrants were twice as likely to be underpaid and up to 16% paid less than the national minimum wage. The Immigration Advice and Rights Centre did a report which they released in November 2024 and found that migrant workers were 40% more likely to face worker exploitation than Australian workers. Let's get this straight. If people can undercut wages and they can exploit cheap labour, what happens? It weakens the bargaining of Australian workers to get decent wages and conditions. It harms those businesses, and there are many, who do the right thing. It damages our international reputation for being a place where you can come and work. And it undermines really deeply the community's confidence in our migration system. That's the consequence of allowing migration exploitation to continue in workplaces around the country, whether it's on farms and hospitality, in hospitals and schools and wherever it might be. I can't understand sometimes the coalition parties at times. They're supposed to be parties that believe in free enterprise and supporting business community. If you're harming businesses that do the right thing, why would you allow that to continue? They did nothing. They were in power since 2013 to 2022 and did nothing. Had the report from Graham Samuels in the EPBC Act for 5 years, did nothing. Had the report from Alan Fells over 3 years, did nothing. Talk about a government of inertia, idleness and ignorance. Ignorance looking the other way on the worker exploitation about migrant communities. And we had to strengthen the rules in relation to this. We increased the penalties. We did it through our Strengthening Employer Compliance Bill. We made sure we established new criminal offences and associated civil penalties to deter employers from using migrant visa conditions or statuses to coerce undue influence or undue pressure on people in the workplace. We established a new mechanism to prohibit employers from hiring additional people on temporary visas for a period of time. We increased the maximum criminal and civil penalties. We did a whole bunch of stuff to strengthen the situation. Those opposite, quiet, again, quiescent, do nothing about it. So one of the things that they really did, and they did it as a deliberate design feature when they were in government, was this. The temporary skilled immigration threshold, the TSMID, the amount of money you had to pay a worker, was kept from 2013 at $53,900 and kept at the same rate for over 9 years, effectively, with inflation, undercutting wages and thereby conditions in this country. That's what they did, undercutting, therefore, Australian wages and conditions. as a deliberate design feature, to use the words of Matthias Cormann, the former finance minister. That's what they did for 9 years. And I've heard speakers in this chamber reference it to the glory days almost. The glory days of keeping wages low. We increased the TISMIT when we came to power, rightly, and doing the correct thing by wages and conditions, and making sure we protected wages and conditions not just for migrant workers, but for Australian workers generally. And today, or yesterday, I heard them lauding the fact that they kept the TISMIT low, kept it at $53,900. It's now about $76,500. That's what it should be. An employer should be paying that sort of wage, those sort of wages. We want the system to have integrity. We don't want people being paid less than they deserve. That's exactly what the coalition members are supporting. And the legislation before the chamber, you would have them believe and have the public believe that we were putting some massive impost on business. As the member for Macon said, this is just about a reporting mechanism and making sure we have a website that does the right thing and allows people to get information to work out who's a good employer if you get a sponsored visa, who's a bad employer, and making sure the market does its work. It's almost like they don't believe in individual freedom for migrant workers. Where's the John Stuart Mill devotees in the smaller Liberals opposite? They don't believe it. Where's the devotees to Adam Smith, of those opposite? Well, Adam Smith, he's just the statue you see in Edinburgh. You don't worry about him. I don't think they've ever read any of these sort of the Liberal and Conservative devotees to free enterprise, because what they're doing is opposing individual choice for migrant workers. That's what they're doing, and not just undercutting wages, not just harming Australian businesses, they're undercutting wages and conditions. So they'll come in here and have a vote later on today, and they will not support Australian workers or migrant workers, and they will not support businesses. Once again, the Liberal and National parties show they're the party of the far right, not the party that supports free enterprise and individual autonomy and the right to choose. Do they really believe in some sort of feudalism in terms of the workplace? Is that their view? Because I'm telling you, they should all go and have a look at John Stuart Mill's works and Adam Smith's work. The Wealth of Nations, I commend that one to you, by the way. It'd be a good thing to have a look at from time to time. Put it in the caucus room, or the opposition caucus room, and have a flick through it from time to time. You might end up voting for legislation like this from time to time and do the right thing. So what this bill does is establish a legislative framework, Deputy Speaker, for a public register of approved work sponsors to be published and maintained on the Department of Home Affairs website. Why is this necessary? To make sure we have better targeted, temporary skilled work visa programs. And it's important for transparency and oversight, and for people to make a choice, and for the public to understand who's a good employer and who's a bad employer, because it might change people's behaviour. It might make a bad employer think about becoming a good employer from time to time, whether it's on a farm or in a pub, whether it's in a hospital or, can I say, in retail. So how about the Liberal and National parties, for once, supporting the business community in the way they voted in this chamber? Later on this morning, they'll have a chance. Do you support workers? Do you support business? Or are you going off to the sort of realms of the far right, not believing in your philosophical or economic treaties that were there by the people you claim you're devoted to? There is no moral moorings or economic understanding in the coalition parties if they vote against this legislation. By their ignorance and their actions during the time they were in government, they opposed a good and national economy. They opposed decency in the workplace. They opposed good wages and conditions in jobs. But as the member for Macon rightly pointed out, we always will bring in migrants to the community on a regulated, steady approach. But we've had to do it in terms of what we've done in this country because they didn't invest in education or TAFE, didn't train enough people up We had to establish Jobs and Skills Australia with the identification of the workforce shortages and needs. And today, we're going to vote to make bad employers good employers and allow people choice. And the party of free enterprise and liberalism, the party that believes that people should have the right to choose and have free will, today we'll come across and vote, sit on that side of the chamber, and vote against everything they claim they believe in.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I understand the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025.
No.
Attendance, please. Thank you. Thank the member for Pearce. The question is that this bill now be read a second time. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. I think the ayes have it. Division required? Ring the bell for 4 minutes.
Still am shocked. Did not see while they're trying to have a sensible conversation.
Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Hinkler and Bowman as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes.
I didn't have much choice, trust me, when I walked out and they got the ticket. I don't think he's a big fan of playing without
The result of the division is ayes 97, noes 37. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I thank the member for Page. Leave is granted. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Go to you. Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, excise tariff amendment, draft beer bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Custom Tariff Amendment Draft Bill 2025. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In every corner of the country, pubs, clubs and the people who power them have held communities together through tough times. And now we're backing them with targeted, responsible relief through a 2-year pause on the indexation of the draft beer excise and the equivalent customs duty commencing on the 1st of August 2025. This will benefit around 10,000 small venues. Pubs, clubs, bars and taverns all will benefit from this. 75% of these are small family businesses employing local people. This 2-year pause to the increase in cost will help keep the operating costs of these venues stable and gives small venues the certainty they need to plan, to retain staff and to reinvest in the future of their business, perhaps taking advantage of the instant asset write-off by this government. Now, to be clear, this only applies to draft beer served from an 8 to a 48-litre container, or for the larger venues, those 48-litre plus kegs, but it's not bottles, it's not cans, it's not spirits. It's not the lion's share of alcohol that's consumed, which is consumed in homes, not in licensed venues where you have responsible service of alcohol and a supportive environment for people. This means that we ensure that the support goes to the venues, those community hubs. It helps to stabilise the tax component of a price of a pint, reducing the pressure on venue operators and customers alike. It offers breathing space after years of economic strain, pandemic impacts, the loss of customers, supply shocks, and of course, some rising input costs over years as well. It's a practical, temporary relief measure that will not in any way fuel inflation because we're not adding any more money to the economy. It will simply put a pause on what would otherwise be a mechanical price increase. And that ability to plan ahead is so important for the 160,000 plus workers that are employed in this industry. It is, for many of us, one of our first jobs working in hospitality. In many of the small towns, whether it's the Criterion in the member for Gippsland seat, whether it's the Shanachie, the member for Wannon seat, or the Burvale in my wonderful seat of Deakin, these venues are community hubs. They're not the same as all other businesses. These are a place where we go to celebrate, where we go to mourn, where we go to engage with our neighbours, and when we are there in good times and bad. And it's particularly important for regional areas where the pub is often the very heart of the community. But it's not just for-profit businesses where this will be a great help. I've got a lot of local bowls clubs, local footy clubs and local cricket clubs who rely on revenue generated from draft beer to help subsidise the important work they do, whether it's supporting a family on a lower income with the cost of a uniform or footy boots, or keeping up the quality of the venue as well. These are covering costs, essential costs for community organisations that are doing important work and providing a sense of social connection. I've been to enough bowls clubs to know that the avoidance of an increase to the price of beer is going to be a very welcome and important measure, including for many pensioners who go to the bowls club and enjoy a schooner or two every week. This modest bit of support will make all the difference. And it's a supply chain that is full of jobs, whether it's the truck drivers, whether it's the equipment technicians, whether it's farmers, whether it's the transport sector. There are so many indirect benefits when we support these incredibly important venues. It also has a huge benefit to the consumer. Because it reduces the pressure to pass on future costs onto them, it does make the cost of living just that little bit easier. And as I said, it's designed for the Australian pub patron, the person at the bowls club, the person out and about, not the person drinking at home, because we know that's where a lot of the less healthy behaviours are seen. And it's part of a broader plan around cost of living relief. This is one of several measures. When we look at just post 1st of July this year, we go through a number of them. So, the national minimum wage increased by 3.5%. The superannuation guarantee increased to 12%. Paid parental leave increased to 24 weeks. Super is now being paid on government-paid parental leave, another $150 in energy bill relief before the end of the year, $10,000 incentive payments for new housing apprentices, cheaper home batteries, cutting 20% off student loan debts for 3 million Australians. Commonwealth prac placements have already started as well, with support for nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work students. Hard-working aged care nurses receive the next instalment of their pay rise in October, following the first instalment in March this year. This is part of a broader mission to ease the cost of relief of Australians, at the same time as being a responsible measure in support of businesses. Pubs, clubs and taverns all around the country have been doing it tough for a while now, but they're also the very places that are there for people when they're doing it tough. And any small relief that we can provide is a very, very good thing. We need to also consider that this is part of even just a significant number of measures to support small businesses as well. We're helping them with technology. We're helping them with the instant asset write-off. And we're supporting them with energy efficiency and to energy bill relief as well. So there's a lot being done at the same time. This isn't an isolated measure. This is not going to be the fix of the economy by itself. It is one of many measures focused on being well targeted and delivering real and effective cost of living relief and relief to the cost of doing business as well. I think of the many pubs that I've been to over the years, and the draft beer sits at the centre of the business model. It is kind of the it's one of the things that makes going to the pub different from anywhere else. The taste of draft beer is often better. Anyone will tell you that, and it's become an essential part of many of the bowls and other clubs in my area as well, where draft beer is routinely sold. And over the years, these clubs, pubs, and organisations have done what they've had to do to survive what are very difficult times when the habits of consumers have changed, that more people are now drinking alcohol at home, where the habits of socialising changed and are slowly changing back, but they've gone through a rough few years. So anything we can do to support this industry to regain its momentum is going to be a very, very good thing. Because let's face it, the pandemic shook the economy around like a snow globe. It's taken time for businesses and for industries to recalibrate with that time, and we are seeing that recovery. But it's not instantaneous. And so we do have to, as a government, look at how we can assist the economy to recalibrate, to renormalise, for the market economy to get back its momentum, and to make sure that we're increasing productivity along the way. So every single thing we can do to help business out, even if it's as simple as pausing those routine mechanical tax increases, I know it's appreciated. It's something that industries push for. And I've spoken to a lot of pub owners, including meeting some at the Burvale Hotel in Nunawading in my electorate, and they're very grateful for this measure. It's not only an economic measure, but it also is a demonstration that this government has got their back, that we have the back of business, that we are focused on their interests, their concerns, and we appreciate how important they are as part of the economy. These venues employ, between breweries and pubs and clubs, we're talking about 160,000 jobs. These are people's livelihoods. And to be able to provide that certainty to the organisations that employ them means that their jobs are now safer because of this very minor relief. And the good news is, as I was saying before, this is in no way inflationary. Because this is a pause, this isn't adding money to the economy, it's not making any other problems worse, it is simply giving them some breathing space. Some breathing space so they can know what the future holds with a little bit more certainty, that they can invest in their businesses and organisations, that the bowls clubs can continue to provide affordable hospitality services, can continue to engage their communities, can continue to support some of our most vulnerable people, and continue to provide a meeting place in good times and bad for members of our community. And it is amazing that such what is really quite a modest measure can have such a powerful and profound impact across so many people. But that is the genius behind this temporary measure. It is something, it's one of those from little things, big things, grow scenarios, because this small measure will have so many secondary impacts. And while I know secondary impacts are not something that is considered in Treasury modelling and other things we read, they are real, they are profound. We're talking about livelihoods, we're talking about jobs, and in the case of pubs and clubs and other venues, we're talking about community life. We're talking about togetherness. We're talking about maintaining opportunities for people to get out of the house, meet with one another, gather, and we achieve that by ensuring that the venues that they do that in are sustainable, that the costs are moderated as much as possible, and that we are acknowledging times that are challenging. We know that with inflation over a number of years post-COVID, it meant that CPI increases were significant. And so putting a pause on them is a reasonable response to ensure that we can still achieve the important health outcomes of having the alcohol excise and the relevant customs duties, but at the same time, give business a break when they need it. Give consumers a break when they need it. It shows that the Albanese Labor government is standing up for small business, it is standing up for consumers, and it is ensuring that prices remain as low as they can for all involved. But as I was saying, this is not an isolated measure. This is part of a narrative of a government that has been laser-focused on the cost of living, whether it is healthcare, whether it is education, whether it's free TAFE, whether it is ensuring that people on practicum placements receive $331 a week of support. We're focused on those who need a bit of assistance to build the best life possible for themselves so they can liberate their talents, and this is just one of the many measures. But cost of living relief is also given with the Medicare urgent care clinics. It's given to small business through unfair contracts legislation. There is so much reform across the board. And for small business, this is also one of many measures. We're working with them to increase their cybersecurity. We've changed the tax settings so they have that extension of the instant asset write-off. We're working with business to ensure regulations that are duplicated and don't make a lot of sense are being cut. We're reviewing about 400 different regulations at the moment to ensure the efficiency and effectiveness at a government level as well. So we are a government that is focused on supporting small business in any way we can, cutting inefficiencies. We are ensuring that government is a facilitator, is not unnecessarily getting in the way. And every now and then, you just need a bit of an economic break, and that is exactly what this important measure does. It provides a break at a time when it's needed most. It is temporary. Its impact on the budget is going to be negligible compared to the benefits, and it's something that is well targeted given the very real and important role alcohol taxes play in the health of our nation. We've seen declining consumption of alcohol in many areas of the country, although I note that there is more work to be done in rural and regional areas. But the mission of all of those measures remains as it is. But to temporarily pause the increase in the beer excise and equivalent customs duty is a sensible, responsible, proportionate measure at this point in time that will have a significant and profound impact for the very people we're trying to support. The hard-working small business owners who are employing locals all around the country, not just in suburbs like the ones I represent, but in the small country towns where we all know that the pub is really the heart of the town. If the pub closes, community life dissipates. People just stay home. So we need to ensure that those essential businesses, those community hubs are supported to be successful, that they are supported to continue doing the important work they do for their communities. And that includes not only the services they provide directly, but also the sponsorships they offer to sports clubs, to community groups, to the Lions clubs, to the Rotaries. Often the first sponsor on the list of a given footy club, whether it's in the country or in the suburbs, is the local pub. They have been community benefactors for a very, very long time. They are an important part not only of our economy, not only of our employment sectors, but they're also just an essential part of local communities. They're the places we meet, but they're also the sponsors, they're the employers, and they are sometimes the beating heart of industry in a small town. And I cannot think of a thriving small town in Australia that doesn't have a pub or two or three at the centre of it. And so this initiative to support those businesses, those largely small businesses, we're saying of about 10,000 taverns, about 7,500 of them are small family businesses, making modest profits, but keeping the doors open, and had done so through very, very tough times over the pandemic. The great survivors of our industry. And we know the hospitality sector has been doing it tough for the last few years. The stats on that are very plain. So if we can bring in a measure that is not inflationary, that is supportive of that industry, and will also help to protect jobs and the community benefits, then it's something everyone in this chamber should be supporting. But it's something that needs to be done in a steady, responsible way, because all actions have effects. So this is, in my view, a fantastically calibrated intervention. Ensures that it is consistent with our targeted approach to cost of living relief, but it also reflects an approach by a good, steady government that has real results, but is calibrated to supporting communities in a way that does not have broad and negative implications on our local economy. So I commend the Treasurer, the Assistant Treasurer, for the work they've done with this measure, and I'm also proud to say that it was a promise made and a promise kept by the Albanese Labor government. Because we're not the party of core and non-core promises. We say what we mean, and we will deliver on the commitments we've made to the people at the 2025 election, and will continue to do so. So I commend this bill to the House and raise a glass to the good people of Australia.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of my favourite ads of all time tells us that a man's got to win, and to win, he has to get on top and stay there. And you can't do that without a canoe. And you've got to have the biggest, strongest, longest canoe. Life can be tough, and canoes can be awkward. So why not just ignore it all with a refreshing Carlton draft? Deputy Speaker, beer has played a significant part in Australian society, notably through its advertising. Who could forget the big ad? Very big ad. Can't believe how big it was. A few years ago, I went to see The Dismissal with the now member for Banks, and to conjure up the sound of the 70s, they played the "I Feel Like a Tooheys" jingle. In our films, who could forget the iconic scene in Crocodile Dundee in which the world was introduced to Michael J. Crocodile Dundee in an Aussie pub? Australian pubs are part of our culture, part of our social life, and part of the way that we connect with each other. It's not about what's behind the bar. It's about jobs, families, and communities. Sometimes you just want to go where everybody knows your name. But catching up with your mates shouldn't break the bank. And that's why I'm very happy to support this measure. From 1st of August 2025, the Albanese Labor government has paused indexation of draft beer excise and excise equivalent custom duties for 2 years. This crisp, full-bodied reform will mean the tax on a keg will not keep creeping up every 6 months like the head on a badly poured pint. This is practical, targeted relief, not just for pubs, clubs and brewers, but for everyday Aussies. This means this measure applies to containers between 4 and 48 litres, the kegs you see rolled into pubs every day, and to containers over 48 litres used in larger venues. It doesn't apply to bottled or canned beer, spirits or other excisable beverages. This is about helping hospitality operators. It's about keeping the price of a pint steady for everyday Australians. Across Australia, around 10,000 hospitality venues will benefit, and around 75% of those are small, family-run businesses. It means jobs for bar staff, chefs, cleaners and security. It means work for the truck driver delivering the kegs and the farmer growing the barley. It means a pub stays open. It means and the whole supply chain can keep moving. This is a targeted measure. It's temporary. It's fiscally responsible. It costs the budget around $95 million over 4 years, a modest investment compared to the benefits for jobs and for communities. And it does not change the overall structure of alcohol taxation or weaken public health objectives. On this side of the House, we remain committed to responsible consumption. We are not saying drink more beer, we are saying let us make the price of a pint sure not to go through the roof while small businesses are still recovering from the conditions they experienced under the previous government. Deputy Speaker, this is about jobs. Nationally, approximately 160,000 Australians work in the hospitality and brewing sectors that rely on these venues. These are jobs for young people starting out, for parents juggling shifts, and for skilled chefs and managers who keep venues running. When these venues struggle, jobs are at risk, not just behind the bar, but across the supply chain. This measure is good for brewers. Many brewers are small, independent producers who rely heavily on keg sales to maintain cash flow and jobs. One such brewer is Slim Pickens Brewhouse in Engadine, a small-scale craft brewery passionate about crafting unique, small-batch rotating beers. Pausing indexation will help brewers like Slim Pickens manage costs, plan production, and continue investing in local communities like Engadine. But this reform also has reached beyond pubs and brewers. They flow to farmers, transport operators, equipment suppliers, and thousands of small businesses linked to the hospitality supply chain. A pub staying open means it buys local produce, it hires local tradespeople, it keeps money circulating in the local economy. This is a cost of living measure that also strengthens small business resilience. It's a clear example of responsible government action designed to make a difference without driving inflation or compromising fiscal discipline. This reform is just another part of the suite of cost of living relief being delivered by the Albanese Labor government. Since the 1st of July, we've delivered a 3.5% increase in the national minimum wage and award wages, making an enormous difference to the lives of the most vulnerable workers. When those opposite were in power, they kept wages for vulnerable people low, and they were proud of it. They said that low wages were a deliberate design feature of our economic architecture. They sacrificed the well-being of vulnerable Australians for the sake of a perceived economic benefit that never eventuated. On this side of the House, we know that paying workers a living wage benefits the economy, and that's part of the reason why our economic outcomes have been so superior to what they achieved in their time in office. We're also raising the super guarantee to 12%, meaning more Australians will be able to afford a retirement and more independent of government support in their old age. Paid parental leave is also increasing to 24 weeks, with super now paid on all government-paid parental leave. Another $150 in energy bill relief before the end of the year. $10,000 in incentive payments for new housing apprentices. We're also helping households with the cost of energy through our cheaper home batteries. This program has seen overwhelming take-up since its inception in July of this year, as more and more households see the benefits that come from the new energy economy. This program is saving Australians thousands off their bills each day, and it's only growing. Through our solar share offer, the default market offer retailers will be required to offer free electricity to households for at least 3 hours in the middle of the day when solar generation is at its peak, extending the benefits of the energy transition to Australians right across my electorate of Hughes and across the country, and providing stability to energy demand. We're also cutting 20% off student loan debts for 3 million Australians, removing a financial barrier that has affected the weekly finances of millions of Australians and kept many of them out of the housing market. We've made medicines cheaper, taking PBS prescriptions to only $25. The last time PBS prescriptions were $25, it was 2004, and we were cheering on Brad Pitt in 2004 film Troy. And of course, we're restoring bulk billing. Those opposite tried to end bulk billing. They tried to introduce co-payments and make people pay for their primary health care. The Leader of the Opposition, as Health Minister, provided absolutely no help to those seeking to bulk bill. But we're fixing that. And from the 1st of November, we are restoring bulk billing as the norm in Australia. And more is coming. Further tax cuts for every taxpayer, another 50 Medicare urgent care clinics, and expanded bulk billing. We've done this with responsible economic management. We've kept inflation down. When we came to office, inflation was about 6, 7. Now inflation has a 3 in front of it. That responsible management has empowered the Reserve Bank to make 3 interest rate cuts this year, reducing costs for mortgage holders and small businesses across the nation. This freeze to the excise is part of that responsible management. It's about keeping local venues open, keeping people in work, keeping communities connected. That's what Labor governments do. They protect decent jobs, and they give our communities the environment they need to thrive, connect and grow. This measure is about giving small businesses the breathing space they need to plan ahead, retain staff and reinvest in their businesses. It's about supporting Australian brewers, particularly small and independent producers who rely on keg sales to maintain cash flow and jobs. And yes, it's about making sure that when Australians head to their local for a cold one, they're not greeted with a nasty surprise. Because let's face it, no one wants to pay champagne prices for a schooner of beer. That would leave a bitter taste. If this measure helps keep the price of a pint steady, then that's something worth raising a glass to. Let's give our pubs, clubs and brewers the fair go they deserve. This government is protecting jobs. This government is keeping communities strong. And this government is protecting Australians. So let's make sure that when Australians raise a glass, they toast not just to good friends and good times, but to good, responsible government. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Maribyrnong is known for many things: iconic sporting venues, historic shopping strips and long-established suburbs that have helped shape Melbourne's identity for well over a century. And with such strong foundations, it's no surprise that our electorate is also home to many of Melbourne's most popular pubs and hospitality venues. In suburbs across Maribyrnong, the local pub isn't just somewhere to grab a drink, it's the beating heart of the neighbourhood. It's where people come together, celebrate wins, big and small, decompress after long days, share laughter and look after one another. That's why this bill, a simple, sensible 2-year pause on draft beer excise indexation, is so welcome. It keeps the tax on the keg steady and stops the price of a pint from creeping up when people are already struggling with cost of living everywhere else. And importantly, it backs in the pubs and clubs, brewers and hospitality workers. They're such a big part of life in my electorate. This is a measure people can genuinely feel in their weekly routines, in the budgets of local families and in the life of their sports clubs and community groups who rely on local venues as meeting places and social hubs. Let me paint the picture. If you're in Essendon on a Friday arvo, you'll see locals piling into the Link or the Royal after work. In Ascot Vale, you've got punters catching up at the Union or recently reopened L'Oreal. In Kensington, the Melbourne Cup crowd may be long gone for the year, but the Judy Gala Hotel is still buzzing and full of character. And up in Gladstone Park, the family-run Gladstone Park Hotel remains the go-to spot for birthdays, knock-offs, community raffles, you name it. These aren't just iconic local pubs, they're community gathering places that double as dining rooms, meeting spaces, live music venues, sports hubs and unofficial community centres with much better food. Behind the bar, keeping everything moving, are hospitality workers. Bartenders pulling beers flat out during the footy, the waiter navigating a packed dining room on a Saturday night, the kitchen crew sweating it out to keep palmers flying out the door. They're the heartbeat of the industry. And I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard-working hospo members of United Workers Union who fight for fair hours, secure jobs and decent conditions, strengthening the very venues that keep our communities connected. For years now, pubs and venues have been hit by challenge after challenge. First, the pandemic smashed their revenue and threw their future into complete uncertainty. Then the supply chain issues pushed the cost of things up. Power bills, produce prices, keg transport insurance costs. And our government recognises that and recognises the pressure that our publicans are under. And every automatic excise increase pushed the price of draft beer higher and higher until the cost curve started to resemble a skate park. Publicans across Ascot Vale and Moonee Ponds have told me directly they can't keep raising prices because people are already struggling. But they also can't absorb the rising costs either. That's the reality of Maribyrnong and right across the country. These are small operators, family-run businesses and local employers trying to stay afloat while doing the right thing by their staff and their communities. They're not making noise for attention. They are genuinely under pressure. When local venues are under pressure, so are local jobs. So are apprenticeships, so are young workers earning their first paychecks, so are the suppliers and the brewers who rely on these venues to survive. This measure helps steady the ship, and when you steady the ship for a pub, you steady life for hundreds of people around it. Now let's talk about the brewers, because they're doing it tough too, especially the small independent producers who rely heavily on keg sales. Across Maribyrnong, it is widely understood that small brewers are carrying immense cost pressures. Raw materials are up, freight is up, packaging is up. These aren't multinational companies with global buffers and giant reserves. They're local businesses employing local people, bringing creativity, craftsmanship and distinct Victorian character into Australia's beer scene. This pause gives them breathing room, the space they need to plan production, retain staff and continue contributing to local jobs. And let's be honest, Victorians love independent beer. We take pride in our small brewers. They bring flavour, innovation, a sense of community identity you simply don't get from the large multinationals. Keeping them viable keeps choice alive and keeps the tap list interesting, which every publican and every regular appreciates. The best thing about this measure, Deputy Speaker, is how targeted it is. It applies only to draft beer that kegs, pubs and clubs serve from. Not bottles, not cans, not spirits, not RTDs, just the stuff on tap. That's deliberate. This isn't about cheap alcohol or encouraging people to overindulge. It's about and it's not about rewriting the entire alcohol tax framework. It's about one thing: supporting a sector that strengthens communities, employs locals, and keeps our suburbs vibrant. And because it's time limited, a 2-year pause, it provides relief without undermining long-term tax policy or public health measures. Let me talk about why this really matters in a community like mine. Because in Maribyrnong, the pub isn't just a pub. It's where footy fans go to celebrate and commiserate in equal measure. It's where local tradies gather after knocking off early on a warm Friday. It's where young people get their first job, where families head for a Palmer and when they can't be bothered cooking, where local sporting clubs host their presentations, where community groups hold fundraisers and where trivia nights raise money for kids' sports kits and school camps. It's also where our new migrants get a genuine taste of Australian community life. It's where our older residents stay connected, where loneliness lifts even for a moment, where laughter rolls through the room and where conversations jump across generations like they've always belonged together. When a pub goes under, that little ecosystem goes with it. That whole pocket of community of joy disappears. We can't take these places for granted. Hospitality workers know better than anyone what happens when a venue is under pressure. They're the first to lose hours, the first to have shifts cut, the first to feel the insecurity that comes with unpredictable rosters. They were hit hardest through the pandemic, and many are still putting their pieces back together. Wages in hospitality has been historically low, conditions often inconsistent, and burnout is real. Giving venues stability helps give workers stability. And when workers feel secure, the whole community benefits. And let's remember, pubs and brewers don't operate in isolation. Behind every keg is a farmer growing barley and hops. There's a truck driver hauling the keg from brewery to the pub. There's a technician making sure the taps are flowing. There's a linen service washing uniforms and tablecloths. There's a muso playing an acoustic set in the corner on a Sunday afternoon. There's a local sports club using the pub as its unofficial clubhouse. This is the whole chain of jobs and small businesses all strengthened when pubs are strong. Some folk might say, it's just beer, what does it matter? Well, Deputy Speaker, most people in my community would answer that without even thinking. The local pub is where friendships begin. It's where footy arguments run longer than the AFL season. It's where someone will always ask how your week's been and genuinely care about the answer. For older residents, shift workers and people doing it tough, it can be the most important social place that they have. The place they feel welcome, the place they feel something, part of something. When prices rise too quickly, people stay home. When people stay home, venues struggle. When venues struggle, hours get cut. When hours get cut, families feel the pinch. It's all connected. This bill helps break that chain of strain. And this fits into something bigger. While we're keeping the cost of a pint steady, we're also delivering one of the strongest cost of living packages Australia has seen in years. Wages are up. Superannuation is strengthening. Parents have more support with expanded paid parental leave. Power bill relief is easing household pressure. Student debts are shrinking instead of ballooning. Prac students in nursing, teaching, midwifery and social work are finally receiving payments. Bulk billing is expanded. More urgent care clinics are opening. Aged care workers are receiving long overdue pay rises. And all of this is happening while we're keeping inflation low. This is Labor delivering on its promise to build a better future while supporting working Australians and providing meaningful cost of living relief. That's why this measure fits and sits so comfortably within the government's broader economic approach. It's simple, it's smart, it's aimed exactly where the pressure is. Stabilise the cost of a keg and you stabilise the cost of running a venue. Stabilise the cost of running a venue and you protect jobs. Protect jobs and communities breathe easier. Publicans, workers and locals across Maribyrnong tell me the same thing. They're proud of their community and its local institutions. They don't want a special carve-out. They want predictability. They want stability. And they want a government that listens. This bill delivers precisely that. So here it is, Deputy Speaker. The bill keeps the lights on at the places that where Maribyrnong comes to life. It keeps the Palmers coming, the footy banter flowing, the Friday Arvo rush humming, and our venues full of laughter long into the night. It keeps workers on shift, brewers brewing, and locals able to enjoy a pint without needing to phone their bank manager first. Because in my community, the pub is a humble place, but it is where the magic happens. It's where friendships spark, ideas are swapped, sports teams are celebrated, and someone inevitably shouts, "I'll get the next round," even when they absolutely shouldn't. It's where new migrants meet their neighbours, where older residents find familiar faces, and where working people get the break they deserve. This bill backs that spirit, the working class heart that defines Maribyrnong, the spirit that lives in an ice-cold beer shared in good company. It gives every punter, whether at the Doot or the race day or the Link during footy season, a fair go. It's practical, it's sensible, and it's exactly what our community needs. I'm absolutely thrilled to support it. I commend the bill to the House.
I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak today in support of the Excise Tariff Amendment and the Customs Tariff Amendment bills, because Melbourne understands hospitality. In Melbourne, hospitality is not a backdrop, it is the soundtrack. From the clatter of plates on Brunswick Street to the roar of a pub before the siren at the G. We know that Melbourne is the heart of Australia's hospitality scene, and these bills keep it that way. The indexation pause that began on the 1st of October 2025 is another example of how this government is supporting small businesses and the workers they employ. Under these bills, the scheduled increase in August 2025 through to February 2027 will not occur. Instead, indexation will resume in August 2027 at the frozen rate, which permanently lowers the long-term excise path. This is responsible, targeted relief that helps around 10,000 venues nationwide and supports 160,000 workers across the brewery and hospitality sectors. It also supports Melbourne's creative life, from the musicians who rely on gig rooms to the comedy, artists and event organisers who build their careers inside these venues. Speaker, in Melbourne, hospitality is not just an industry. It is one of the defining features of our city. Walk through Carlton or Fitzroy at any hour and you feel it. Catch a tram down Bridge Road in Richmond, through the city or on Chapel Street in South Yarra and you see it. Hospitality gives people income, stability, community and well-being. It is one of our biggest employers and one of the most important cultural forces. These bills strengthen the venues that make Melbourne, Melbourne. I want to speak about something that started as a little gem, then grew into a movement. Mountain Goat in Richmond. Two mates started in the late 1990s in an old warehouse, brewing with second-hand equipment and offering local pizzas on a Wednesday night while the taps ran. Those early nights helped build Melbourne's craft beer culture. They were pioneers, experimenting, taking risks and helping shape what the industry became. Speaker, in Melbourne, ordering a beer is not a simple choice. It's a commitment. You ask for the tap list and suddenly you're looking at 30 options, half of them brewed within walking distance. At that point, you're not choosing a drink, you're entering a relationship. That newfound relationship reflects something real. Draft beer is central to how hospitality operates in this city. When excise remains stable, venues can maintain prices, keep customers coming through the door and hold on to staff with confidence. That support delivered by these bills sits inside a broader economic reality. Many hospitality venues even seen their margins squeezed by rising input costs. They cannot simply absorb an increase in excise twice a year without consequences. A pause on indexation means small businesses can plan across the next 2 financial years with accuracy. It helps protect jobs, it helps protect business viability, it helps protect local economies that rely on hospitality to stay vibrant. In Abbotsford, Bodrigi Brewers shows what that looks like. The venue was transformed from an old LP gas conversion warehouse into a community space that supports local artists and live music. This creative ecosystem depends on stable, predictable costs. When the stage lights stay on, our cultural life stays strong. Speaker, these bills also support the brewing sector, which relies heavily on keg sales to maintain cash flow. Kegs require more labour, more logistics and more handling than other forms. These bills support more jobs. Keeping excise stable helps brewers plan production cycles, invest in equipment and maintain predictable relationships with pubs and venues. Stability flows through the entire supply chain, from farmers growing grain, truck drivers delivering keg, to technicians maintaining tap systems. Another great example from my electorate is Mill Brewer at the Bendigo Hotel in Collingwood, sitting inside a venue that has been part of Melbourne's live music DNA for decades. Its beer sales supports musicians, comedy nights and a thriving local art scene. Places like this hold neighbourhood identity. They aren't just venues, they are cultural anchors. Speaker, these bills also deliver measurable financial benefit. By pausing indexation 4 times over 2 years, this government is helping save venues from automatic increase that would have compounded into real pressure. The permanent lowering of the long-term excise trajectory means businesses in future years will pay less tax than they would otherwise have. This helps small venues stay open, helps new venues survive the hardest early years, and helps established venues serve the communities that rely on them. These savings matter. For many small pub operators, even a modest reduction in expected costs can be the difference between maintaining hours or cutting them, investing in local staff or delaying that decision, and continuing to operate or closing the doors. Hospitality operates on tight margins. Predictable costs support secure livelihoods. Speaker, Another venue in Melbourne is Brick Lane near the Queen Victoria Market. Shows how powerful that support can be. Brick Lane was founded by a collective that included local athletes, hospitality leaders and industry experts who wanted to create a brewery grounded in community. They employ locals, invest in brewing apprenticeships and help revitalise the Queen Victoria Market precinct. A pause in excise indexation gives them, their workers, certainty as they continue to grow. Because in Melbourne, we do not just drink beer, we workshop it, we analyse it. I've listened in as bargoers in Richmond describe an IPA the way others would describe a novel or a long-lost lover. Speaker, to reflect more broadly on what this legislation means from the economic stability of the communities we present. In an industry like hospitality, long-term planning is not an abstract exercise. It is the difference between a venue that can retain skilled staff and a venue that cannot. It's the difference between investing in equipment, repairs and training or deferring them indefinitely. For small business owners, certainty translates directly into confidence, and confidence translates into better decisions for workers and customers. In Melbourne, our hospitality venues aren't just places to eat or drink. They are the rooms where the city remembers who it is. They are where people go when celebrating, when feeling lonely, when starting over, or when they just need to sit somewhere and feel familiar. When a venue can plan ahead, it can keep being that anchor. The place that stays open when someone needs a moment of normal. The place a community leans on without ever even having to ask. Our venues give Melbourne somewhere to gather, to breathe and to belong. This pause also improves the resilience of the supply chain behind every keg. Breweries depend on predictable demands from pubs. Transport providers rely on predictable routes. Grain growers rely on predictable production schedules. When excise is stable, the entire chain becomes easier to manage. Businesses can commit to local suppliers with greater certainty and create more reliable income streams for people who support the industry from behind the scenes. Speaker, this doesn't just affect the great restaurants and bars of Melbourne. Every dollar spent in a hospitality venue circulates through multiple layers of the local economy. It supports small suppliers who rarely get mentioned, the local bakeries delivering bread or the florists supplying events, the cleaners keeping venues clean and welcoming. When venues remain strong, they keep people employed, they keep money moving and they keep neighbourhoods active. Strong hospitality helps reduce isolation, supports mental well-being and delivers social benefits that extend well beyond the economic ledger. That is why targeted responsible relief is so important. It is not a subsidy of luxury. It's about strengthening a sector that plays a crucial role in the social and economic life. It's about helping small businesses managing during volatile periods. It's about ensuring that workers have stable workplaces that support their well-being, their income and their sense of security. In Melbourne, that matters. Our cafes, pubs and small bars are the places where ideas spark, friendships form and communities take shape. The intent is simple: strengthen the businesses that give Melbourne its character, support the spaces that bring people together, and make sure our hospitality scene continues to thrive as one of the great engines of the city's culture and identity. Melbourne anchors the national hospitality landscape. Our city hosts the largest sporting events in the country, including the Australian Tennis Open and the Grand Prix. We host major festivals, conferences, exhibitions and celebrations. None of these events function without hospitality. Hospitality workers welcome international visitors, serve families, support tourism and keep the city running long after other industries close for the night. When we support hospitality in Melbourne, we support the national visitor economy. As we strengthen Melbourne's international reputation, we strengthen Australia's place in the world. Our city is known around internationally for its food cultures, its laneway bars its world-class service and its ability to deliver major events and precision and generosity. The skills held by Melbourne's hospitality sector, creativity, professionalism, technical expertise are part of what makes our city competitive on the global stage. When we invest in this industry, we safeguard not just local culture, but Melbourne's standing as one of the world's great event and hospitality capitals. These bills complement other government measures that support households and small businesses. They sit alongside bill relief, support for apprentices and increased rent assistance. Together, these measures help families manage cost of living pressures and help small businesses remain competitive. The impact of these bills extend beyond alcohol taxation. They help protect the social fabric of our communities. Hospitality venues offer connection, they offer belonging, they give people a place to celebrate, to gather, to relax, and to be part of something larger than themselves. A strong hospitality sector supports mental well-being and strengthens neighbourhood life. I once heard a bartender in Collingwood explain a list of seasonal beers that included a pale ale inspired by tropical sunsets, a pilsner inspired by buttery croissants, and a stout inspired by existential dread. The sense of humour and creativity is part of who we are. These bills help protect the places that make that possible. The pause in indexation is responsible. It maintains the structure of alcohol taxation, it avoids inflationary pressures, it is temporary and measured. It provides real and practical support for small businesses that employ thousands of Australians. These bills recognise the value of work, the importance of stability and the need to protect industries that bring communities together. Melbourne is a city that takes its social spaces seriously. Our pubs, bars and breweries are where ideas start, friendships grow and community is built. Protecting them isn't nostalgia, it's an investment in the civic life that makes this city what it is. Melbourne leads the nation in hospitality. The legislation helps ensure we continue to lead, not by accident, but by design. Through careful policy, through real relief, and through a clear understanding of the role hospitality plays in the life of our communities. I am proud to support these bills. I am proud to support the workers and businesses that make Melbourne what it is, a great place to live. Because Melbourne does not follow hospitality trends, Melbourne sets them, and this legislation will keep us setting them. I commend the bill to the House.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Speaker, and what an honour and a pleasure it is to follow the member for Melbourne, my new neighbour in this place. And the Yarra River used to be the border between Melbourne and McNamara, but now we have this wonderful amalgamation of the southern and CBD parts of Melbourne. And one thing that the member for Melbourne and I share is some of the best places for people to come and visit in our magnificent city. And whether people come to the member for Melbourne's electorate to go and see some of the most amazing sporting or cultural events in the country, or navigate down south to the arts capital of the country in South Bank, and right through so many other parts of my electorate, what people know is that if you're going to come to our neck of the woods, you're going to have so many options of amazing small and big establishments to come and visit and to enjoy. And it's something that we stand in this place wanting to support our amazing local businesses and our amazing local establishments that make Melbourne vibrant, make it exciting, make it fun, but also provide jobs to our wonderful hospitality workers. And this bill, the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, is really all about supporting our local businesses and supporting the amazing hard-working staff who work in them. And it is really hard work, Acting Speaker, to be a hospitality worker. People who work in our local establishments, they work really hard to serve people and to ensure that those businesses can function. And they do so to help represent our city and ensure that people who are visiting our city have a great time, but also locals who want to go and support their local pub or bar as well. And so at first glance, this bill might seem a little technical, but the beer excise is actually something that can add up and can make a financial difference to a lot of small businesses. And so around the country, when we have members who are privileged to represent these great local and vibrant small businesses and local businesses and pubs and breweries and all those sorts of establishments, it's actually something that we take great joy and pride in, to be able to support them and to ensure that they have lower costs so that they can focus on running their business and not worrying about the escalating costs of excises such as these. And in my own electorate of Macnamara, I mentioned at the start some of the overall wonderful vibes that you can receive and visit in Macnamara, but this is not an exhausting list, and I sincerely apologise to any of the establishments that I have forgotten, but some of my favourite local establishments that really represent the real array of iconic venues that we've got in our community are ones that locals love, that people who come to visit our city love, and that really shine and welcome people in, whether they're from our community, whether from other parts of Melbourne, other parts of Australia, or whether they're coming as part of our vibrant tourism industry. The Espy in St Kilda is one of the most iconic venues, and it recently had a big renovation, Acting Speaker. I can happily report to the House that the floors are a lot less sticky, but the decor and the time that you can have at the Espy is as good as ever. And the team who redid the Espy did a marvellous job, and it is absolutely heaving on a Saturday night. And for anyone who wants to go to St Kilda and have a great night out, or you want a great meal, I definitely encourage the Espy. We've got the Railway Hotel in South Melbourne, an iconic local business that's been there for a long time. Back in my university days, Acting Speaker, I occasionally ventured down to the Windsor Castle, which was a good venue for a Wednesday night. You could go and have a good beer down at the Windsor Castle, and it's sort of tucked away behind a little nook right in the heart of Windsor, and I won't take that interjection. But actually, East St Kilda has become a real hotspot for nightlife, and great local bars as well. And the local tap house was one of the first that really did that, where you could get fantastic beers on tap that were some of the best that you could get in Melbourne. And the food there is also excellent. And I definitely recommend coming down to East St Kilda as well. It's people unfairly think of St Kilda and near the beach, but East St Kilda is such a great part of my local electorate, and have so many great establishments. On Fitzroy Street, which is obviously the nightlife capital of Melbourne, and so many iconic venues such as the Prince of Wales, also has a smaller establishment in Chronicles Bar, which I'll give a shout out to. It's a young team, a local team, who have established this, and popping up a few other venues as well. But Chronicles is always welcoming, and the team there work really hard, and it's a great small local business that's making it work on a street that desperately needs really good businesses and people walking up and down there and contributing and supporting our local businesses. In South Bank, there are so many different options around, so many amazing food options as well. But an old favourite of mine is the Belgian Beer Cafe, which the team of Macnamara once did our Christmas party there, Acting Speaker, and it was a great day. The team there really looked after us, and they were wonderful people. But all of these local stories and all of these local businesses, we want them to continue and thrive. And obviously the cost of excises to run these on-tap beers adds up, and this is a core part of their product business, and obviously we want to ensure that they are able to thrive and continue to manage all of the costs of running their business in a way that makes it sustainable, so that they continue to be there. Because when you ask people what are the things you love about our local community, it's having the places that are familiar, having places that are unique, having places that are uniquely parts of our local community. Just like the Vineyard, which was established in 1886 right on Ackland Street, just down the road from my office, where actually we launched our campaign for the election earlier this year at the Vineyard, and the team of the Vineyard were just absolutely wonderful in welcoming over 200 people, strong Labor contingent who were gearing up for the election campaign. And we had musicians from the Australian National Academy of Music perform. We had the Deputy Prime Minister come and launch the campaign, but it was all hosted in this iconic venue that had been around for, as I said, over 100 years. And these are the sorts of businesses that this excise freeze will support. These are the sorts of businesses that we're here to support right around the country. And in Macnamara, every single pub, every single bar, every single bowls club, and every single venue, they do more than just pour a beer. They support jobs, they support local communities, they bring people together. They're the homes of good and fun parts of our amazing city, and they're also why people come to Melbourne, why people come to visit, and why people come and stay and enjoy. And there's nothing better than a summer's day in Melbourne where at the Espy, I take the interjection from the government whip. I did mention the Espy. I reported to the House earlier that after the renovations, the floors are less sticky, but the times are just as good, whip. And we're very pleased to support these businesses, and I'll continue in a moment.
So you are seeking leave to continue your remarks?
Yes, if that's possible.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate for this bill be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour of this day. All of their opinions say aye. All those against no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the annual climate change statement.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the traditional custodians of this land. The National Climate Risk Assessment told us this year that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples will experience unique impacts from climate change. Since the last annual statement, the Australian Government has released the first ever First Nations Clean Energy Strategy. And I was also proud to recently appoint a key architect of this strategy, Dr Kate George, to the board of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the first Indigenous person to serve on the board. Yeah. Because we believe that Australia's First Nations must be part of the conversation at the highest levels. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we gather today, something incredible is happening across our country. Over 1,000 Australian households are having a battery installed in their home today, each day. Yeah. Over 500 households are installing solar panels for the first time, each day, joining the 1 in 3 Australian households who already have them in place. And around 1,000 motorists are getting into a brand new hybrid, electric vehicle or plug-in hybrid each and every day. Yeah. Never before in our history have so many Australians been able to take control of their energy destiny. And I can tell the House that now, as of today, 139,629 Australians have installed a cheaper home battery, equating to 3.054 gigawatt hours of storage for our grid. So it's clear that in many ways Australian households are leading the charge. That's why this government will keep working to make it easier for households to save on their energy bills and take advantage of clean, reliable power. We're seeing the Cheaper Home Battery Scheme bring down the cost of batteries. Their availability is smoothing evening demand, reducing our reliance on expensive gas. And in doing so, this is helping bring down bills for everyone. Australia's energy market is in a remarkable transition. Through Solar Sharer, we're making sure that more Australians benefit from this transition, whether they have solar panels or not. We announced this new retail offer at the start of this month, making it available for all households in the default market offer regulated states of New South Wales, South East Queensland and South Australia from July next year. And I was pleased to recently see that the Victorian Essential Services Commission is also consulting on making it available in Victoria next year too. So whether it's harnessing free solar or encouraging more people to be part of the energy market with their batteries, bills stay lower for everyone and our grid becomes fairer, all while doing our bit for the planet. That's what we've done in one term, but there is so much more to do. It's clear that energy prices are still too high. When we entered office, we uncovered that the former coalition government had hidden a 20% price surge until after the election. It was the departing gift from the former coalition government that had failed to do anything to replace Australia's ageing coal. Most of Australia's coal-fired power stations are more than 40 years old. This isn't a secret. All of our independent market bodies and regulators have told us year on year that coal power stations are becoming more unreliable and increasingly costly to operate. We need to replace them, and the cheapest way to do that is renewables. Yeah. The average level of coal capacity that was unavailable due to outages increased by 28% in the second quarter of this year, compared with the same period last year, and that's costing Australians in their bills. When coal goes down, bills go up. And the Australian Energy Market Commission has warned, and I quote, "Delaying the connection of renewable generation and transmission into the market will put upward pressure on residential electricity costs." This remains an inconvenient fact for those opposite who continue to ignore their they continue to ignore these facts in their internal ideological energy debate. While those opposite are arguing, we are acting. Yeah. We're acting to make energy more affordable and more abundant at every level, from the household to the market to energy generation. We're working with households to insulate them from energy price spikes and to put them back in charge of their bills. Wholesale electricity prices fell by a third last quarter. Now, we all know there's more work to do to make sure this flows to retail bills, and we are going to keep going with that work. Mr Deputy Speaker, the world is taking action. 2025 marks 10 years of the Paris Agreement, and the world is making progress, dealing with the challenges and headwinds and making a difference, not only reducing emissions but also building more reliable energy systems around the world, and we are too. Setting up for economic success in a decarbonising global economy. The world is doing it, Australia is doing it. Yeah. Including by bringing down our projected emissions from based on emissions, bringing down the degree of warming in the world from 4 degrees to 2.8 degrees. Global investment in clean energy projects will exceed $2 trillion in 2025, double that of fossil fuels. The National Climate Risk Assessment makes clear that our country has a lot at stake when it comes to acting on climate change. We know that by 2050, the annual cost to our economy of floods, bushfires, storms, cyclones and hailstorms for a moderate emissions scenario is expected to be over $40 billion. We are not the biggest polluter or the biggest economy, but our commitment to action on climate change matters. It matters for our neighbours. It matters for our economy. It matters for the country that we want to pass on to our children. The global shift to clean energy represents one of the biggest economic transformations since the Industrial Revolution, and it presents our country with a remarkable economic opportunity. As the Climate Change Authority notes in their annual progress report to me, which I will table today, and I quote, "This global shift presents a strategic opportunity for Australia. By acting decisively, Australia can position itself as a clean energy leader and benefit from emerging markets. But by moving slowly," they go on to say, "it would risk losing competitiveness as its raw commodities are increasingly processed overseas using clean energy driven by other nations' national interests. Australia must be proactive to remain relevant in a rapidly decarbonising global economy." So that's why this year, Mr Deputy Speaker, we accepted the advice of the Climate Change Authority and we've set our 2035 climate change target at a range of 62 to 70% reduction in emissions on 2005 levels. We're seeing good progress when it comes to curbing climate pollution. Emissions for the year to June 2025 were 437.5 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. This is a decrease of 2.2% or 9.9 million tonnes compared to the previous year to June. Or another way of putting it is that in 1 year, Australia has reduced emissions by equivalent to the entire domestic aviation sector in Australia, thanks to this government's policies. Yeah. Mr Deputy Speaker, this represents the largest financial year fall in non-land emissions on record outside of the COVID lockdowns. Emissions fell in electricity, in chemicals, metal sectors, fugitives, agriculture and stationary energy, reflecting record renewable generation, abatement technology improvements and reduced venting. This was partly offset by increased transport emissions, an area in which we continue to see long-term opportunity through our new vehicle efficiency standards and low-carbon liquid fuel developments. There's more to do in transport. Australia's 2025 emissions projections, which I'll table today, show that with currently implemented government policies, Australia is on track to achieve our 2030 target in budget terms and is very close to achieving the 2030 point-in-time target as well. The emissions projections show that additional work will be needed to get to the 2035 target. The 2035 target is ambitious and achievable, but it is not yet being achieved. Several pre-existing policies are also not included in the emissions projections, such as support to accelerate the development of Australia's green metals industry, projects funded under the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, and new government purchases of ACCUs under the Powering the Regions Fund. And the emissions projections do not include new policies announced alongside our net zero plan in September, as well as future potential policy changes arising from scheduled reviews such as the Safeguard Review and the new vehicle efficiency standard reviews. We know that the 2035 target reflects Australia's highest possible ambition, because on this side of the House we back our nation's ability to rise to challenges. Yeah. This target is grounded in science and a credible contribution to global efforts to keep warming well below 2 degrees and to have 1.5 degrees within reach, supporting a safer environment for future generations. Yeah. Because we think our shared future is one worth fighting for. Yeah. And because there's opportunity for all of us in taking up this fight. We'll meet it by implementing, strengthening and building on the strong policy foundations we've laid over the last 3 years. It's normal for there to be a gap between projected emissions and a target 10 years into the future. That's why you set a target. And as new policies are developed and implemented, the emissions outlook improves. That's what a target is for, to drive new initiatives and work. Mr Deputy Speaker, we're making good progress. The first time our national grid got to over 70% renewables in any 30-minute period was in September 2023. That was the first time ever. Since the start of September this year, renewables have been 70% or more for at least 30 minutes in a day on 65 days, or 81% of days, including today. In October, renewable energy was half of our national grid, and with this month we are continuing this trend. That's the first time that's ever happened. October this year, the first time renewable energy has supplied half of our energy. Yeah. In the last 12 months, Australia has produced over 100 terawatt-hours of renewable electricity, enough to power every household more than 1.5 times. We've seen over 6 gigawatts of new large-scale battery capacity entering the national grid. And this has allowed battery discharge to increase by a massive 150%. And the pipeline remains strong. To date, we have completed 5 of the 15 expected Capacity Investment Scheme tenders. We have over 16 gigawatts of projects under contract or in negotiations. Of these, we expect around 11 gigawatts will have reached financial close by the end of 2026. The Australian Energy Market Operator's latest connection scorecard shows the development pipeline for the main national grid has ballooned out to 275 projects, representing a massive 56.6 gigawatts in generation and storage capacity. 23.2 gigawatts of earlier stage projects are finalising contracts or are under construction, up 43% from the same time last year. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've made good progress. The deniers and the delayers are losing the climate fight. As momentum continues, they seek to disrupt this transformation by disrupting the debate with mistruths, with falsehoods, distortions and deceptions. So it's worth stating 10 simple facts. 1. Climate change is real and it's driven by humans, but we also have the tools to respond. 2. The world has already made good progress, but there's so much more to do. 3. Net zero by 2050 is the absolute bare minimum to avoid the worst impacts of global warming. 4. Australia reducing its emissions matters. It matters for our own future, our economy and our standing in the world. 5. Renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. 6. What's good for the planet is good for your pocket. From home batteries and rooftop solar to cleaner, cheaper to run cars, it's our suburbs and regions that are leading the way. 7. Ageing, unreliable coal-fired power stations are driving up prices every time they break down. 8. Australia has the best solar and wind resources in the world ready to be taken advantage of. 9. Nuclear won't work for Australia. It costs too much and takes too long. And 10. Australia has everything it needs to become a top global destination for clean energy investment. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, with those facts in mind, we must seize this opportunity. We can't pretend that climate change isn't real. We can't ignore it. We can't give up and say it's all too hard. Climate change is part of our lives, and how we adapt and limit the worst of it matters. Now is the time to seize the opportunities of a clean economy. Failure to do so would be to act out of step with Australia's national interests, particularly the interests of those who will come after us. So today we take stock of the progress we've made and we keep going. Mr Deputy Speaker, I present a copy of the 2025 Annual Climate Change Statement, the Climate Change Authority Annual Progress Report. I'll start again, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present a copy of the 2025 Annual Climate Change Statement, the Climate Change Authority Annual Progress Report 2025, Australia's Emissions Projections 2025, Quarterly Update of Australia's National Greenhouse Inventory, June 2025, Australia's Net Zero Plan, Australia's second nationally determined contribution covering statement, and a copy of my ministerial statement.
And I call the Shadow Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of every Australian family struggling to pay their power bills. The single mother in Western Sydney choosing between electricity and groceries. The small business owner in regional Queensland forced to shed staff because energy costs are crushing their margins. The elderly couple in Adelaide rationing their air conditioning because they simply cannot afford to turn it on. These Australians were made a promise, a crystal clear, unambiguous promise, repeated not once, not twice, but 97 times. The Prime Minister and his Energy Minister looked Australians in the eye and pledged that their power bills would fall by $275 by Christmas. 97 times, Deputy Speaker. What did they get instead? Their Christmas present this year from the Albanese Labor government will be an increase in their electricity bill of $1,300. Under this Labor government alone, electricity prices rose 37.1% in the 12 months to October 2025. Deputy Speaker, 200,000 families are now on hardship electricity plans. Food insecurity is affecting 3.5 million households. Poverty is rising from 1 in 8 Australians to 1 in 7. This is not a broken promise. This is betrayal. And today I will show you exactly how this minister has failed on every measure that matters. Affordability, delivery and basic honesty with the Australian people.
The minister loves playing the blame game. The coalition, international markets, anyone but himself. That's the response of a minister working part-time. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the numbers don't lie. It is Labor's failed energy and emissions reduction policies that have us in this mess. The Prime Minister and his Energy Minister promised an energy boom. Instead, they have delivered an energy crisis that is stealing food from tables and destroying the competitiveness of Australian businesses. This did not happen by accident. It happened because the minister has embarked on the most expensive, most disruptive, uncosted and unplanned energy transition in the developed world. His experiment requires billions of dollars in new transmission lines. Network charges, once an afterthought on a power bill, now exceed wholesale energy costs and account for more than 40% of what Australians pay. Wow. And this is causing real human suffering. Energy affordability is fundamental to quality of life. When energy becomes unaffordable, families are forced to ration its use and they spend disproportionate amounts of income on bills at the expense of food, healthcare and basic needs. ACOS has revealed that across Australia, half of respondents in their latest survey are going without food, medication and other essentials to try to pay their energy bills. Others are selling belongings or turning to buy now, pay later schemes. 80% of First Nation respondents are struggling to afford their bills, and 64% of people with a disability are struggling to cool or heat their homes due to energy unaffordability. By driving energy prices up, Labor has destroyed Australians' standard of living. Correct. Poverty has risen from 12.4% to 14.2% under Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and this Energy Minister. That is 3.7 million Australians, including 757,000 children, living below the poverty line. Food insecurity has exploded. For these Australians, the 37.1% rise in electricity prices in a single year delivered by Minister Bowen is devastating. What is most shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that he knew this was going to happen. Minister Bowen was advised again this year in his incoming ministerial briefing materials that prices would rise. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water explicitly warned that, and I quote, the draft default market offer points to a further significant increase in retail electricity prices next financial year. And despite that, the minister presses on with his ideologically driven approach. The department's warnings ignored. The minister repeatedly tells Australians that his ideologically driven renewables-only approach is the cheapest form of energy. He is deceiving the Australian people. He blames high energy bills on the international volatility of coal and gas prices. But gas is down 50% from the 22-23 peak, and coal prices have fallen more than 20% this year alone. So if coal and gas prices have dropped, why are our energy bills still going through the roof? Because the minister isn't telling Australians about the full cost of his ideologically driven renewables-only approach. He obscures the reality of how wind and solar are turned into electrons. Under the minister's plan, we still need firming. That's how the electricity market works. So when the minister says renewables are cheapest, he is giving a part-time response. He's only counting part of the equation. It's like saying the shoelace is cheaper than the shoe. But as we all know, Minister, we need the shoe. Australian families pay for the whole system in their bill, and the whole system is getting more and more expensive. Even the energy industry is sounding the alarm. The Australian Energy Council's most recent CEO survey is absolutely damning of this Labor government's energy policy and mismanagement. Australia's largest energy retailers themselves say the most urgent issue is affordability, and that their feeling is that bills will increase for at least, and I quote, the next decade. Retail bills will increase for a full decade, Deputy Speaker. And it's not just households paying the cost. Industry is collapsing under these pressures. Look at Tomago aluminium smelter, for instance. Over 1,000 jobs could be lost, not viable beyond 2028, with Rio Tinto directly attributing this to soaring power prices. The government is now on its fourth major bailout of the year. Whyalla, Nearstar, Glencore and now Tomago. The number of workers employed in manufacturing has fallen by 31,300 workers in the last year alone. 31,300 in the last year alone. More businesses entered external administration in the past year than during the pandemic. Wow. To June this year alone, nearly 15,000 businesses entered external administration. The minister is harming our economy and sending our manufacturers offshore. He is destroying lives and livelihoods of the Australian people. And after all this pain, all this human impact, what has Minister Bowen's emissions targets achieved? Very little. After more than 3 years of Labor and $75 billion spent, emissions are 28.5% below 2005 levels. Not even a measly 1% decrease since they came to office. When the Coalition left office, emissions were 28% below 2005 levels. Minister Bowen has set a legislated 2030 target of reducing emissions by 43% from 2005 levels. Minister Bowen then set another more aggressive 2035 target of reducing emissions by 62% to 70% from 2005 levels. Under this minister, emissions have tracked abysmally. He pretends things are going swimmingly. They are not. He is underperforming his own targets. Here are some uncomfortable truths. Under the Coalition, we reduced emissions on average by 13 million tonnes each year. By 13 million tonnes each year. Under this minister, the total reduction in emissions across his tenure has been 3 million tonnes. 13 million compared to 3. In 2022-23 under him, emissions rose by 12.3 million tonnes. In 23 to 25, the decline has been modest. Guess what, Mr Speaker? According to the Climate Change Authority's latest advice to the minister, to reach his 2030 target, he will need 18 million tonnes of CO2 reductions each year. This is up from the average 3 million each year, on average, under this minister. To reach his 2035 target, he will now need 20 to 25 million tonnes per year. His emissions reduction will need to be 18 times as much as his average rate of annual reductions. 18 times. At the current rate, we are not on track to reach any of the minister's targets for 90 years. 90 years. The minister claims his 2035 targets are ambitious, but technically feasible. Technically feasible. This is bureaucratic doublespeak that means we can achieve these targets in theory if the economy shuts down. Where will these reductions come from? From which sector? From which fantasy? The Business Council of Australia estimates that achieving this 2035 target requires more than $530 billion in new spending. Where will the money come from? The Australian Energy Council said that its members believe setting ambitious targets without the enabling policy, regulatory and planning frameworks undermines their credibility. These targets are not credible. One Generator CEO says, "It's one of the biggest things Australia is trying to do in such a short space of time. And having no thought-through, detailed plan on how to achieve it, the cost of doing it and your backup plan when things don't go your way, as they invariably don't, is probably going to halt the transition at some point in time over the next 3 to 4 years when the populace say, go hell no, we can't afford it. We can't afford it." There is no transition plan, there is no substantive implementation policy, and there are no costings. Why set then these empty targets? Well, perhaps Minister Bowen set them to impress his buddies at the UN in a bid to host next year's COP31.
Order. The member's time's expired. I call the minister.
I ask leave of the House to refer the order of the day to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is...
I'm sorry, my apologies. My apologies, Mr Speaker. I move that the House take note of the annual climate change statement.
The question is that the House take note of the document. Call Member for Barrera.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of that debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the minister.
I ask leave of the House to refer the order of the day to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted? Thank the member for Barrera. Leave is granted.
I move that the resumption of the debate on the motion to take note of the annual climate change statement be referred to the Federation Chamber.
The question is that the resumption of the debate will be referred to the Federation Chamber. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Call the clock.
Thank you. Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
And I call the member for McNamara.
Well, thank you, Acting Speaker, and I congratulate the Climate Change Minister on his statement and thank him for his tireless efforts in order to bring down emissions. A very difficult job, but one he is doing excellently and with great skill. And just like the Shadow Minister's process, he didn't quite finish before it had to be interrupted by people who are above him. And I know a lot of members opposite were very angry with the Shadow Minister for taking too long with his internal review on net zero. Didn't quite get there, but then the Leader of the Opposition had to step in with the timing because the Shadow Minister was just taking forever and making his colleagues very, very angry. And anyway, after that ridiculous contribution, those opposite just out themselves as the climate change deniers that they are. And when they talk about credibility, they have none in the Australian community. But moving on to more important matters, the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025. I thank the Shadow Minister for pausing. This bill, as I was speaking before, those important statements, is one where we are here to support the small businesses right across the country. And for those who don't know, I'm sure many members of this Parliament have worked in hospitality at some point in their careers, but back in my university days I did have a brief stint working at one of St Kilda's fantastic establishments, the Beachcomber restaurants, where I spent a summer running plates to and from the kitchen and then when there were functions also working behind the bar And it was hard work. It was work where after a 6-hour shift you were really tired and you really had to put in a big effort, but it was one that was really good, honest work. And I know that people who are working in hospitality, some of the moments where you get to interact with people and see people enjoying our beautiful city and our beautiful businesses is really an enjoyable part of that job. And it's really important for communities like mine that businesses that do run hospitality are able to do so sustainably, to support their workforce and to not have too many costs that continue to build. And the CPI increases on the excise obviously was one of those costs where businesses, pubs and all of the other hospitality venues were concerned about the adding costs that would mean for their businesses. And so when you think about the thousands of people who, even in my own community, who work in the sector, from the hard-working kitchen staff, the supervisors, the cleaners, the bookkeepers, the event organisers, the sound techs, the live performers, this is an industry we need to make sure we're sustaining and we're supporting. And I think that for a lot of young people, just as I did when I was much, much younger, to work in this place and to have an ability to use it as an entry point into the workforce, but also as you move throughout your career and become in these incredibly high-skilled positions, whether it be in the kitchen or in any other parts of, or behind the bar, any other parts of these hospitality venues, it is one where there is really need for high-skilled and competent and hard-working people. And so I think about all the things that make our community vibrant and wonderful and colourful and welcoming, and you just can't go past all of those establishments. And so when you think about the people who come in and sit at our establishments and are also having to pay for all of the beers and the other products that they're using, it does add up. And sometimes people, if they don't have enough discretionary funds or discretionary savings, these sometimes are the things that fall off, and people choose not to go out and choose not to go and support small businesses, and they choose to just stay at home because they don't have the disposable income to be able to spend on these sorts of establishments. And when you have these sorts of excises that do add up, they do get passed on to the consumer, and they do get passed on to people who, for the most part, a lot of these establishments are places where hardworking people, lower and middle income people like to go and decompress after work or hang out with friends or just have that social interaction. And in an age, acting speaker, where too many people are sitting at home on their phones and not interacting with people and not going out, having these venues where it's actually affordable and it's actually possible for people to go out is really important. So this bill is a small contribution to a really important part of our community and our economy. And I say to all members of this place that I know when you think about the things that you love about your community, you obviously think about the incredible community organisations, the people who give up their time, who do amazing work, who help serve our community, but you also think about the things that people really love about all of the different parts of our communities. And for me, in the inner parts of Melbourne, it is a place where people love to come and visit. It's a place where people think, where can they get great food, great times, to go and see an amazing piece of Australian culture, performance, music, sport, all of the things that people love to go and enjoy. And at the heart of that is obviously being able to have a drink and to relax and to be a part of these establishments. And this policy that this bill will support, it will mean that 10,000 hospitality venues across Australia will benefit from these changes, which about 75% of them, overwhelming majority of them, are small businesses. And that's why these measures are important. This is something that the sector was calling for. It's something that venues were calling for. It's something that gives them more certainty, and it's something that will bring down the cost of going out over time, and it will mean that the excise on our draft beer will not increase twice a year on CPI, and that fundamentally is going to help people enjoy the wonderful things that make our community vibrant, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for McNamara. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question, therefore, is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025 and the associated bill. It's an absolute honour to follow my friend, the member for McNamara, who I know is a huge advocate for publicans and small businesses in his electorate, and like me enjoys a pint every once in a while as well. Pubs, clubs and breweries are part of our social fabric and our Australian identity. They bring people together, they keep communities thriving, and they support jobs right across the country. Deputy Speaker, Australia has a long history of backing local brewers and the hospitality workers who keep our pubs running. And in 2025, the Albanese Labor government is stepping up again, because that's what good governments do. They back local industry, they reduce pressure on household budgets, and they keep our communities connected and strong. I'm proud to stand in this House and support a bill that delivers real cost of living relief, strengthens a key Australian industry and gives local pubs and the people that support them a fair go. This bill is a practical measure. It freezes the draft beer excise for local pubs and gathering spaces, and in doing so reduces the cost of beer for consumers and businesses alike. Whether your preferred measure is a schooner or a pint, this side of the House is keeping beer affordable. The amendments in this bill are simple, targeted and fair. They support an industry that matters to communities, families and workers right across the nation, and cut cost of living pressures, delivering real relief to Australians and their businesses. The Albanese Labor government is determined in our goal to do just this, to make sure that Australians and their businesses get real relief for financial pressures. On this side of the House, we know that cost of living affects all areas of life. Yes, it's about the number at the bottom of your energy bill, how much it costs to see a doctor when you're sick, and how much student debt you still have to pay, which is why our government is acting to clamp down on every single one of these costs. But it's also about how much it costs to do the things we enjoy, the things that keep us together. Popping down to the pub for a beer, with a meal with colleagues, friends and family is how we stay connected. We understand how important it is to protect these moments. Cost of living pressures cannot be allowed to compromise Australians' ability to stay connected. We also can't allow it to jeopardise the future of the hospitality industry in Australia. Our hospitality sector, especially in Victoria, has been through a lot. Pubs, clubs and venues faced huge challenges during the pandemic. Costs went up, supply chains were disrupted, and running a business became much harder. Right now, beer tax increases hit small businesses hard, especially in years of high inflation. For a small pub or club, another jump in excise can make the difference between hiring another worker or cutting back hours. It can also mean keeping the price of a pint stable or having to raise it again for customers already feeling the pinch. These aren't just numbers on a page. These are the day-to-day realities for thousands of family-run venues across Australia. We heard them, we listened, we acted. Pubs, clubs and brewers asked for relief, and this bill delivers exactly that. It delivers on the government's commitment in the 2025-26 budget to freeze the indexation on draft beer excise for 2 years. Indexation is applied to draft beer excise and customs duty twice a year in February and August under arrangements that have been in place for decades. In other words, the tax on beer goes up every 6 months because of automatic indexation. Unfortunately, our breweries have faced 84 tax increases in the last 40 years. So this bill is a crucial step in the right direction and a much-needed break for industry. The legislation before us today will freeze indexation from August 2025. In other words, we're taking an intermission from automatic indexation for 2 whole years, so the schedule increases in August 2025, February 2026, August 2026 and February 2027 won't happen. The rates will stay the same through the whole period. And when indexation resumes in August 2027, the beer tax won't jump to where it would have been if that automatic indexation had continued. It starts from the rate we're on right now. What that means is that the beer tax will be below what it would have been every year in the future, and that will make a difference to the price of beer in the long term. There are around 10,000 hospitality venues across Australia that will directly benefit from this bill, including pubs, bars, taverns and clubs. 75% of those venues are small family-run businesses, employing local people and supporting community events, sporting clubs and local charities. Deputy Speaker, this is an industry that supports more than 160,000 jobs and contributes over $17 billion to the national economy. I am confident these measures will give these establishments the breathing room to keep business strong and support the communities that rely on them. Deputy Speaker, I understand this bill personally because I have seen it firsthand. As a young adult, I worked in hospitality. I know how dedicated small business owners in hospitality are. They don't just run businesses, they nurture people, invest in local talent, provide local employment and give back to the community with passion. I've met business owners who stay awake at night worrying if they can keep staff on. But I've also watched young people grow and transform through their first hospitality jobs like mine. When I say this policy matters, I say it from experience. I've lived it, I've supported it, and I've seen it change lives. Every cent these businesses save from the freeze on tax indexation is an investment in workers, in jobs, in wages, and in valuable experience. This bill builds on the broader tax relief announced earlier this year for Australia's brewers, distillers and winemakers. These industries aren't just part of our culture, they drive jobs, innovation and export. Right now, eligible producers can receive up to $350,000 in tax remission. This government will lift this remission to $400,000 from July 1st, 2026. Our goal is simple. We want to reduce pressure on producers, boost local manufacturing, strengthen regional economies. Freezing the indexation on the draft beer excise is a real cost of living relief that recognises the fundamental importance pubs and breweries are for Australians. It's another piece in the broader set of policies we've introduced to tackle cost of living and ensure that the financial pressures on Aussies decrease in all areas of their lives, from sitting down to pay the energy bill to heading down to the local pub for a drink. Reducing cost of living has been our government's mission in this parliament, and I'm proud to say that we've delivered. We've provided 3 rounds of energy bill relief to homes and small businesses to take the sting out of bills, as well as up to $1.8 billion to extend energy bill relief for another 6 months until the end of 2025, bringing the total energy bill relief fund commitment to $6.8 billion. We've delivered a targeted cost of living relief for students, locking in 100,000 free TAFE places each year from 2027, legislating a 20% cut to student debt, which I'm proud to say 3 million students will see their HECS balances cut over the next 2 weeks, and raising the minimum repayment thresholds so that repayments are lower and kick in only when you earn more. We're putting more medicines on the PBS and capping the cost of a prescription on the PBS to no more than $25. We've invested $7.9 billion to expand the eligibility for the MBS bulk billing incentives and to establish the bulk billing practice incentive program so that every electorate in the country will have GP practices that bulk bill every patient. And Australians will only need their Medicare card, not their credit card, to receive the healthcare they need. When it comes to delivering real cost of living relief, the Albanese Labor government is truly leaving no stone unturned, and that includes making sure that going down to the pub for a beer, something that makes so many Australians feel a whole lot lighter, doesn't make the wallet feel lighter as well. The best local stories and conversations come over a cold beer at the local pub, not a meeting room, not the office. And what I hear loud and clear is this: the cost of living has been weighing heavily on families, workers and small businesses. Prices keep rising and people are struggling to get by. This includes the cost of a refreshing beer. From the very first day I was elected, I promised this community I would fight for them. I would stand up for affordability in our community. I would fight for fairness. I would use every tool in my tool belt to ease these pressures and make life a little bit easier for the people of the western suburbs of Melbourne. This change will help ease costs for every local venue in the seat of Gorton. It will also help keep a pint more affordable for everyday Australians. This matters, especially in Melbourne's West, where the pubs culture is so strong. We've got so many loved pubs across Melbourne's West. From the beautiful Sugar Gum Hotel in Hillside, to the Taylor's Lakes Hotel, to the Green Gully Soccer Club, another club whose food is well loved by the residents of Gorton, to the Kilo Hotel, a special place, a very special place close to me, because it's where I met my husband, Chris. Just across from my office in Caroline Springs is Desire. Brenton, Michelle and Lorenzo have put their heart into it. They are creating something really special in Gorton. This is a local business at its best. I know they'd be thrilled to see a government standing up for pubs and brewers, fighting to ease the cost of living pressures and working to bring down the cost of a pint in your hand, so they don't have to worry about passing on the rising costs to customers. These venues are more than pubs in Gorton. They're community spots. They're where people catch up, unwind and feel connected. This measure helps keep them strong, and because of that, I couldn't be prouder to support this bill. In a rare show of good sense, the Coalition has decided not to stand in the way of this cost of living measure. It's reassuring to know that, for all their faults, they enjoy a beer like the rest of us. I wish I could say the same for other cost of living measures we've introduced. Last term, they voted against our tax cuts for every taxpayer. They voted against us when we established the Energy Bill Relief Scheme. They went to the election promising to scrap our 20% reduction on student debt. They opposed our fee-free TAFE policy and voted against it in this place, telling Australians that if it didn't pay for their education, they wouldn't value it. The Coalition has shown a rare display of sense by getting out of the way of this cost of living measure. But make no mistake, getting real cost of living relief to Australians is not an opportunity, not a priority for those opposite. It's us on this side of the House who are delivering tangible cost of living relief. When it comes to bringing down the cost of living for Australians, every bit counts. On this side of the House, we're leaving no stone unturned to accomplish this goal. It's been our mission in this term of government and will continue to act decisively to ensure that nobody is held back or left behind. Not Australian people, not Australian businesses. Cost of living cannot be allowed to compromise Australians' ability to keep connected and make treasured memories. After all, pubs, clubs and breweries are special places. It's where I met the person I'm married to today, where we find community, stay connected and celebrate life. The bill before us shows that our government isn't just talking, we are acting. We are proving that practical policies can make a tangible difference in everyday life. And I couldn't be prouder to stand with my government that truly cares about its people. With this 2-year pause on indexation of draft beer excise and excise equivalent custom duties, the Albanese Labor government is standing up for Australia's pubs, clubs, brewers and hospitality workers. We understand that local pubs, clubs and breweries are not just businesses but community institutions that bring people together, provide employment and help keep economies strong. We're also standing up for Australians who deserve to grab a beer with family and friends without worrying about the cost. I commend this bill to the House. I thank the Assistant Treasurer for introducing it and I thank all the speakers who are supporting it. Thank you.
I thank the member for Gorton. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In communities right across Australia, from our biggest cities to the smallest towns, the local pub or club is much more than a business. It is a gathering place, a place where people come together after a long shift, a long week or a long day, a place of celebration when the local footy or netball team has a win, or a place of commiseration or comfort when the week hasn't been easy. It's where friendships form, where stories are shared, where loneliness is forgotten, and where the heart of community life beats strongest. Deputy Speaker, that's why the Albanese Labor government is stepping up to support our venues, their workers and the Australian brewers who supply them. This bill gives effect to our decision to pause indexation on draft beer excise and excise equivalent customs duties for 2 years, beginning on the 1st of August this year. This is a practical measure. It is a targeted measure and a responsible measure. It keeps the price of a pint stable for everyday Australians. It provides certainty for publicans and their staff. And it strengthens the industries and communities built around our local venues. In my electorate of Corangamite, from the Surf Coast to the Bellarine and across the Geelong region, pubs and clubs are part of who we are. They host fundraisers when a family's doing it tough. They sponsor local sporting clubs. They offer that first casual job to a young person building confidence and independence. They are where local musicians get their first gig, where community groups meet and where generations of locals have gathered around the same tables for decades, sharing in laughter, in debate, and often providing a supportive ear. These venues also keep workers in shifts, keep our regional economies moving and keep our communities together. Now, Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Corangamite, there are many distinctive townships, coastal, rural, thriving communities, each with their own distinctive watering holes, like the Torquay Hotel, the Barwon Heads Hotel, the Dina, the Grovedale Hotel, the Port Harlington Hotel, Drysdale Hotel, Sporties in Leopold, the Esplanade Hotel in Queenscliff, and so many more. We have brewers like Bells Beach Brewing, Barwon Heads Brewing, Blackman's Brewing and Little Creatures. And our changes in this bill back them in. Deputy Speaker, our pause to the excise applies specifically to draft beer served from kegs between 8 and 48 litres, the containers used every day in pubs, clubs and bars, and to larger kegs over 48 litres used in bigger hospitality venues. It does not apply to bottled or canned beer, spirits or other accessible beverages, because this is a policy targeting squarely and supporting hospitality venues. Around 10,000 venues across Australia will benefit directly from this decision, and roughly 75% of those venues are small, family-run businesses. These are the venues that employ local people, donate raffle prizes to the Bowls Club, lend their function rooms when the SES needs space after a storm, or put on a community night when the town has had a tough season. Deputy Speaker, for small operators across the nation, we know the pandemic hit hospitality hard. So did supply chain disruptions, and so did inflation. Publicans, managers, brewers and hospitality workers have carried a heavy load through a turbulent period. And our 2-year pause excise freeze is not a silver bullet, but it is real relief. It stabilises one of their major cost pressures. It keeps the tax component of a pint steady for 2 years. It reduces pressures on venues to raise prices for their customers, many of whom are feeling cost of living pressures themselves. And it gives publicans predictable operating conditions at a time when they need certainty. Deputy Speaker, this support does not stop at the pub door. When a local venue can stay open and stay strong, the whole supply chain benefits. The brewers who rely on keg sales to stay viable benefit. The farmers growing barley and hops benefit. Transport operators moving goods up and down the coast benefit. Equipment suppliers, refrigeration companies, event organisers and musicians all benefit too. Across the hospitality and brewing sectors, around 160,000 Australians rely on these venues, staying open and profitable. This pause helps keep their jobs more secure. Deputy Speaker, small and independent brewers, including so many proudly Australian, community-minded, innovative producers, rely heavily on keg sales to keep their businesses afloat. For them, Indexation is not an abstract policy issue. It directly affects whether they can make payroll, plan production runs, invest in new equipment and keep their team employed. Pausing indexation for 2 years will help brewers manage costs, stabilise cash flow and continue investing in their local communities and local economies. It will also ensure these small and independent brewers continue to compete fairly against large multinational producers. Fair competition matters. It protects diversity and innovation in the Australian beer market. It ensures consumers have real choice, and it keeps our hospitality sector vibrant, diverse and reflective of the local tastes and local talent. Deputy Speaker, this measure is also the product of extensive consultation. The Albanese Labor government has listened carefully to publicans, brewers and small business groups right across the country. We've heard from venue owners and brewers trying to balance growth and unpredictable input costs. We've heard from small hospitality operators who simply wanted some breathing space, not a handout, but a fair go and a fair chance to plan ahead. This measure reflects that feedback. It is targeted where it needs to be. It is temporary by design, and it is one part of a broader support of packages for small business across Australia. Deputy Speaker, alongside this excise pause, the Albanese Labor government is delivering a comprehensive suite of support for small business, the backbone of our economy and the heart of so many communities. We have extended the instant asset write-off so small operators can invest in the equipment they need without facing cash flow barriers. We're supporting small businesses to adapt and adopt digital tools, streamline administration and modernise their operations, saving time and reducing costs. We're helping businesses lower their energy bills through targeted support and clean energy investments. And I'd like to make the point that this broader package recognises that small businesses do not operate in isolation. They need coordinated support across tax, energy, skills, digital infrastructure and cost of living pressures. And within this wider framework of support sits our draft beer excise pause. Deputy Speaker, this measure is practical and it is also fiscally responsible. Indexation will resume after 2 years, ensuring the integrity of the broader alcohol excise framework is maintained. So it's a temporary adjustment designed to help small venues through a challenging period without compromising the long-term sustainability of the budget. And that's what responsible economic management looks like. Deputy Speaker, the importance of this measure is especially visible in regional communities like mine. In many regional towns, the local pub is where loneliness is eased, where a newcomer to town meets their first neighbour, where families gather after Saturday sport and where stories are passed down across generations. It's where people hold charity nights when the community needs to rally around someone. It is where people go after a funeral to share memories and support each other. It is where local bands start out and where travellers stop in and keep regional tourism strong. These venues are cultural institutions. They are part of our national identity. Keeping their doors open matters. Deputy Speaker, this government understands community life because we are connected to it. We understand the pressures that publicans, club managers and hospitality staff are facing. We know that these venues mean what they mean to local people, and we're acting decisively to support them. This support is also aligned with our broader cost of living agenda. From the 1st of July, we have delivered practical measures that help make everyday life easier. We've increased the national minimum wage and award wages by 3.5%. We've lifted the super guarantee to 12%. We've expanded paid parental leave to 24 weeks, and it will be 26 the year after next. We've ensured superannuation is paid on all government-paid parental leave. We've delivered energy bill relief with another $150 to come off before the end of the year. We've made home batteries cheaper for households. We've cut student debt, loans debt, by 20% for around 3 million Australians. We've delivered practical placements for nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work students. We've delivered another instalment of the aged care wage rise in October, following the first increase earlier this year. And through 2025, more responsible measures will continue to roll out, including tax cuts for every taxpayer, 50 more Medicare urgent care clinics, including one in my electorate in Torquay, and expanded bulk billing. Deputy Speaker, inflation is rising overseas, including in the United States, Canada and New Zealand. It remains stubbornly high in many parts of Europe. Australia, by contrast, has seen inflation fall because of disciplined economic management. We have avoided the recession and the job losses seen in many comparable economies. We've kept employment strong through uncertain global conditions. This is what steady, responsible government looks like, delivering relief for businesses, workers and consumers. It is a modest measure with a great impact. It is temporary, targeted and responsible. It is shaped by industry consultation. It supports fair competition. It protects diversity and choice in our beer and hospitality industries. And it strengthens the community institutions that matter to people's lives. Because at its core, this is not about taxation formulas or economic modelling. It is about people. It is about the workers pulling beers on a Friday night. It is about the apprentices learning how to run a venue. It is about the families who pour their savings, their time and their heart into running a small pub. It is about the brewers crafting something uniquely Australian. It is about the tourists who stop in and keep small towns strong. It is about the locals who find connection, friendship and belonging at their local. It is about keeping the heart of community life beating. Deputy Speaker, this is the Albanese government backing in small business, backing in workers, backing in regional communities. This is a good, steady, responsible government in action, delivering for small venues and the Australians who rely on them every day. Thank you.
I thank the member for Corangamite. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise also to support a bill that is fundamentally about backing the small businesses that power our regional economies and preserving the community hubs where Australians come together. The bill before the House delivers on the commitment by the Albanese Labor government, the commitment to stand up for Australian pubs, clubs, brewers and hospitality workers. We are proposing a practical, targeted and responsible 2-year pause on the indexation of draft beer excise and excise equivalent customs duties. This measure, which formally commenced on the 1st of August 2025, is about one simple thing: stability. It's about keeping the price of a pint stable for everyday Australians. It's about protecting the jobs of these people who pour the pints. And it's also about ensuring that the venues that serve our communities can keep their doors open. Speaker, in the electorate of Bullwinkle, we know the value of a local pub. In our regional towns and our suburban hubs, the pub or the local club is rarely a place just to buy a drink. It is a community institution. It is the third place. It's not work, not home, but the neutral ground where we gather. It's where the local football team heads after a win and when they commiserate after a loss. It's where raffles are run to support the local fire brigades. It's where families gather for birthdays and where communities gather to support one another in difficult times. I saw this firsthand during the campaign when I visited Gidgegannup Regional Club. I was there for a very special sundowner. It was the launch of the Resilience and Recovery Through Art project for the Wooroloo Bushfire Art Trail. It was commemorating 2 years of recovery post-bushfires. While I was there, I had a chat with the incredible bar volunteers from the community who were working hard to make the evening a success. Amidst the celebration of local resilience, they spoke to me quite candidly about the challenges of hosting community events like that one. They raised the issue of rising costs and specifically the cost of catering and the impact of the beer excise on their bottom line. They made a simple but powerful point to me that night. The less it costs to stock the bar and put on the event, the more money that can go directly into the community initiative itself. By reducing these input costs, we ensure that funds raised at a sundowner go towards community projects rather than being eaten up by the overheads. Speaker, when venues like the Gidgegannup Rec Club come under pressure, the whole community feels the squeeze. We know that the hospitality sector has faced a battering in recent years. They have weathered the pandemic lockdowns, they have navigated supply chain disruptions, and they have faced rising input costs on everything from electricity to ingredients. We get that. This legislation recognises that reality. It provides breathing space. Specifically, this measure applies to containers between 8 and 48 litres, the kegs that are commonly used in our pubs and clubs, as well as containers over 48 litres used in larger venues. It is important to note, especially for me as a nurse, that this does not apply to bottled or canned beer sold in bottle shops. We've been very deliberate here. This is not a blanket tax. This is not a blanket tax cut for regional giants. It is a targeted intervention for hospitality operators. We are supporting the venues that employ staff, that cook food and that service our communities. By pausing the automatic indexation of excise for 2 years, we are stabilising the tax component of a pint. We are reducing the pressures on these venues to pass on rising costs to their customers. Around 10,000 hospitality venues around Australia will directly benefit from this. These include our pubs, bars, taverns and clubs, and we know that around 75% of these venues are small, family-run businesses. These are mums and dads who have mortgaged their homes to buy a lease. These are families who worked 80-hour weeks to keep the lights on. Speaker, for small publicans and family-run clubs, this decision offers the certainty that they need to plan ahead. It means they can retain the extra casual staff members. It means they can reinvest in their kitchens. But the benefits of this policy flow much further than just the front bar. Approximately 160,000 Australian workers in the hospitality and brewing sectors rely on these venues staying profitable. This measure supports our Australian brewers, particularly the small independent craft producers who are such a success story in our modern economy. Many of these are independent brewers and they rely heavily on keg sales to local venues to maintain their cash flow. When we pause indexation, we help those brewers manage their production costs. We help them to continue to invest in local economies. And the ripple effect continues. It flows to the farmers growing the barley in Bullwinkle and the hops. It flows to the transport operators trucking the kegs. It flows to the equipment suppliers and the thousands of small businesses linked to the hospitality supply chain. This is a clear example of the Albanese government's partnership with the hospitality, tourism and manufacturing sectors. These are the industries that drive local jobs and form the backbone of many regional economies, including my own at Bullwinkle. By ensuring that small brewers and publicans can continue to compete fairly against large multinational producers, we are protecting diversity and competition in the Australian beer industry. Speaker, those opposite may ask about fiscal impact. This policy reflects Labor's belief that responsible government can ease pressure on families and businesses while maintaining the economic discipline required to keep the budget sustainable. This is a cost of living measure and it strengthens small business resilience without driving inflation. It is measured, it is temporary, it is fiscally responsible. The government has listened to industry feedback. Brewers, publicans and small business groups have consistently called for relief from this automatic excise increases during this period of high inflation. We have listened and we have acted. We are governing with balance and purpose. We are remaining committed to evidence-based health policy. This pause does not change the overall structure of alcohol taxation or weaken public health objectives. But it does ensure that a fair go applies to a small business just as much as the worker. However, Speaker, we know that the price of beer is not the only pressure that's facing householders in Bullwinkle. This measure complements many of the Albanese Labor government's wider, ambitious cost of living agenda methods. We are delivering real, practical and ongoing help for Australians who are feeling the pinch. We are delivering exactly what we said we would. Since the 1st of July, we have seen the national minimum wage and award wages increase by 3.5%, ensuring workers' pay packets keep moving in the right direction. We have seen the super guarantee increase to 12%, putting more money away for the future for working Australians. We have expanded paid parental leave to 24 weeks and ensured that super is now paid on all government paid parental leave, a massive win for gender equality and retirement savings. We are rolling out another $150 energy bill relief before the end of the year, and we have cut 20% off student loan debts for 3 million Australians, and that includes 13,000 students from Bullwinkle alone. This will be a huge relief for young people in my electorate looking to start their lives as adults in the workforce. We have introduced Commonwealth PRAC payments for nurses, teachers and social workers, supporting the essential workers of the future, supporting them in their practical times when they need to do prac so that they continue their part-time jobs, looking after their families whilst they study. And just last month, in October, our hard-working aged care nurses, yay for nurses, received the next instalment of their historic pay rise. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was great to meet Amy in Northam. Amy is finishing her law degree as a mature age student at the newly opened Northam Regional University Student Study Hub. This hub is incredible because it allows regional students like Amy to study right where they live. This significantly helps with their living expenses, removing the need to relocate to the city or pay city rents just to get a qualification. It is practical support that keeps our regions strong and keeps educational accessible. Speaker, this is what meaningful, responsible cost of living relief looks like. It looks like tax cuts for every taxpayer, and that kicked in last year with more on the way. It looks like another 50 Medicare urgent care clinics opening throughout the rest of the year, and bulk billing expanding from November so that families can see a doctor when they need to, not just when they can afford to. And we are achieving all this while managing the economy responsibly. Unlike other countries that have faced recessions and massive job losses, Australia has managed to get inflation down without sacrificing the gains that we have made in the Labor Department. We look abroad and see inflation ticking up in the United States, in Canada, in New Zealand. We see it remaining stubbornly high in the United Kingdom, but here inflation is stable and half of what we inherited in 2022. We are securing the economy while supporting the community. Speaker, to conclude, this legislation before us today is a small but vital piece of that puzzle. It's about keeping local venues open, it's about keeping people at work, and it's about keeping communities connected. These are values that sit at the heart of the Labor tradition. It represents good, steady, responsible government in action, targeted relief, real results, and a fair go for Australian workers and small business owners alike. The Albanese Labor government is in touch with community life. We understand the pressures of small businesses and we are acting decisively to support them. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank the member for Bullwinkle. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Layla.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, this legislation that I rise to support today has been very welcomed in the community that I represent, because Lawler is home to some of the most community-minded pubs and clubs in Victoria, venues that are major employers, community sponsors and essential gathering places. Australians are a social mob. We like to get together, and having a beer together has been part of our traditions for a long, long time. Whether we're drinking beer out of a 7-ounce glass, a pint, a pot, a schooner, whatever part of Australia and whatever you want to label, the size of your glass and the beer that's inside of it, whatever brand you drink of beer, knowing that, I think things have changed with our emerging craft beer industries coming through. But when I was growing up, people were branded by their cars and branded by their beers, Deputy Speaker. In my house, we drank Victorian bitter. Not everybody did, but all of us agreed, and the parents of all of my friends agreed, that nobody drank Foster's. That was a rule where I come from. Our pubs locally continue these traditions, and it's a sector that's faced various pressures, particularly around supply chain pressures and post-pandemic recovery. And draft beer excise pause that comes in with this piece of legislation is a practical, targeted measure that delivers real support to the venue, to our social industry, if you like, to our night economies. Now, an overview of this measure. It pauses the automatic CPI indexation of draft beer excise for 2 years from the 1st of August this year. So that this prevents scheduled rises in August 2025, Feb 2026, August 2026 and Feb 2027. Indexation resumes in 2027, but from the frozen rate, creating a permanently lower excise trajectory. And this was welcome news across my community, very welcome. The measure has strong industry support, bipartisan backing and forms part of the Albanese Labor government's cost of living strategy. It's supported by other small business measures, including the increased excise remissions for brewers and distillers. And what does this mean in our venue? Well, like others, and what has been interesting about this debate is that we've had some insight into every electorate almost around the country as people take us on a tour of their social establishments. And I'd start locally at the Racecourse Hotel, my local, if you like, the closest to my home. It's one of Lawler's most iconic venues. The high draft volume means the pause will directly stabilise operating costs, support staff retention and help keep meal prices stable for local families. Now, most Saturday nights you can't get a table at the racecourse. It is booked out for the traditional pub meal by families. The last time I was there, I saw 3 or 4 families with very young children having a counter meal, a few multi-generational families celebrating Grand's birthday. It's that kind of pub. And when I walk into the Racecourse Hotel, to give you an insight into this hotel, in the traditional front bar, you'll still find workers in their steel-cap boots and their shorts or their long pants and their high vis. And then in the formal lounge is where we have our counter meals. The bar manager is a former student of mine. His name's Dave. And to capture the tone of this place, when I walk into this hotel, I am met by Dave, who I taught a long, long time ago, and every time, even if he's behind the bar when I walk in and take a seat in the front bar or the lounge, I get a nod and a wink and a hello, Senator, just to capture that Australian sense of humour. Leaving the Racecourse Hotel, I'd next go to the Bridge Hotel, which is my other local because it's the closest to the Lawler office. In fact, it's directly across the road. It's central to Werribee's nighttime economy. It's popular for live sport and social gatherings, live music, and this freeze helps plan operating costs. Now, this pub has a long history in Werribee. In fact, I've told this story in this place before. My mum was the first woman to be served in the public bar of the Bridge Hotel. It was a Werribee Cup night, and she went with Dad, who was president of the Werribee Racing Club at the time, and she just refused to get off the stool in the front bar until they poured her a beer. So she was the first woman. It's a pub now run by a very, very, very well-known Victorian group that run hotels, and it's an incredibly well-run hotel, and it even has a draft beer called the Werribee. Down the road, we'll have the Commercial Hotel Werribee. This pub was famous for a lot of years because the Geelong Football Club always stopped there on their way home from a game in Melbourne. They would stop and have tea at the Commercial Hotel, which was famous for its large lounge called the Granada. It had a huge front bar with beautiful billiard tables and still has. It's a Main Street institution for generations. The excise pause will provide certainty for entertainment, for functions and employment at the Commercial Hotel. The Park Hotel, formerly the Werribee Hotel, is a key location for family dining and community events, and the freeze will help it too with food and produce costs. Again, it's also a live music venue, so you can see how this freeze will help this industry plan things. It'll help them keep their employees paid and in jobs. We'll then go to the Italian Sports Club Werribee, a major multicultural and community hub built by our Italian community some 50+ years ago. It supports seniors' activities, junior sport, large family functions, the Werribee Soccer Club. It'll help it with its function prices and keeping function prices affordable and keeping its members happy. The Plaza Tavern in Hoppers Crossing, a large employer of local young people and students. The cost stability means casual and part-time jobs will be better protected there. Hotel 520 Tarneach, one of our newer establishments. It's a significant venue in a rapidly growing suburb. This measure helps venues redirect savings into staff, upgrades and better services for the community. Club Tarneach and the Tigers Clubhouse. Both venues have a connection to the Werribee Football Club. They're important venues for local sport and multicultural events. These measures will help keep community hiring and event costs down. These clubs sponsor local sport in my community. As well as that, Churnside's by the river at the Werribee Football Club. Our local sporting clubs, whether they be soccer clubs or football clubs, anywhere where you are imbibing a beer that is draft beer, on-tap beer, beer poured from a barrel or a keg, depending on which part of the country you want to talk about as well. Pubs and clubs in Lalor support hundreds of jobs, particularly for young workers. The excise pause helps protect those jobs by stabilising operating costs. It'll help prevent price increases being passed on to customers. The benefits flow through to food producers, to people working in transport and logistics businesses, maintenance contractors, local events, entertainers and suppliers, community sports clubs, as I've said, relying on sponsorship. Hospitality venues are essential social infrastructure in our fast-growing suburbs. They're essential social infrastructure in the Australian ethos. They host sporting presentations, fundraisers, cultural nights, charity events and family gatherings. These venues support social connection. You know, in terms of the events that I host in my electorate, the Italian Sports Club is often, I have my Lalor Heroes event there annually. I have my International Women's Day event there annually. Churnside's by the river. I host my Sports President's Night annually. These are places that are frequented by locals to catch up on weekends, to share stories. It's where we actually build the glue that binds us together. And the excise pause helps keep these venues open, active and accessible. And these obviously complement other cost of living measures introduced by this government, including tax cuts for every taxpayer, cheaper PBS medicines, expanded bulk billing, which is going off in my electorate, energy bill relief, paid parental leave expansion, super guarantee increases, not to mention the most important one in my electorate this week are all the young people, the 20,000 young people getting the text messages to say they've had 20% cut off their HECS debt. And isn't that being celebrated across my electorate? Deputy Speaker, this is just one measure that demonstrates that this Albanese Labor government cares about how our communities are getting on. We care about the cost of living, the pressures that is putting on people in our community, and we care about how those families are getting on and how they'll continue to get along. We are continuing our cost of living measures to assist families in electorates just like mine. And I want to say to all of the members in my community, I wish you a very, very, very Merry Christmas, and I hope you all get to have a draft beer to celebrate Christmas this year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call the Minister.
We're continuing the debate, Deputy Speaker, or are you moving to 90-second statements?
I think we should move to 90-second statements, actually, given the time. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the I call the member for Longman.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, this week, like much of Queensland, my electorate of Longman, it's been literally belted by storm after storm. The community has endured very, very high winds, rain and hail. Many of the trees have come down, as well as debris causing damage to fences and homes, as well as roofs being literally blown off. This has resulted in many homes being without power and mobile coverage, and of course the mobile towers need power to operate. My office and I have been communicating with state and local members, as well as Energex and telcos, to keep the residents up to date. 20 minutes ago I just received another alert that another storm with damaging winds and hail is due this afternoon. There are aged care and over 50 villages in particular on Bribie Island and Beachmere that still have no power, and residents are distressed as no respite in the temperatures that are nearing 40 degrees with extreme humidity is on the horizon. I'm asking the Minister, Wells, that's responsible, if she could update what the federal government are doing to assist these vulnerable residents. Locally, I'm working with the local community organisations to try and source and deliver food and water to residents. If anyone is willing to help out tomorrow when this latest storm passes, please contact my office, and please stay safe, everyone.
I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognise William Billy Wright of Oatley in my electorate and his extraordinary service. Billy was conscripted into the Australian Defence Force in February 1966. After undertaking training with RAAF and RAEME, he was deployed to Vietnam in 1969 as an engine fitter. His time in Vietnam exemplified dedication to service and bravery, volunteering for air control missions and infantry patrols. Billy returned to Australia after a year and concluded his military service in 1972. In post-military life, he would continue his work as an engine fitter with Qantas, working there for over 30 years. Most remarkable has been his support for veterans and their legacy. Billy joined the Oatley RSL sub-branch in 2008 and became its president in 2015. During his term, he authored and funded a book on local war heroes, which has been distributed widely, honouring our community's history of service. In recognition of his incredible contributions, the Oatley RSL sub-branch hall will be renamed the William Billy Wright Sub-Branch Hall. I know you're watching out there, Billy. Thank you for all your remarkable work for our community, your dedication to veterans and your service to...
Member for Fairfax has a call.
Deputy Speaker, 14 years is a long time to be wrongfully labelled as corrupt. 14 years is a long time to be told by banks and other institutions that there is a red flag against your name and that dealing with you would be a reputational risk. 14 years is a long time to be denied justice, to be egregiously wronged and recognised as such, and yet refused closure. And yet it has been 14 years for a constituent of mine, Mr Sharif Khazal. The case of Khazal versus Commonwealth of Australia ran for 6 years, between 2017 and 2023, after Mr Khazal had been wrongfully labelled corrupt by the New South Wales ICAC. A decision of the United Nations Human Rights Committee cited that New South Wales ICAC had operated outside of its powers and appropriate steps should be taken to resolve the matter. Given it is the Australian government which is signatory to the UN's human rights treaties and optional protocols, the Commonwealth has obligations in this regard. Mr Khazal has sought to meet with this government's former and current Attorneys General, but has not been granted a meeting. I too have made representations without success. I therefore stand in this Parliament today to ask the Attorney General: 1, will an apology be made to Mr Khazal in compliance with the UN decision? And 2, will she take the time to meet with Mr Khazal?
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we approach the festive season, it gives me the great joy to reflect on the spirit of Christmas, a time of hope, kindness and community. I want to especially acknowledge the incredible emergency service personnel and volunteers, firefighters, paramedics, police and SES workers who will be on duty while many of us celebrate. I also want to thank the hard-working retail and fast food workers whose dedication keeps our communities running during this busy and challenging time. For many families in Holt and across Australia, Christmas is a special time to come together, celebrate our shared values and give thanks. I'm really looking forward to joining the wonderful Christmas celebrations right across Holt, from local carols and community markets to festive gatherings at our schools and churches. And as I do every year, I will be attending Christmas Eve Mass at St Agatha's Church in Cranbourne to give thanks and reflect on the blessings of faith, family and the incredible community I am so proud to represent. To the people of Holt and all Australians, I wish you a Merry Christmas filled with love and hope for the year ahead. God bless you all.
Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For the last 50 years, the Peninsula Senior Citizens Toy Repairers in McKellar have been bringing joy to children locally and around the world by restoring and recycling toys. Last week, I thoroughly enjoyed visiting their toy workshop, which is filled to the rooftop with toys, to celebrate their 50th anniversary and to see firsthand the amazing work they do. They held a hugely successful toy drive to mark the occasion. Peninsula Toys was established in 1975 with the goal of creating a local organisation that would benefit the community by providing an engaging activity for senior citizens, bringing joy to underprivileged children and to contribute to toy recycling efforts, thereby reducing landfill waste. Today, over 30 dedicated retirees, both male and female, devote countless hours each week to ensure that children in need have access to toys, books, games, puzzles and more. Santa's elves have nothing on Peninsula Toys, who work all year round distributing thousands of restored and recycled toys to such countries as Cambodia, Papua New Guinea, Sri Lanka, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Tonga and Fiji. They also provide toys to drought-stricken farming families through the Rotary and Lions clubs, First Nations communities in Sydney and Brewarrina and children in hospital. I congratulate them on their 50th birthday and thank them for their dedication and commitment to bringing joy to so many.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the extraordinary generosity, commitment and community spirit displayed by the students, staff and families of Lane Cove West Public School. It gives me great pleasure to inform the House that this wonderful school community has raised an outstanding $32,969 for the Heart Foundation through this year's Jump Rope for Heart program, making them the second highest fundraising school in the country, Deputy Speaker. This is not just a great achievement, it's a powerful example of how young people can step up and support a cause that touches so many Australian families. I'd like to give a special shout out to the school's top fundraiser, Deputy Speaker. That's Charlotte Shanahan, who raised a remarkable $2,305 all on her own. Charlotte's effort wasn't just about skipping ropes. She did it in honour of her grandfather, the late John Shanahan, a much-loved Lane Cove local who sadly passed away from congestive heart failure. Charlotte's determination to support heart health in his name shows maturity and compassion well beyond her years. Her family and our entire community should be very proud of her. Of course, these results don't happen without strong leadership. I'd like to acknowledge Miss Amelia Richards for coordinating this event so successfully, and Acting Principal Miss Rosalind G for fostering a school environment where kids are supported to step up and make a real difference. Well done, Lane Cove West Public School.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, Australian scientists invented medical ultrasound, Wi-Fi, Aerogard and the cochlear implant. Our medical researchers developed penicillin, spray-on skin, cardiac pacemakers and vaccines against HPV. But in 2025, the Albanese government lacks the vision and commitment required to maximise yield from Australia's remarkable science, technology and medical research sectors. As inflation, the cost of computational requirements and cybersecurity rise, we are under-supporting science and medical research, and our institutes and research organisations are suffocating. While we await the government's strategic examination of research and development, CSIRO is cutting jobs and programs. ANSTO is losing facilities and staff. The Medical Research Future Fund is underspent, while the financial capability of 1 in 5 medical research institutes is on the line. And grants from the Australian Research Council and the NHMRC have declined by 27% over the last decade. Australian research and development is at risk of being stifled in the present and sidelined in the future, while we lose the talent and the infrastructure that drive jobs, national security and technological strength. We have a choice: vision and transformation, or failure and loss. A defining decision awaits this government, and I urge it to choose wisely.
Member for Brisbane.
Thank you. As this is the last sitting day of the year, I thought I'd share a little Christmas poem, 9 Newbies from Queensland. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through this house I reflect on 9 newbies from Queensland with nous. We fought tough campaigns with grit and care, and we persuaded the voters and who put us there. We arrived in Canberra with a team of new feds, while campaigns and chaos still danced in our heads. With elbow and all, we felt right at home and soon realised we were not alone. We learnt the ropes and to never miss a bell, lest the whip would make our life a living hell. And then into the rabble, the question time pit, it soon became apparent there was plenty of wit. As the Speaker worked hard to manage the crowd, interjections and jibes came thick and loud. With the opposition in tatters and fighting themselves, the government got on like busy Christmas elves. As the opposition frayed and voters saw red, the government kept delivering on what it said. Reduced HECS debts and home deposits, free healthcare and pills, tax cuts, home batteries, reducing income ills, growing wages, lowering inflation and creating more jobs was all in stark contrast to the net zero sods. So now Renee, now Ailey, now Cara, now Jules, on Emma, on Corinne, on Rowan and Matt. It's the end of the year, to our home turf we go. We've done something good and have lots to show. But thank you all for a great first run. We hope 26 will be just as much fun.
Member for Group.
Speaker, that is very difficult to follow. But continuing the Christmas theme, it's Christmas time all over again, and time for me to thank the wonderful people of the Lions Club of Toowoomba West for running the Toowoomba Christmas Wonderland they do every year at Queen's Park. This has become part of Toowoomba's way of life since 2003, when the Burstow family first ran their Lights Festival. It's now become a huge event. We get thousands of kids from across the region come through, see the same installations every year, but seeing them all over again as a parent, watching your kids grow up in that lovely community, it's a wonderful thing. There's over 40 different businesses who each donate and support to have each one of these light displays on, and there's 5 different businesses across our community who ensure that their employees are there to make sure that every kid gets a chance to see what's going on, to get a free ice cream. The Lions Club do a great job of raising money. This year, all donations are going towards the Toowoomba Hospital Foundation, the Toowoomba Hospice, as well as we've got a couple of other charities that we're bringing into it this year, Speaker. But the main part that we want to talk about is how important it is for everyone to get together over Christmas. And I want to thank every member of the Lions Club of Toowoomba West for what they do in making Toowoomba such a special place each and every Christmas.
Member for Petrie.
I welcome the press gallery. I welcome the press gallery for joining me to hear about the Queensland storms. So South East Queensland has once again been battered by severe storms, with destructive winds, heavy rain and hail the size of cricket balls and widespread damage across our communities. In my electorate, families in Brisbane and Moreton Bay endured another intense night of wild weather. Thousands of homes and businesses remain without power, with some facing days of delays due to the scale of the damage. Local businesses have suffered enormous losses. Families are throwing out entire fridges and freezers of food, and schools and small businesses are being forced to close their doors. Disabled residents have been stuck in multi-storey buildings without power. I know how stressful and exhausting this can be. I know many families are scared, frustrated and unsure when things will return to normal. Please take care around the damaged power lines and bridges and buildings and trees. My electorate office and the Deception Bay Community Hall are open for anyone who needs to charge their devices and access information. Assessments are being undertaken by the Queensland Government to determine what payments locals who have been affected can apply for. We are supporting the Queensland Government with the cost of providing relief and recovery assistance to communities through the jointly funded disaster recovery funding. Crews are working around the clock to restore power, reconnect communication services and clear debris. We will continue to back every affected household and business for as long as it takes. Queenslanders have always stood together through tough times and we will do so again. Stay safe, everyone, and Merry Christmas.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the 2025 school year draws to a close, I'd like to congratulate all Year 12 students who've completed their high school journey. I wish each of you the very best for your exciting new chapters. It was an honour to join our local schools in celebrating the year's achievements and to present my Future Leaders Award to acknowledge an outstanding Year 12 student from each school. These young leaders demonstrate initiative, integrity and a genuine commitment to making a difference, and I'd like to place on record the recipients so far. Alistair McCall from Hillcrest Christian College, Georgiana Giorgio from Silkwood School, Lyric Wilkinson and Sophie Spall from Mudrabar Special School, Ella Henderson from Hillcrest Christian College Virtual Learning, Isaac Elmore, Palm Beach Currumbin State High, Claire Robertson, Robina State High, Talissa Bellett, Eleanora State High, William Davis Varsity College, Ayla Gerald Somerset College, Saskia Berner All Saints Anglican School, Jackson Feats Arcadia College, Sophie Fraser Gold Coast Christian College, Ava Lecornu The Busy School, Heath McLaughlin St Andrews Lutheran College and Isabella Anderson from the Industry School. For our primary and middle school students, I was very pleased to present my Spirit and Service Award, recognising one young person from each school who looks out for others, and I congratulate each and every one of those students. To every student across the Southern Gold Coast, congratulations and well done.
Member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to raise serious concerns about Swinburne University. After having multiple scandals in the news about the conduct of university leadership, Swinburne is now deciding to kick out a community-run childcare centre with no regards for the interests of the local community and the public that they are meant to support. Swinburne was gifted public land in Windsor by the Victorian State Government to support TAFE training and community education. It has even used federal grants to build Windsor Community Children's Centre, a centre that has trained generations of early childhood educators, and they now refer to the site as an investment property. The land was transferred to Swinburne at no cost on the explicit understanding that it will remain in educational use, not as a commercial asset. And after multiple assurances from Swinburne in March that they would be willing to sell for below market value, they are now seeking a commercial windfall by evicting a community service that it helped create. What does Swinburne have to hide? If a university's first instinct is to extract maximum commercial value at the expense of families, workforce development and community trusts, then something is fundamentally wrong. 80 families face displacement from an essential learning service and a long-standing student training pipeline built by Swinburne itself. Stonington Council, in partnership with our government, has formally offered $8.4 million for this site, and Swinburne should accept that offer and allow the Windsor Community Children's Centre to remain exactly where it should be.
Member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Look, there's no doubt about it, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you're here, this is the ejection seat. It's about as far away you can get from the dispatch box. And if you're sitting here, they want you out there. Now, in the past, I've been asked to leave twice by Peter Dutton, and I suppose at the last change, when they talk about generational change, it's pretty clear what people want. One of the biggest things, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that after 5 weeks, I announced this about 5 weeks ago, apart from a 90-second phone conversation with the leader, I've had no communication with either the leader of the National Party or the deputy leader of the National Party to try and resolve this, and that's disappointing. So after 30 years with the National Party, I am resigning from the party, and that really leaves me with a heavy heart, and I apologise for all the hurt that will cause other people. I really do. But it's not the most important thing. What is really important is that we understand those dealing with the cost of living crisis, that we go into bat for them. What is really important is they're still building intermittent power precincts and swindle factories in regional areas and destroying communities such as my own. What is really important is the Chinese Communist government are breathing down our necks and each day become more provocative. What is really important is we have regional hospitals without doctors in them. And what I have to do, if I'm going to continue on that fight, is get myself into a better position than the ejection chair in the, at the backbench of the coalition in opposition.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wasn't that a great example of the focus of those opposite on themselves rather than on the people they should be looking after, the real Australians who need our help? The Albanese Labor government is leading the world on areas that are going to build the futures of young Australians, on international trade, on energy, on keeping our young people safe online. Those opposite can't even figure out how to lead themselves. On this side of the House, we know how to work with our partners around the world to achieve real outcomes for Australians like those in my electorate of Hughes. In our critical mineral framework with the United States, we are positioning Australia to benefit from the transition through with the global economy is going through as countries around the world move towards net zero. On social media, we are taking action to protect our young people and our next generation from its harms, reforms that are now being envied and emulated around the world. With the G20, we have strengthened our commitment to Paris Agreement and international trade, while those opposite talk down our place on the national stage. On energy, we are leading the world with the presidency of the COP, because while those opposite don't believe in climate action, the rest of the world and the business community and this side of the House do. The world is with us on our plans for cheaper, renewable energy and international trade to reduce the cost of living for Australians. Those opposite need to take the message that Australians are giving them and join the rest of the world in the 21st century.
Amen. Member for Cook.
The member for Hughes just said the Labor Party's leading the world on energy. Well, we'd settle just for leading Australia because their energy policy's a train wreck. Last week, the ANZ CEO said, and I quote, "The medicine of this transition could kill the patient." Well, who is the patient under the Labor Party? Is it Tomago, who went bankrupt? Is it Nystar, who went bankrupt? Is it the Mount Isa smelter that went bankrupt? Is it Whyalla Steelworks that went bankrupt? Is it Bell Bay that actually is facing an $80 million loss? Is it the pensioner in my electorate who I had to introduce to Wesley Mission last weekend to pay his energy bills? And if it wasn't a signal, yesterday this parliament was plunged into darkness, a blackout in the heart of Australian democracy. Now, if that's a sign, if that's not a sign that this energy transition is off the rails, well, I don't know what is. And I know the Prime Minister liked to quote a report that I'd written on the energy transition. Well, guess what? When the parliament returns, I'm happy to break out the candles and walk over to the PMO and actually explain how you can actually reduce emissions and keep energy affordable. Because with prices up 40%, with pensioners in my electorate coming to me for help to pay their bills, and the bodies of corporate Australia and the Australian manufacturing industry piling up, that's not something you should be proud of. That's something you should be embarrassed of.
Member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Whether it's a buzz or a beep, over the next 2 weeks, more than 3 million Aussies will be getting a notification to say their student debt has been cut by 20%. Yeah. Wiping 20% off every student's debt was the first piece of legislation this Labor government introduced into Parliament this year. And in the next few weeks, millions of Australians will see that reduction when they log into their MyGov. This is about about lifting the burden for Australians with student debt, including HECS debt, vet student loans, Australian apprenticeship support loans, student startup loans and other student loans. This will help people in my own family and over 26,000 people in my electorate of Gordon who have student debt. These might be young people just starting their apprenticeships, or they could be people finishing their bachelor or master's degrees a long time ago, but still have a debt that lingers. It'll cut more than $500 million from vet student loans and Australian apprenticeship support loan balances, giving vet students a leg up when they enter the workforce. Deputy Speaker, after the 20% reduction is applied, people will receive a text or an email letting them know this has happened. No applications, no forms, just real cost of living relief. This is about intergenerational fairness, making sure every generation can experience the benefits of an affordable education, because at the end of the day, everyone deserves a good quality education, no matter where they live.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm calling on the Albanese government to start helping the families caught up in the biggest super failure in Australian history, First Guardian and Shield. 12,000 Australians have had more than $1 billion of their super put at risk. These are everyday people who have worked hard, saved and trusted in the system, but they've lost their super because this government and ASIC failed to protect them. Rather than supporting the victims, the focus now seems to be on developing new laws. If we've learnt anything from this debacle, it's the answer isn't always more laws. Often ASIC and government just need to do their job. The government has the power under Section 23 of the Superannuation Industry Supervision Act to take action and give some hope to many of these affected by Australia's biggest super failure. They say they're waiting on advice from Treasury so they can seek more advice from APRA. My advice is simple. Do the right thing. Every day of delay adds to the anxiety of people who have already lost enough. Tragically, one victim has already taken his life. This isn't a bailout, it's about delivering justice for the honest families who were let down by this government and ASIC. Don't make them wait through endless court cases. These are real people, good, hard-working Australians who have done the right thing. Now it's time for this government to do the same thing.
Member for Reid.
We all come to this place with a solemn promise to make our country better for future generations. At times we've taken steps towards that promise, at times we've fallen short, and every so often we achieve something that truly honours it. Today is one of those days. Today we've secured an agreement that delivers the most significant overhaul of our environmental laws since the Hawke government. This is not just a policy change, it is a generational leap forward. For the first time, Australia will have a strong, independent National Environment Protection Agency. We will impose tougher penalties for the gravest environmental breaches, and we will give our nation the power to act swiftly when nature is under threat. This reform meets the scale of the challenge before us. We will also make it easier to build the things our country needs, like housing, renewable energy and critical mineral projects. The infrastructure that will mean future generations will be able to thrive. We are all custodians of this land and we must leave it better than we found it. And I thank the Prime Minister and the Environment Minister for delivering on that promise and for honouring the proud Labor tradition, one that knows that economic growth and environmental stewardship must always go hand in hand.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australia is 1.2% of global emissions, Deputy Speaker, and Labor's Net Zero 2050 plan is increasing the cost of everything in our country. Now, Labor have a plan to cut emissions faster than most countries around the world, and certainly faster, Deputy Speaker, than China. They certainly want to cut emissions faster than the United States. They certainly want to cut emissions faster than India. And why do I mention those three countries, Deputy Speaker? Because those three countries are the biggest emitters, carbon emitters on the planet. So we are not pariahs in wanting to cut emissions slower than the Labor Party, because the world's biggest emitters are cutting emissions slower than the Labor Party, Deputy Speaker. We have a plan that will cut emissions in line with the OECD average, a very sensible plan, a fairer plan, because what we're doing is cutting emissions in line with like-minded countries, Deputy Speaker. Now, obviously Labor want to race ahead of this, but our plan, we think, is much fairer. Now, why do we want to do this, Speaker? Because ask Tomago, ask the lead smelters in Port Pirie and Hobart, ask the zinc smelters in Mount Isa, ask the nickel industry in Western Australia, ask the copper and zinc refineries in Townsville, Deputy Speaker. Our plan is to have prices first, energy prices lower, not like this Labor government, which is sending the price of everything through the roof.
Give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this is a very special moment, because as we stand here today, we stand on the precipice of passing incredibly important environmental reforms, landmark environmental reforms. This is the moment that we will see the creation of the first of its kind in this nation, an independent EPA. This is the moment that we will see increased protections for our environment, something so inextricably connected to who we are as Australians. This is the moment that we will see faster approvals for critical infrastructure in housing and renewables that we so desperately need as a nation. My local community, and indeed your local community, Mr Speaker, on Brisbane's south side, houses so many fantastic pieces of natural environment. Toohey Forest, the Archerfield Wetlands, the Oxley Creek. These are places that deserve protection. And to ensure our natural habitats like this are protected, but also to make sure that business has the clarity it needs, we need to change the law. And change, Mr Speaker, reform, certainly that which means something and makes a difference, is never easy. What it requires is intestinal fortitude, and what it requires is a lot of heart. And I am so proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that has both in spades.
Order of members can take their seats as quickly as possible. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are former members and senators here to celebrate the 50th anniversary of being elected in the 30th Parliament of Australia. There are too many to nominate, but I would like to recognise them for their service in the old Parliament, and I had the privilege of meeting the Honourable Philip Ruddock on the way in when he joined them today. A very warm welcome to you all. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is the Lord Mayor of the City of Hobart, Councillor Anna Reynolds, and the Deputy Mayor of the City of Perth, Councillor David Convales. I also would like to inform the House that present in the gallery today are participants of the Stephen Fitzgerald Scholars Program, hosted by the ANU Australia Studies Institute and the National Foundation for Australia-China Relations. On behalf of all members, I extend a very warm welcome, and I note that present in the gallery today is former member for Parramatta, Ms Julie Owens. On behalf of all the members, welcome back to question time. And also today is the Mayor of the City of Casey, Councillor Stephen Cooman. On behalf of all members, welcome to question time. I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Graham Frederick Richardson AO has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion, and I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Before we do so, on indulgence, I'll call the Prime Minister.
Thanks. I inform the House that the Minister for Social Services will be absent from question time today, and the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations will answer questions on her behalf.
Now we shall move to questions without notice, and I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
Next Wednesday marks the 4-year anniversary of the day that the Prime Minister promised to reduce power prices by $275 in 2025, a promise made almost 100 times. On the final sitting day of the year, can the Prime Minister finally give a straight answer and just admit that he misled the Australian people?
Order. Order. When the House comes to order, order, members on my left, I ask all, members on my right will cease interjecting. The member for Isaacs will cease interjecting. Members on my left, if any of that behaviour continues, people will simply be issued with a general warning, and I ask all members to show more respect and decorum in the House and to follow the standing orders that we are all obliged to follow of not using props in the chamber. Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, the once great party of the Liberal Party and the National Party reduced. Reduced. They've gone from either being a party of government or the alternative party of government into play school, Mr Speaker, into play school. While the person who was Deputy Prime Minister when they committed to net zero is outside doing a press conference reporting the defection, reporting his defection from the National Party. But of course they've come a long way since those golden days of caring about energy policy and the environment under Scott Morrison and Barnaby Joyce.
Member for Lyne, the member for Barker.
When they stood up and committed to net zero, when they acknowledged that the climate wars
the member for Cowper is now warned.
Were causing a failure of investment. Now, my learned colleague up there, Phil Curry, had this to say. In reality, the climate wars of the past 2 decades...
The member for Groom.
They're all outside watching you go down to 42. In reality, this is what Phil Curry had to say. In reality, the climate wars of the past 2 decades, caused primarily by recalcitrance from the Conservatives, is the reason why the energy grid today is such a dysfunctional and costly mess as it tries to play catch-up. That is what, in that radical journal, the Australian Financial Review had to say. But today, instead of having tactics committee meetings in the morning now,
the member
they have
for
the
Hume
equivalent
and the member for
of, paper yoga. Trying to paper over the cracks in the coalition, where the leader of the opposition, who doesn't support the policy that she's been out there spruiking, but supports net zero and said she did from the day that it was adopted, when half of those opposite there support net zero, half of them don't, but where the National Party has proudly said that they are now leading, and they follow. This is what the leader of the Nats said.
On my left,
this isn't the first time the Nats have set the policy agenda and the Liberals have followed. Indeed, that is right.
Order. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy in the House comes to order. We'll hear from the Honourable Member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering stronger environmental laws that benefit our economy and protect Australia's unique natural environment? What have been the obstacles to reform?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Member for Gorton. Of course, campaigned so strongly in the lead up to the May election, even though some of those opposite thought it was a seat that was about to fall. But congratulations on the outstanding result. I didn't visit Gorton during the election campaign. I was busy in Deakin and Menzies. So I apologise for that for the member for Gorton. But this is a win for business, it's a win for the environment, and it's a win for the country. Delivering more investment, more jobs, more housing and more infrastructure, and safeguarding something that is a source of great national pride, our pristine natural environment. The current laws aren't just obsolete, they're an obstacle. And in 2000, the median approval time for a project was 48 weeks. Today, it's 118 weeks. That means investors walk away and costs rise. The Samuel Review was commissioned by the Coalition and then ignored. They treated the recommendations with contempt. No surprise, given their betrayal of the Morrison-Joyce legacy on net zero. But while they're fighting each other, this Labor government is delivering a national environment protection agency, delivering more jobs, more renewable energy, more houses, and delivering for workers in the forestry industry. It's delivering for our national interest, our people and our jobs, our industry and our environment. And I want to thank all those in industry and in the environmental groups who have engaged so constructively with the government to get this done, Australia does not have to choose between a stronger economy and a cleaner environment, because our government is delivering both. Giving greater certainty for business that will drive investment and lower costs, but also making sure that we do so in a sustainable way. This is a government that is focused on delivery. We said we would deliver this legislation this year, and we have today in the Senate. We'll pass this legislation through the Senate. We'll receive it back here this afternoon and get this reform done.
Give a call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. With inflation running well above the RBA's target band and markets indicating the next rate move will be up, the Treasurer's economic failure is exposed. With 28 days until Christmas, what does the Prime Minister say to struggling mortgage holders paying $1,800 more in interest in December and every month thereafter than under the Coalition?
Order. Members on my right. The member for Moncrieff, I want to deal with this. The member for Moncrieff interjected 9 times during the last answer. So I'm just going to ask the member for Moncrieff to assist me with the House. She's a team player. The Prime Minister has the call.
My goodness, Mr Speaker. The Shadow Treasurer, who of course had coverage of the nuclear policy that was going to cost $600 billion and deliver something in the 2040s. He was so good at that.
You're the reason there's only 42 of
But they've now put him in charge. Of their economic policy, their economic plans. And what he's come up with there is the revelation that there was this thing called COVID that flattened economies globally, that led to a cash rate of 0.1, that led to interest rates around the world declining, throughout every advanced economy, that led to emergency measures supported by the opposition with myself as leader being responsible, backing measures, including to keep people in work, unlike what they would have done, each and every day. And he has the hide to say, why isn't everything the same as it was under COVID? That is what he has had to say.
Order.
Well, the truth is that when it comes to interest rates, there have been 3 decreases this year. Inflation is half of what it was when we came to office. Employment has 1.2 million additional Australians in jobs. Wages have had 8 consecutive quarters of rising, not falling like occurred under them.
Order. Hang on. The Prime Minister will pause because. Order. No. All right. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition and the Treasurer are welcome to take their conversation outside. Order. Well, the Deputy Leader is now able to leave the chamber under 94A. Order. There is far too much noise. We're just going to take the temperature down. Prime Minister for the remainder of his answer.
Say good day to the member for New England, Mr. Speaker. I have to say good day. They're on 42 now, they're at 41. We'll see if we can get him into single figures by 3:10, Mr. Speaker. Because what we have been doing is cost of living measures to make a difference to people. Whether it's free take, lifting wages, making sure that medicines are cheaper, making sure across the board that people could see a doctor through the increased investment in Medicare, the urgent care clinics, the paid prac for nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives, the more than 1 million Australians who today have got registered and then will be receiving text messages in coming days to cut 20% off their student debt. All of these measures opposed by those
Prime Minister's
opposite.
time has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians with a student debt? What has been the response?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my good friend, the mighty member for Menzies, for his question. Mr. Speaker, in the wee small hours of this morning, between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m, when I hope most of us were still tucked up in bed, something very big happened. 1.5 million Australians had their student debt cut by 20%. And next Thursday, it's all going to happen again. Another 1.5 million Australians will have their debt cut by 20% as well. This is the biggest cut to student debt in Australian history. And to give you an idea just how big this is, for the average Aussie with a student debt, it means 5.5 grand off their back, off their debt. It's all automatic. You don't have to do a thing. Just wait for the ding. As the Prime Minister said, the text message will come next week. But it is important to know, Mr. Speaker, why this has happened. There is one reason that this has happened, and that's because of this man here. Because of this Prime Minister. Because of this Labor Prime Minister. Because he promised it, because he fought for it, because he believes in it, because he believes that young Australians deserve a break, and because millions and millions of Australians voted for it. And, Mr. Speaker, as one very smart National Party MP said, or potentially former National Party MP said, quote, "My kids are paying off a university debt and I reckon they voted Labor." Well, I bet they did. I bet they did. But even now there are still members of the Liberal Party who think this is a bad idea. On Monday, the member for Goldstein described celebrating this as quote-unquote despicable. You've got to ask yourself, what sort of planet does this mob over here live on? It explains why there's now 42 of them over there and why the seat that Tony Abbott once represented, or Malcolm Turnbull or Julie Bishop or Bronwyn Bishop or Brendan Nelson or Alexander Downer or even Sir Robert Menzies himself are now located up there, because young Australians see them and they see through them, and they know that the Liberal Party no longer represents them. And they also know this, that it's this Labor government and this Labor Prime Minister that's cut their debt by 20%.
Before order, the Manager of Opposition Business, I'd like to do some acknowledgements and some recognitions, if I can. Just ask the House to settle. I'm pleased to inform the House that in the Northern Gallery today are representatives of the Movember National Youth Action Council, who are here to raise awareness of the importance of youth members led by mental health initiatives. Welcome to our friends from Movember. Now I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Minister, my community would like to know, were you or any government minister at the airport when the ISIS-affiliated women, also known as ISIS brides, arrived back in Sydney in September?
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
No.
Give the order. The House comes to order. I'll hear from the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What actions is the Albanese Labor government taking to strengthen Medicare? Why is this government so determined to deliver better health care for all Australians after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for The member for Fisher will leave the chamber under 94A. No. Order. No. When people are asking questions, everybody should, as particularly a former speaker, should absolutely know that sitting that close to me is the absolute red line. Members have got to be able to ask questions in silence for the respect of the parliament. Now I give the call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and to the member for Lawler for her question and her support for a stronger Medicare. There are now 29 Medicare bulk billing practices in her electorate, bulk billing all of their patients all of the time, as well as the Werribee Urgent Care Clinic that's seen almost 30,000 patients, Mr Speaker, and early next year a new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic in Werribee as well, Mr Speaker. And this government is ending the year as we began it, Mr Speaker, focused on a stronger Medicare and cheaper medicines. In just the first sitting week of this year, the government announced a landmark women's health package, Mr Speaker, listing for the first time in decades new contraceptives and new menopause treatments, and since then already more than 550,000 Australian women have saved tens of millions of dollars at the pharmacy counter because of that decision, Mr Speaker. Just a couple of weeks after that, the Prime Minister announced the largest ever investment in bulk billing in Medicare's history, Mr Speaker, and already well over 1,000 general practices have gone from charging gap fees last month to bulk billing all of their patients this month, Mr Speaker, and that number is increasing every day. That same day we promised more doctors into the system, and this year we've trained more junior doctors as GPs than ever before, and next year we'll break that record again. And just 2 weeks after that announcement, we announced 50 more Medicare urgent care clinics. 3 are already open. 47 will be announced before Christmas and will be open in the following weeks. And then, Mr Speaker, 4 out of 5 Australians will live within a 20-minute drive of an urgent care clinic. Open 7 days a week, extended hours and fully bulk billed. All you'll need to take is your Medicare card, Mr Speaker. And if that's not enough, Mr Speaker, 2 weeks after that, the Prime Minister attended the Guild conference and announced our latest wave of cheaper medicines measures, Mr Speaker, freezing the maximum script price for pensioners all the way to the end of this decade and slashing the maximum amount the general patients pay at the pharmacy counter to just $25 on the 1st of January, the same price it was way back in 2004, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this was the most comprehensive health policy package any party has taken to an election since Bob Hawke promised to introduce Medicare in 1983, Mr Speaker, and we are delivering on every single thing that we promised, Mr Speaker, because for this party, for the Australian people, nothing is more important than a strong Medicare.
The call to the honourable member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Under Labor, the number of Australian families on financial hardship claims has surged by nearly 50%. Australians, including families in my electorate of Latrobe, are hurting. What is the message from this minister, who works part-time, to more than 200,000 Australian families struggling to pay their power bills and cutting back this Christmas because of Labor's broken promise to bring down power prices?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for the question, and my message to his constituents and to the people of Victoria is that we will continue to work without reservation to put downward pressure on energy prices by introducing more of the cheapest and most reliable and lowest forms of energy, Mr Speaker. And the fact is that in Victoria, the wholesale price of electricity in May 2022 was $233 a megawatt hour. It is today $77 a megawatt hour over the last quarter. The retail increase in Victoria that wasn't known for the 2022 election—
The Minister will pause. The member for Cowper was warned within 3 minutes of starting the question time today, so the warning continues right through. It doesn't wear out. If you are on a warning, I don't know why this is so hard. Do not interject. It's pretty simple. So I'm going to ask you to leave because you've shown disrespect to the chamber. Just asking everyone to show a little restraint. Member for Lindsay, I'm asking you as well not to interject anymore. Minister, in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The retail increase in Victoria that wasn't known before the 2022 election, which should have been known, was $61 for households and $270 for small businesses. 6 coal-fired power stations in Victoria totalling 6.8 gigawatts announced their closure under the former government. Morwell, Anglesea, Hazelwood, Yallourn, Loy Yang B and Loy Yang A are the first 3 closing in that period. None of them were— there was no plan to replace any of them. The previous government's big scheme, the underwriting new energy generation investment program, UNGI, delivered exactly 0 gigawatts for Victoria under them, Mr Speaker. By contrast, 4 gigawatts of renewables and 1.2 gigawatts of large-scale storage have been added in Victoria since May 2022. A further 2.8 gigawatts of renewables and 1.8 gigawatts of storage capacity in Victoria have been selected under our government's capacity investment scheme. So, under our capacity investment scheme, 2.8 gigawatts of renewables and 1.8 gigawatts of storage for Victoria. Under their UNGI scheme, 0 for Victoria. To be fair, 0 for everyone. But given the question was about Victoria, 0. And I'm very pleased to report, Mr Speaker, that as of today, 139,629 Australians have installed a cheaper home battery, and 23,845 of those have been in Victoria, with that state now having 500 megawatt hours of new home battery capacity since the 1st of July. So What our government is doing is delivering for the people of Victoria and repairing the damage of 10 years of denial and delay the previous government inflicted on the people of Victoria.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering tax relief for Australian workers, and how does that compare to other approaches?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. As a key member of the Economics Committees of this House and our caucus, the member for Bennelong knows that responsible economic management is a defining feature of this Labor government. Creating jobs, getting real wages growing again, rolling out cost of living relief, and tax cuts are a really important part of that because they recognise that when Australians earn more, they should keep more of what they earn as well. And that's why we cut taxes last year. It's why we're cutting taxes next year, why we're cutting taxes the year after that as well. Every single taxpayer is getting 3 tax cuts because of this Labor government. That means we are returning bracket creep. We're getting average tax rates down. And it means a fairer tax system for workers and especially young people. It means about $50 a week back in the pocket of the average worker, Mr. Speaker. Now, when the Shadow Treasurer gives speeches about bracket creep, he really ought to mention that those opposite voted against these income tax cuts. The Leader of the Opposition said she'd absolutely roll them back. They took a policy to the last election to raise income taxes on all 14 million tax-paying workers. And that means if they won the election and if they had their way, 14 million Australians would be paying more tax. Bracket creep would be worse. Average tax rates would be higher. Tax to GDP would be higher as well, but they still had bigger deficits and more debt, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it's so extraordinarily dishonest and hypocritical that the Shadow Treasurer didn't mention any of these facts at the press club yesterday. No wonder nobody takes him or them seriously on the economy. They haven't changed a bit and they haven't learned a thing from the election. And I wanted to tell the House, Mr. Speaker, about something the housing spokesman from that side said yesterday. Get a load of this, Mr. Speaker. In the Canberra Times yesterday I read, and I'm quoting, the Liberal housing spokesman said his party should focus on tax cuts for wealthier Australians. We should be looking to cut the top rate, he said. Frankly, lower income earners often don't pay a whole lot of tax in this country. Well, they would be paying more tax if those opposite had won the election, and doesn't that just say everything, Mr. Speaker? We are the party of lower income taxes and higher wages and less debt. They are the party of lower wages and higher taxes and bigger deficits. We are the party of responsible economic management, and they are a shambles, Mr. Speaker. Now, whether it's our tax cuts and their approach to them, whether it's the historic reforms to the EPBC Act that the Prime Minister and Minister Watt and Minister Gallagher secured today, 2 things are really clear. We finished this year focused, united and delivering. They finished the year divided, divisive and in disarray.
Call to the member for Parks.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Will the minister who works part-time apologise to Australian families and businesses for the government's broken promise to cut electricity bills by $275 by the end of 2025, a promise that was made almost 100 times?
Good question. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. He's from New South Wales, and the wholesale price of electricity in New South Wales in May 2022 was $320 a megawatt hour.
Members on my left.
For this quarter, it is $90 a megawatt hour. The retail increase that was hidden by then Minister Taylor in New South Wales was $227 or 14% for households and $1,130 for small businesses. I wonder whether the member for Hume cares to apologise for hiding that increase before the last election, for deliberately hiding it from the Australian people. I could print out the instrument he signed to change the law to hide the increase and distribute it to the caucus. I'd need a lot of paper, not 40 but 94, but I could do it, Mr. Speaker. We could all hold it up, the instrument that the member for Hume signed to hide the increase in power prices before the 2022 election. 7 coal-fired power stations in New South Wales, totalling 11.3 gigawatts, announced their closures under the former government, including Liddell, Mount Piper, Araring, Bayswater and Vales Point B. And you know how many gigawatts Minister Taylor's UNGI scheme delivered for New South Wales? Member for Eden Monero's onto it. None, zero gigawatts delivered under the UNGI scheme. By contrast, Mr Speaker, 5.7 gigawatts of renewables, 1 gigawatt of large-scale storage and 1 gigawatt of firming gas has been added in New South Wales since May 2022. A further 5.4 gigawatts of renewables and 1.2 gigawatts of storage in New South Wales have been selected under our capacity investment scheme. That's delivery. That's what delivery looks like for the people of New South Wales.
No, the member for Parkes, the minister was being directly relevant. You couldn't be more directly relevant reading facts and figures about the price of energy when he was asked about the price of energy. Order. Order. I've been crystal clear about points of relevance and taking points of order on relevance. If he was talking about something else, he wouldn't be directly relevant, but of course he was. Give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to build more houses for Australians? Are there any risks to the delivery of these homes?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Cunningham for her question. We are so lucky to have her powerful voice representing regional Australia in our caucus, as are so many regional MPs behind me representing the Labor Party, Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, we're in the middle of a housing crisis that's been cooking for 40 years, and the answer is we've got to build. But to build, we first need to approve. And for so many housing projects that we see around the country, it takes much longer to get approval to build a home than it does to actually build one. And this is one of the things that our government is working to change. So this is a really important day today, Speaker, as we take a big step forward in reforming Australia's broken environmental laws. Speaker, Australia's new environmental laws will reduce approval times for housing, in some cases from years down to weeks. A faster yes and a faster no to give home builders the certainty that they need. Now, those opposite continue their yapping as usual about the views of industry, but I want to let them know that the Property Council have come out fiercely supporting these changes today. They said these new laws give businesses greater certainty, support better environmental outcomes and speed up housing supply. Now, Speaker, housing remains a really important challenge for our country, but there are some great green shoots of progress that we're starting to see. Speaker, you know our government's delivering 55,000 much-needed social and affordable homes. We've got building approvals in Australia today up 15% on where they were a year ago. We've got 1 million households around the country benefiting from our 50%, almost 50% increase in Commonwealth rent assistance, and we've now seen 59,000 construction places taken up as part of fee-free TAFE. Now, Speaker, I was asked about risks to delivery, and there are many, not as many as there were earlier today, Speaker, but they sit opposite me. Those opposite had a prime opportunity to use the power that they have in this parliament to help us fix Australia's environmental laws. But what did they do instead, Speaker? They decided to be completely irrelevant and focus on their favourite activity, which is undermining each other at every single turn. Now, Speaker, we have got an opposition so divided they are organising separate clashing drinks events for different leadership contenders. My support sits with the member for Lindsay, Speaker.
Yeah. I just asked. Members on my right, the member for Reid is now warned. Well, we can just hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Yeah, just on relevance, Speaker, the Minister was asked about housing and she's not addressing housing at the moment. New South Wales built less houses this year than last year, so maybe she could get back to the topic.
Minister, yep, the Minister was asked, are there any risks to the delivery of these homes? So just want to make sure, I'm working with you, just want to make sure For that part of the question, she's making her answer directly relevant, and she'll need to talk about the risks, not just opposition policy. She'll need to answer the question that she was asked about.
Thank you, Speaker, and I think it shows very clearly part of the problem, that those opposite can't see the massive division that they bring to this parliament every day and the risk that that poses to good government across our country. Right. Now, Speaker, we have seen something extraordinary happen today, which is even the member for New England calling it quits. And when Barnaby thinks there's too much drama, Speaker,
Order.
you know the wheels are really falling off.
Order.
Speaker,
the Minister
we're
will resume
focused
her
on
seat.
delivering.
And the Minister will also refer to all members by their correct titles. Order. I'll give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change. This week the Minister said he was, and I quote, focused like a laser on energy prices. Minister, when will Australians see a $275 reduction in their retail power bills?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. And we agree, energy bills are too high. That's why we're working so hard to get them lower. That's the whole point, Mr Speaker. That's what this government understands. This government understands, and we're doing that by introducing more supply into the system, reversing the situation where 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power left the grid and only 1 gigawatt came on, reversing that, making sure more energy is connected to the system, providing short-term bill relief in the meantime, something we've done 3 times, the honourable member opposed 3 times. So it takes some gall, Mr Speaker, to oppose energy bill relief and then come in here and demand that energy bills should be lower. We recognise that energy bills are too high.
Order.
We recognise there's more work to do to see that 30%, roughly 30% reduction in wholesale prices in the last quarter flow through to bills.
Forrest.
Australians aren't seeing that yet in their bills. We want to see them receive that as soon as possible. That's why we're reforming the default market offer. That's why we're introducing solar sharer, so that as many Australians as possible get access to 3 hours free electricity in the middle of the day. I mean, you've got to be pretty negative to oppose free electricity in the middle of the day, but they find a way. They're actually opposed to Australians having the right to free electricity. I mean, that's how negative those opposite have become. I mean, I know how hard it is in opposition. We get it. We know it's tough, but at least find something you can support. If you can't support free electricity, what can you support?
The Minister's concluded his answer. Give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How has the Albanese Labor government delivered for Australian workers this year? How does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the hard-working member for Hasluck for her question. Since the Albanese Labor government was first elected, we have been working to deliver higher wages. Just a few months ago, we passed legislation to protect penalty and overtime rates, delivering on our election commitment. This means for all those workers relying on these rates over the Christmas period, they can be reassured that under this government, their penalty and overtime rates are protected. Now, this year our government advocated to the Fair Work Commission for a wage increase for our lowest paid workers, meaning that over the course of this Labor government, minimum wage earners are on average more than $9,000 better off. Now, our world-leading gig worker reforms are delivering platform delivery drivers in Australia minimum standards, including life-changing pay increases. And this year, we've also seen our determination to reinvigorate enterprise bargaining paying off. We are now seeing the highest number of employees on record covered by enterprise agreements, and these agreements are delivering substantial pay increases. And of course, our government has delivered early educators and aged carers a well-deserved pay rise, finally recognising the important work that they do. Now, this year we've also extended the right to disconnect to all workers covered by the Fair Work Act, so more people can turn off their phone and spend important time with their loved ones, particularly over the Christmas break. While our government is getting on with delivering our commitment to get wages moving, I will compare that to those opposite. Now, before the last election, we did have a coalition plan, you may have missed it, and that was to force working women into part-time job-sharing arrangements, cutting their take-home pay. They also promised to rip away the right to disconnect, wanting people in this country to work longer for less. And of course, they promised to repeal back important reforms that are delivering better wages for Australian workers. Now, despite the Coalition's plan being thoroughly rejected by the Australian people, we now have the Leader of the Opposition reheating last year's Christmas leftovers. When asked whether she would roll back our measures that are delivering better wages and conditions, she said she would look at it all. Everything is on the table when it comes to those opposite. Now, while those on the other side continue to fight and squabble for just one job, this Labor government is fighting for well-paid jobs for every single Australian.
Call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. In the last 3 months, the government has signed a secret MOU to pay Nauru at least $2.5 billion to house an undisclosed number of asylum seekers. Allegations of corruption have been made against multiple members of the Nauruan government, and it's been reported that Australian bikie gangs have won contracts to manage security on Nauru. Minister, is it your position that the opacity, wastefulness and cruelty of these arrangements reflects well on this country?
Call to the Minister for Home Affairs and the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I want to deal really specifically with the final part of the question and very directly about why the arrangements we have with Nauru are important and really important for Australia to have. The issues that you raised with respect to some of those contracts, when I last met with the President of Nauru, David Adiang, who I've dealt with since 2013 when I was previously Immigration Minister, the various allegations were taken seriously by him, and I trust that the Government of Nauru is dealing with that. But why these arrangements are in place is for a very good reason. And let me go back first of all to 2013 when I was previously Minister for Immigration. At that point, through what we did with our arrangements with Papua New Guinea and Nauru, we took the number of people who were risking their lives at sea by boat in just 3 months to be cut by 90%. That's right. That would not have been possible without those arrangements. When I first came into that portfolio, the boats were at the highest rate they had ever been, and there was a real human cost in that. I had 33 people die on my watch, drown at sea. The youngest of them was a baby. His name was Abdul Jafari. Today he should be 12. He should be 12 today, but he's not. And to make sure that we have a pathway to stop that trade in misery is an important and decent thing for Australia to do. In the same way, the more recent arrangements, which were referred to in the question as being about asylum seekers, there was no mention in the question about the fact that the particular people we're talking about there are people who have committed serious crimes in Australia. And it's a bit of a big detail to leave out, because these are individuals who have had their visas cancelled for a reason. And Australia has to be a country where visa cancellation is meaningful. When we had the High Court decision on NZYQ, we had a situation where all of a sudden it meant for some people, if your visa was cancelled, you'd have to return to your country of origin or go somewhere else. But for others, visa cancellation would in fact be meaningless for them. They would live in the community in the exact same way. And that's not the way to run a serious immigration system. As a nation, it is right and proper that any country is able to have control of its visa system. And almost everybody who is in Australia on a visa is a good guest in this country, respects this country and is welcome here. But when people and there are some extraordinary levels of crime for people in that particular caseload. When they have their visas cancelled, it has to have meaning. If we can't return them to their country of origin, then I am grateful that the Government of Nauru has given us a pathway for the third country resettlement arrangements which were put through this parliament.
Call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. What has the Albanese Labor government done to repair and rebuild our aged care workforce? Why was this necessary?
Give a call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Hunter for his question, and I thank him for the work that he's doing improving the health of men all across our country, including through his most recent and certainly most successful hair removal experience. Speaker, when we came to government, we inherited an aged care sector crippled by a decade of neglect, a workforce stretched to breaking point, wages that failed to reflect the skill and professionalism of the job, and a system held together only by the dedication and sheer hard work of its workforce. And Speaker, let me say this clearly. Aged care workers are the backbone of our system. They are skilled, compassionate professionals who show up every day for our loved ones. They deserve a government that shows up for them, and that's exactly what this Albanese Labor government is doing. While those opposite spent years fighting among themselves, dividing, delaying and denying the Royal Commission's most urgent calls, we got on with the job of rebuilding the workforce that older Australians rely upon. We've delivered the biggest pay rise in the history of aged care. So far, 4 rounds of fully funded pay rises recognising aged care work as the professional, essential work that it is. Today, the average registered nurse is making $28,000 more than they did before, meaning the award has increased by about $550 a week. These are life-changing numbers. There is no better cost of living help than a pay rise. Valuing workers isn't just good policy, it's how you deliver better care. Speaker, we've also made 24/7 nursing in aged care homes a reality. Getting nurses back into nursing homes is now a legislated requirement met by nearly every facility in the country. We've introduced mandatory care minutes and strengthened regulations so every older person receives the safe, person-centred attention and care that they're entitled to. This is about lifting standards and lifting the status of the workforce. And we've invested in a pipeline of workers for the future, funding thousands of free TAFE places, retention payments and scholarships, alongside better migration settings for targeted roles. Mr Speaker, workforce shortages don't vanish overnight, but the difference is this. We have a plan, and we're delivering it side by side with the incredible aged care workers who make this system run, not at their expense. And after a decade of division and drift, we're delivering renewal. While those opposite look for the next fight, this Labor government will keep valuing workers, lifting standards and building a system that gives every older Australian the dignity and the respect that they deserve.
The call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In his self-described year of delivery, and after 3.5 years of Labor, the Prime Minister has delivered the largest decline in living standards in the developed world, lower productivity, more debt, higher inflation, and now, as many economists warn, the real prospect of higher interest rates. Prime Minister, on this final sitting day of 2025, will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for all these failures?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We have, of course, reduced debt, reduced the interest that would have been paid on debt, because we turned their budget deficits into a budget surplus in our first year. We turned their budget deficit into a surplus in our second year and produced a reduced deficit in our third year. Our economy is growing very unusually across the developed world, we have had 0 quarters of negative growth. Inflation is down to half of what it was under those opposite. Interest rates have come down 3 times this year. Wages have increased 8 quarters in a row. They're growing at the fastest pace since 2012, the last time Labor was in government. We had the lowest average unemployment rate of any government in 50 years. 1.2 million additional jobs, 3 out of 5 full-time and 4 out of 5 in the private sector. We have the smallest gender pay gap on record. We have fewer days lost to industrial disputes compared with those opposites. We have a record number of small businesses. We have solid business investment, and we've delivered a tax cut for every taxpayer, which combined with the wages growth means that people are earning more and keeping more of what they earn. Those opposite want people to work longer for less. If they had their way, wages would be going down. People would not be able to work from home. Tax cuts would not have been delivered. That was their platform that they went to the election on, and they managed to combine all of that with higher deficits. Higher deficits is what they proposed. We've rolled out cost of living relief for every single household in energy bill relief, cheaper childcare for 1.1 million families, cheaper medicines that have saved Australians more than $1.5 billion, free TAFE for 725,000 enrolments, the largest increase in rent assistance in 30 years, student debt relief for more than 3 million Australians, all of it opposed by those opposite. All of it opposed by a coalition that's just too busy fighting each other to fight for Australians.
Give the call to the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. What threats does Australia's social media minimum age law face, and how is the Albanese Labor government fighting to put parents and kids before platforms?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Dixon for her question and for her ceaseless commitment to fighting for Northside parents and Northside children. Mr Speaker, exactly 1 year ago today, Parliament responded to a call from more than 120,000 Australian parents fed up with the predatory grip of social media that it had on their children. Parliamentarians of all stripes, Mr Speaker, put politics to the side and came together to prioritise the safety and the well-being of our kids. In doing so, we sent a strong message to Australian families. We hear you and we've got your back. And we've sent a stronger message to the social media companies. Time's up. Over the past 12 months, the Albanese Labor government has been focused on delivery, tabling the rules, publishing the regulatory guidance, working with platforms to ensure compliance and delivering a national awareness campaign to help prepare parents, carers, teachers and students. Doing our job, delivering. And we stand ready to defend any legal challenges that come our way on behalf of the 120,000 Australian parents who asked us to pass this law and to protect their kids from the harms of social media. But, Mr Speaker, while Labor delivers, the threats to these laws have come from parliamentarians who voted for these laws to happen. Mr Speaker, for the past 6 months, the Shadow Minister for Communications and her far-right co-conspirators have done everything they can to erode trust in the law they passed. Yesterday, coalition senators were doing the dirty work of the social media platforms, co-signing a bill to repeal the bill and throw Australian kids to the sharks. They are dog-whistling about needing a digital ID to access social media, despite the fact
the Senate passed a coalition amendment which prohibits platforms from requiring ID, and with any company caught forcing users to hand over their ID facing fines of up to $10 million. And in a cosmic sign of events to come, Mr Speaker, yesterday the Shadow Minister for Communications threw her previous coalition leader under the bus, saying that in hindsight she probably would not have supported the law. What? There's a predictive text field to their chaos, Mr Speaker, but we will not accept that chaos misleads young Australians. If the current leader of the opposition supports protecting children from the harms of social media, then stand up, join the government in backing Australian parents and making sure this law is a success. Anything short of that, Mr Speaker, is a complete capitulation to big tech and to even bigger political threats.
Order. Member for Barker, I reminded the House yesterday about those comments. They are disrespectful. Give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. Minister, more than 80% of Australia's gas is used for exports, tripling domestic gas prices and doubling electricity prices. In 2011, Santos's Gladstone LNG joint venture signed export contracts despite not having sufficient gas reserves, forcing gas to be diverted from the domestic market. Can the Minister confirm that this egregious export contract will not be extended beyond 2031 when it expires, as recommended by the ACCC?
Call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for McKellar for her question. I refer to the contents of that question. As you would be aware, as a member would be aware, the government is undertaking review of the gas market, and the intent of this review is to carefully examine how our gas policies work for our economy as part of the all-important energy transition, which I know the member supports, unlike those opposite. The review is examining the effectiveness and coherence of existing regulatory mechanisms to identify improvements with the aim of creating a long-term, stable regulatory environment. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy and I have been working closely on this for some time. It is nearing its conclusion and we will speak more about that in due course. It is helpful to answer your question to go through the guiding principles around the review. To secure supply of gas for Australians is a very important objective, to support the transition to net zero, and of course that Australia will remain a reliable trading partner, supporting energy security in countries like Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, but of course the Republic of Korea as well. In relation to COGAS and Gladstone LNG, I would note that COGAS is a co-owner of GLNG and indeed has invested $1 billion into the Queensland economy to build that facility. The arrangements you speak about expire in 2031, and all I can say about those arrangements is that whatever arrangements occur at that time will have to meet the obligations and requirements under Australian law.
Give the call to the member for Ford.
My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to deliver the infrastructure Australians need? What other approaches to infrastructure are there?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, the Minister for Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much. And can I thank the member for Ford for his question? I always love visiting your part of the world. Queensland's beautiful beaches are ready-made, but we do know there's work to do on the roads and rail across the state, and our government is delivering. For decades, it's been clear to anyone who sat in the traffic jam next to Movie World that a north-south alternative to the M1 is required. Over 210,000 vehicles routinely use the M1 on the busiest days between Coomera and Nerang. Now, I'm pleased to share that the fix is here. The Coomera Connector is coming. The new 4-lane, 4-kilometre section of the Coomera Connector, which will be inventively named the M9, will provide a vital alternative route to the M1 for locals between Coomera and Helensvale. I look forward to opening this much-needed project with my good friend Minister Brent Mickelberg and the member for Ford next week. I'm proud to be working with Brent on our $7.2 billion investment in the Bruce Highway, with construction already getting underway. The beef roads, where work has finally started. We've finally got that project off the ground, upgrading key cattle freight routes across central Queensland. Construction on the Rockhampton Ring Road, where we had to put millions of dollars more in to deliver because it was shortchanged by those opposite. Only Labor delivering the Rockhampton Ring Road and the Mackay Ring Road, two massive projects being delivered by a federal Labor government in partnership with the Queensland government. And planning is underway for rail improvements between Logan and the Gold Coast, and better rail links to the Sunshine Coast, where work is already underway, upgrading the rail between Berribum and Nambour. Now, Minister Mickelberg and I also worked with the Brisbane City Council to deliver Brisbane Metro, and all three levels of government are now collaborating on the business case to see it expanded even further. It's a new way of doing business between federal and state governments. We actually work together. I know that is a foreign concept to those opposite. We work with our state colleagues. When they were in government, they didn't just fight with each other, they also antagonised the states. They call West Australians cavemen. They talk down premiers who disagreed with them. They cut funding to projects, key projects like Brisbane's Cross River Rail. Really, it's been only a Labor government that's really invested significantly in Queensland. We know Cross River Rail's undergoing and going well. Again, this Prime Minister had invested in it as Infrastructure Minister. They froze indexation to road maintenance, leaving potholes all across our national highway network. Decades worth of potholes that we're now having to clean up. This government is building the infrastructure that Australia needs, fixing up on the mess left by that divided opposition opposite.
Call to the member for Riverina.
Just an extension of time for the Minister so she can talk about more about coalition-funded.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Nice try, member for Riverina. Order. When the House comes to order. Give the call to the honourable member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How many meetings of the National Security Committee of Cabinet, which deals with important energy security issues, does the Minister, who works part-time, expect to miss while he's overseas at his full-time job as President of COP negotiations?
Order. Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'll take the question as the Chair of the National Security Committee.
Order.
It's actually a breach of the law to talk about what happens at the National Security Committee.
Order. Order. Members on my left. Yeah. Order. The Minister for Climate Change. The member for Hume. When the House comes to order. I know it's the last day, but we're going to get through this. So I'd like to hear from the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Leader of the House. As the parliamentary year draws to a close and we move towards the Christmas season, what are the different approaches to delivery that have been taken so far in the 48th Parliament?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Boothby for the question, because the approach to delivery could not be more stark. We have in this 48th Parliament since the election, because we have an Albanese Labor government cutting 20% of student debt, because we have an Albanese Labor government having cheaper medicines, because we have an Albanese Labor government protecting penalty rates for Australian workers, because we have an Albanese Labor government 5% deposits for first home buyers. And add to that today, because we have an Albanese Labor government, long-awaited environmental reforms, and I might say Australian content obligations for streamers. But that approach to delivery, which as you see in the work of the Parliament, For other members of parliament, the approach to delivery would be better represented at Christmas time by the movies that people watch at the end of the year. Because the great Christmas story, the Christmas Carol, I suggest they all watch a version of it, probably the Muppet version of the Christmas Carol, and in doing so, don't focus on the tragedy of Tiny Tim.
Order. We're just, members on my right, order. The ministers on my right, just allow the Speaker to deal with this matter. The Leader of the House can resume his seat. There's only one point of order that you could be raising on, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The member for Wannon.
It's on relevance. This is about delivery. Now, you could talk about delivery.
Order. Order. Members on my right. It was a very broad question, member for Wannon, and you're not to abuse standing orders like that. I'm feeling generous because it's Christmas time. Order. Order.
Thanks
when
very
the House
much,
comes
Mr.
to order,
Speaker.
the Leader of the House will continue.
Christmas Carol, they should watch out for the ghosts of Christmas past, because we had two of them today. The ghosts of Christmas past, where their former Prime Minister, referring to Liberals today as insane conversations about energy, where he said energy policy should be determined by engineering and economics, not ideology and idiocy. But the other ghost of Christmas past, the member for New England, who was the deputy to Malcolm Turnbull, has decided to declare today that he will refuse to join any political party that will have him as a leader.
Order. Just the Leader of the House. We've got a minute to go, but I just ask you to... The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, following on from your frequent rulings, my point of order goes to the Order of the House. This garbage is out of order.
Order. Order. This places the Speaker in a difficult position because the question was so broad, but I'm just going to ask the Leader of the House to conclude as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Because it won't be long before they do move on from that movie, and with Love Actually, we'll have the member for New England turning up at a Queensland doorstep for a different party, holding a sign saying, "To me, you are perfect." But the Leader of the Opposition, while those opposite are watching whatever they're watching, the Leader of the Opposition can spend that time watching Home Alone.
Has the Leader completed his answer? Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Curtin.
My question is for the Prime Minister. The average house price has gone from 4 to 9 times the average income in the last 25 years, locking younger Australians out of a home. If this government is trying to address the housing affordability crisis, are your policies aiming to increase, plateau or reduce house prices?
Call to the Prime Minister.
What we're doing, the member for Curtin, is increasing supply. So what we want to do is to provide
on my left,
more social and public housing, point number one. And that's what we're doing through our Housing Australia Future Fund. That's what we're doing through Housing Australia. We're, in addition to that, trying to provide more private rentals, and we're doing that through our Build to Rent incentive as well. Something that was blocked in the Senate by the Coalition, stopping that occur when the Coalition and the Greens combined to be the Coalition.
Order. We've dealt with this matter before. The Prime Minister was referring to the Coalition as in a collective group rather than the Coalition. If he had referred to the Coalition as the Coalition, as I have done before to rule it out, it's just going to assist the House if that term's not used. Yes, the Manager of Opposition. Oh, all right. I said it would assist the House if it could not be used. Order. Just manage your opposition business. Just everybody. When the House comes to order, the Prime Minister will be heard in silence.
Mr. Speaker, they've had a bad day. They've had a bad day. I understand that. I tell you what would also assist houses, not just this House, is this government's policies being implemented. Because that's what we're doing. Whether it be increased social housing, whether it be increased private rentals, or whether it be increased home ownership through programs, such as our shared equity scheme and our 5% deposits.
The member for Curtin, I'm going to deal the same way with the member for Parkes. The Prime Minister's completed his answer, but it was being directly relevant. When you ask a broad question like that, yeah, and he's addressing the topic of the question. Order. 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 When the House comes to order, we will hear from the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. My questions to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs. How is the united Albanese Labor government delivering critical defence capabilities to keep Australians safe? And how does it compare with other approaches to national security?
Call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Newcastle for her question. The Albanese government is united and working hard to deliver the capabilities our Defence Force needs to keep Australians safe. Yeah. And importantly, we're accelerating delivery at the same time as growing Aussie jobs. This is in stark contrast to the Liberals and Nationals who aren't listening, have no ideas and are focused on themselves. We've delivered naval strike missiles, Tomahawk and SM-6 missiles to the Navy years ahead of schedule, increasing the Navy's range tenfold. We're more than doubling the Navy's warship fleet, and we've selected the Megami-class frigates months ahead of schedule, with the first frigate to be delivered in 2029. And, Speaker, our first frigate will be delivered 5 years ahead of the Coalition's planned first new warship, and will deliver 4 new warships when they plan to deliver 1. Speaker, we've committed to continuous naval shipbuilding in Adelaide and Perth, delivering tens of thousands of new jobs. In contrast, the Liberals closed 2 shipyards, slashing thousands of jobs, and secretly cut $20 billion from the defence budget. We're increasing the budget by $70 billion. That is what a responsible, united government does. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about alternate approaches, and we saw it under display by the last government and continued in the opposition leader's thought bubble of a defence speech last week. A thought bubble so empty that the Shadow Defence Minister didn't even know about it. It was a speech that lauded Scott Morrison's commitment to producing guided weapons in this country. There was only one slight problem. Under the Morrison government, they produced 0 missiles. 0 missiles. The only thing they produced was media releases. I've got news for the opposition. You don't defend the nation with media releases or Top Gun music. In contrast, we're building 2 missile factories and we'll be producing missiles by the end of this year. That is what a united government does. The other insight of the opposition leader was that we need to invest in drones and autonomous systems, and I couldn't agree more. And that's why we've allocated over $10 billion to do that, and that's why we're repairing the damage her government did when they cancelled the country's only armed drone project. By contrast, we've built the Ghost Shark factory, growing hundreds of jobs in Sydney and delivering to the Navy. The truth is, Mr Speaker, we're getting on with the job of supporting the ADF, growing the defence industry workforce. Only one side of the parliament can be trusted with national security, and it's sitting right over here.
The call to the honourable member for Durack.
Here we are. Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The Vinnie's WA CEO Anne Curran has delivered this damning assessment of life under Labor, and I quote, "The demand for our support services, particularly for emergency assistance, is greater than ever before. Not only are people struggling to pay their rent, but they don't have enough money left at the end of the week to buy essentials such as food." Can the minister, who works part-time, confirm that the government's failure to deliver its promised $275 power bill has ruined Christmas?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, and we would agree with the Chief Executive of Vinnie's that energy prices are too high, and that's why we're working hard to reduce them. That's why we're working so hard. That's why we're working hard to ensure more energy supply in Western Australia. 2 coal-fired power stations in Western Australia announced their closures under the former government, Mudgee A and Mudgee B. Minister Taylor's scheme, UNGI, delivered 0 gigawatts for Western Australia. In contrast, 1.5 gigawatts of renewables and 1.2 gigawatts of large-scale storage have been added in Western Australia since May 2022. A further 0.5 gigawatt of storage in Western Australia has been delivered under the Capacity Investment Scheme. And I'm pleased to tell the House that 15,825 West Australian families have installed a cheaper home battery since the 1st of July, in many instances reducing their bills to 0 or getting a rebate instead of getting a bill, actually getting money in their bank account rather than sending a bill, getting a bill. Now, that is the difference that delivery makes. We have much, much more to do. We intend to keep going with that task to repair the 10 years of delay, denial and dysfunction of those opposite.
Give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. How have the government's EPBC reforms been received?
Great question.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Macquarie for her question, and of course she represents a beautiful part of Australia, the Blue Mountains, that is such an important part of our environment that links in urban community of Sydney with the magnificent Blue Mountains area. And indeed, Graham Samuel, the person who was commissioned by the Liberal and National Party government, they chose to commission the report, they ignored it, but finally it's taken a government to put it in place. This is what he had to say today. The summation of my position now is one of relief and total elation, because at long last, after just over 5 years, the review recommendations are being implemented in total. What we've got now is progress. That is what Graham Samuel had to say. The Association of Mining Exploration Companies said this: AMEC has been working to support the best deal possible, and this is it. Went on to say the agreement finally unlocks progress on reforms industry has sought for as long as anyone can remember. The minerals industry will be a primary beneficiary of these changes. The Australian Industry Group, EPBC reforms strike the right balance between development and the environment. The reforms before Parliament to fix our primary environmental laws, while not perfect, provide much-needed clarity for essential development and necessary protection for our environment. The Property Council of Australia. This reform ends years of uncertainty and delivers the most significant overhaul of environmental laws in a generation. They give business greater certainty, supports better environmental outcomes and speeds up housing supply. The Housing Industry Association. These reforms would make a marked difference in turning the dial on fast-tracking new approvals and clearing the massive backlog of approvals awaiting the green light. Dr Ken Henry. The Australian Parliament has done its job and restored national leadership to environmental protection and repair. Urban Development Institute of Australia, the progress of the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 signals that critical and long-awaited reform is finally underway. Mr Speaker, we made it very clear we wanted to negotiate across the board. Unfortunately, the rabble opposite couldn't get their act together, but we have got this done.
Order. We're just dealing with the order of questions. Yeah. Yep. We'll deal with this. We've just, due to an earlier question time last term, we had to rebalance the last couple of weeks. We just balanced the number of questions, in which I've done.
I'm just drawing attention to the House sessional order of the changed order that was done with respect to when we got to this number of questions with the crossbench.
Yeah, and we did rebalance that process, so I'll go to the crossbench now. Order. No, they have indicated, but we just had to do some work to work with the House, and we've done that now. Give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Many constituents complain to me that question time is question time, it's not answer time, and that is driven by the standing orders that don't actually force real answers from the government. That they say to me that it means that we don't hold the government to account in the same way that they expect us to in this House. I asked the Prime Minister, have you considered reforming question time to give a greater expectation of answers and a narrowing of relevance so we can get better answers in this House?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Question to you, but I'll see if the Leader of the House, that was a job I used to have, might want to add to the answer.
Members on my
but
left.
One of the things that has improved, I think, the reforms that have been placed in the Parliament while I was Leader of the House is a limit on time. That wasn't always the case. Limit on time in asking the question and a time in answering the question as well. One of the things you might notice as a member for Wentworth is I draw your attention to the time on the clock. One of the things that I have done is not shut down question time after an hour, and indeed, and indeed, and indeed, if those opposite want me to shut it down in an hour, I'll take that on board. But what I have done is make, on average, questions every single day. I'm here every single day. All my ministers are here. And we are actually the most accountable parliament. We are the most accountable parliament in the world. In the world. Most parliaments on the G20, if I speak about President Paboa has not answered a question, Prime Minister Modi has not answered a question. In the United Kingdom, the Westminster system upon which we're based, there's Prime Minister's question time for 1 hour once a week, and the questions are on notice. On notice.
Order. Members on my left, just come to order.
On notice. There is no parliament in the world in which a government is more accountable than this government, and Australian governments of both persuasions. That is just a fact across the board. And one of the things that we do is to make sure as well that we've ensured that standing orders have been amended so that the crossbenchers get a fair crack. That's something that we have done, and this question is an example of that.
The call. No, it goes back to the government. Order. Order. Members on my left. We'll hear from the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australians, and what other alternatives to our government's action?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Melbourne for her question. It's been a delight to visit the member for Melbourne's electorate, including to go on the first journey of the Melbourne Metro that will make such a difference to the entire system of Melbourne, because what it will do is open up the capacity of the entire network, and it opens on Sunday, and I know that there'll be a huge celebration there. That was something that we in government put $3 billion into that was ripped out by the former government. But what winning successive elections enables
Order.
you
The
to
member for
do
Herbert.
is to deliver on the commitments that you put to the Australian people. And since May 3, we have been focusing on delivery.
Order.
A stronger Medicare, higher wages, more secure jobs, making sure that people earn more and keep more of what they earn. We have been going through one by one and ticking off the legislative commitments that we have made to deliver for the Australian people. 3 million Australians having their student debt cut by 20%. 16,000 first home buyers into their own home using a 5% deposit. Another 21,000 social and affordable homes on the way through the HAF. Tax cuts for every taxpayer next year and the year after. More than 130,000 Australians benefiting from batteries to make sure that the solar power from their roofs gets stored and their bills are decreased.
The member for Wannon.
Higher wages, free TAFE, paid prac and incentives for construction apprentices. 50 more urgent care clinics. One in my electorate will open next month. At last, I thank the Minister for the final recognition of the electorate of Greenlaw.
Order.
More bulk billing GPs. And when we meet next year in February,
Order.
the 1-800 Medicare will be up and
warned.
running, and every Australian will have access to cheaper medicines that come in January. That is delivery in action, making a positive difference to people's lives. We define ourselves by what we are for. Those opposite define themselves by what they are against, usually each other. But even when they combine and make a decision, it's what they're against. They're against net zero, they're against our environmental reforms, they're against all these measures, they're against tax cuts, but they can't say what they are in favour of. When they're fighting each other, they're fighting against what Australians deserve. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. We've just got a little bit of work to do, members, before we leave and before I call the Leader of the House and the Prime Minister and do the Leader of the Opposition with some valedictories. Oh, some end of year, sorry. No, I meant at the end of year. No, for all of us to do the end of year comments. I just want to inform the House that present in the press gallery today is Steve Quick, who's retiring after almost 4 decades in the Federal Press Gallery, remarkably working for the same company, Channel 7, for his entire career. Steve began his career as a camo in 1988 at Old Parliament House, working his way up to eventually run the Channel 7 Bureau at Parliament House alongside his colleague Mark Riley. Well, I understand that Steve is highly respected in the press gallery by his colleagues and will be greatly missed. On behalf of the House and all members, I thank Steve for his service and wish him all the best for his retirement. And on indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Can I join with you, Mr Speaker? We had Steve Quick along with his colleagues from the gallery at the Lodge last night. And there his colleagues presented him, or got me to present, the work that they'd done of putting together a compendium of which there were handwritten messages expressing their love, in some cases, for Steve and for the extraordinary work that he has done. Steve has been in the gallery since 1988. He has been at 7 the entire time, which is quite an advertisement for 7, it must be said, when you had that longevity and consistency with one employer. I know that in that time he has trained his camera on 9 Prime Ministers. He has covered 13 election campaigns and around 40 budgets in different ways across that period. And I think after all that, Steve has well and truly earned a wonderful retirement. I must say, Mr Speaker, one of the things about the pictures and coverage that goes into the lounge rooms or is read in newspapers for the still pick operators is that quite often they don't get seen, unlike the Mark Riley, of course, is the most prominent of the Channel 7 presenters. But the work that they do behind the scenes is just as important. And one of the things that I've found is the unequivocal courtesy and respect that every single camo in this building has, whether they be the still photographers or the people who shoot moving pictures and record us. They are incredibly just dignified in the way that they conduct themselves. They're always there before the press conference. They're the ones who set it up, and they leave afterwards when everyone else is gone, whether it's the people in front of the camera or the people asking the questions. They're there, and they're there then going up to the studios to make sure that the pictures make sense and to put it all together. So to Steve, I pay tribute to you, mate. I thank you for the work that you've done and the engagement that I've had with you. But I think your work as well and the tribute symbolises the respect in which the people behind the cameras are held by all of us in this chamber.
And on indulgence, the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Steve. I popped up to the Bureau to say a personal thank you to Steve Quick earlier today. I did notice that he had a Liberal mug on his desk with stronger economy, stronger coffee written on it, which I thought was very appropriate, and I associate myself with the mug, Mr Speaker. But I also made the very good points that the Prime Minister has just made, which is that we see the journalists and we relate to the journalists. We don't often appreciate the incredible work that goes on by the cameramen and women. And Steve shared with me that he's going to spend a bit more time on his hobby farm close to Canberra and look forward to retirement. But I suggested that he had a lot of wisdom that would probably be passed on to another generation, and we look forward to seeing him at some configuration back in the building.
Now, I'll just call the Leader of the House with some arrangements that we'll need to deal with, and then we'll move to the speeches. Prime Minister and Leader.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that Standing Order 31, automatic adjournment of the House, and Standing Order 33, limit on business after normal time of adjournment, be suspended for this sitting. For members, that is because we are expecting to receive messages from the Senate that we will need to deal with today. I'll have more information on the pace at which the Senate is going, and as soon as I know when we're likely to receive those messages, I'll report back to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Now, we'll move to indulgence. Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this chamber looks a bit different to how it did this time last year. And I look around, I see a lot of new faces, and I'm pleased that they are still filled with excitement. I did, during that question time, ask the newer members did they want to keep going with additional questions, and they had a different view from some in the gallery and some behind me on the front bench who were quite happy to finish up a bit earlier than we did. And that is understandable because they are quite rightly proud that they have the great privilege that very few Australians get to do of representing their electorates. And to come here and serve our communities and our nation is an incredible privilege. And as we prepare to return to electorates and the very people who entrusted us with being their voice in this place, it is worth reflecting on the responsibility but also the opportunity that being a Member of Parliament extends to us. The onerous responsibility we have of being worthy of the trust that our communities place in us by voting for us, regardless of which political party or none that we represent in this place. We have a responsibility to do all we can to make this wonderful country of ours even better because of our presence. It's a road that doesn't end, of course, even when you reach your destination. To serve our country as Prime Minister is certainly the greatest honour of my life. I'd like to mention a few of the people who make all of this not just possible for me, but indeed a joy to be. The caucus, firstly. I can't go past the words of a great son of Marrickville, Jeff Fennick. I love yous all. And the delight, the capacity, the skills that we have in this caucus are quite extraordinary. And just the sense of solidarity as well that is there with people really working as a team is something that I said last night in a different place, that it certainly is the most united team I've seen in the Labor Party anywhere at any time. And I think it's fair to say since Federation it would be hard to argue, given those of us who've read a lot of books of history, that it has ever been better than it is of the class of 2025. To the Deputy Prime Minister, my friend Richard Marles, I thank you for your loyalty, for filling in for us, for the work that you've done as Defence Minister as well is quite extraordinary. And you continue to be a source of counsel, and I have a relationship with you that is absolutely perfect between a leader and a deputy, a relationship of absolute and complete trust and faith. To the Leader of the House, Tony Burke, I said to Tony when I gave him this gig that it is the best fun that he'll have in this place. He does it with diligence, he does it very effectively. The changes that have been made to make this parliament function better, a credit to him, and his band has got better as well. Can I say that? I didn't stay last night at the caucus and staff party because of my ongoing flu I've had all week, but I did hear the beginning of Blur and Song 2, which was fantastic. And I pay tribute to the fact that the band is better because, quite frankly, a few years ago they were awful, Mr Speaker. They really were. They really were. To my Senate team, Senators Wong and Farrell, they are both amazing as well. Very good. They get stuff done along with, of course, the wonderful Katie Gallagher as managing business over there. I sit in meetings quite often, and myself and the Treasurer in particular say that we don't speak Senate, and I don't. I think I understand this place. That place is a bit different, the way that it operates, but the Senate team do a magnificent job. And when you look at our standing internationally, something that I see when I go to something like a G20 meeting, something that's reflected in what happened at the Conference of the Parties meeting in Brazil as well. Our engagement internationally is one in which Australia's place is respected and trusted. We are a middle power that are punching way above our weight, and that's a good thing for our nation, because out of that engagement comes jobs for Australians, a real plus. To the Treasurer, the Finance Minister, the financial team, they do an extraordinary job. We sit in ERC meetings for a long, long time. We've been sitting there again in the lead up to my EFO. It's hard work, it is detailed work, and the Treasurer works in a way that is quite extraordinary. It's across the breadth of everything that has to happen in government across portfolios, and together him and Katie make an extraordinary team, and I thank you, Jim, for the extraordinary work that you have done. To everyone who makes this chamber work, the clerks, Hansard crew, ushers, sergeant-at-arms, all of you, thank you for the work that you do. Everyone who makes this huge building hum, especially our wonderful cleaners as well, who are just delightful. to all of the parliamentary staff. I thank you for the work that you do. Can I thank in particular the AFP detail, whose job is unfortunately becoming tougher with the rise in threats. We had drinks for the gallery last night, and normally at the lodge people would just be there. Unfortunately, they did notice that I have members of my detail at different spots around, even in the lodge. The truth is that there have been a number of arrests in recent times, including multiple arrests associated with my safety. They do an incredible job. They put themselves on the line, and I thank them for their diligence and also their friendship. I spend more time with them than I do with my cabinet colleagues by definition. I haven't got to drive a car for 4 years, so it's going to be a problem, I think, when that starts. I'm a bit concerned that I was able to renew my licence without having a test, but I was earlier this year. But they do an incredible job, and indeed they are friends as well. I look forward to hosting them at an end-of-year function, as I do hosting the RAF crew as well, who are just amazing and diligent and so good at the service that they deliver. To my department, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, under the leadership of Dr Stephen Kennedy, and to all of the departmental heads and public servants who work right around the country, thank you for what you do. I look forward to once again going down to a function before Christmas at PM&C and thanking you personally, the people in my department. To you, Mr Speaker, the extraordinary job that you do, it has given you respect personally, which is really important. But what's more important is that you've lifted up the respect that Australians will have for this chamber by the way that you conduct yourself, not just here when question time's on, but going around electorates of people across the parliament. That was something that Tony Smith began and that you have accelerated across the board. And I thank you for the work that you do and the other work that you do hosting. I've been to a number of charity events raising funds for important organisations like Red Kite in your chambers, and I thank you for that. To my own personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell, to Liv and Belle, who look after my diary and look after me as well, I thank you for all of the work that my personal staff do. They work extraordinarily long hours. One of the things I'm quite proud of is I have a range of staff who literally started work for me last century, including Tim Gartrell. That says something about the relationship that we have, and I think it says something about the culture in my office. Culture comes from the top, and Tim Gartrell is a great Chief of Staff and makes it a great place to work as well. To Tim Murray and my electorate office staff in my wonderful community of Grainler, it's a bit tough being in an electorate office for a Prime Minister because everyone thinks that they are the government as a whole. So they get every call from right around the country, and tragically they have had to put up with protesters who continue to be outside what was my former electorate office, is now just a church, with flags and banners and engage in hassling people walking down Marrickville Road. I say to the protesters, blocking people from accessing help and services does not send the message that you think it does. It undermines the position that you purport to support. To the staff at the Lodge in Kirribilli, thank you. To Kim and Adam and the other staff who look after those premises and host important events such as the recent dinner that we had for the President of Indonesia, and who work in such a diligent way. I want to also acknowledge the press gallery. It's a pleasure to have you at the Lodge last night. This is a time as well when we speak about our families, and to my fiancée Jodie, I thank you so much for coming into my life at an unexpected time. This job would be so much harder to do by myself. She is someone who is not a party political person. Of course, she was born Labor and will die Labor. I'm not into mixed marriages. And of course, she has a red eye and a green eye, also not into mixed marriages. But Jodie has been thrust in many cases into a public role that she could not have expected a decade ago or 6 years ago. And she is so well liked. Everyone from President Macron to Prime Minister Starmer and others on the international stage ask where she is, if she's working full-time, which is what she does as well. And she takes leave without pay to represent Australia. And I thank her for that, but most importantly, I thank her for what she does for me and to make my life so much better. To my son Nathan, who turns 25 very soon. I'm not quite sure how that happened, I've got to say, but he is a fine young man. I look forward to the Festival of Nathan 2025 version in a couple of weeks. He is my best mate as well, and we have developed such a fantastic relationship. And I know that he is friends of many of the people on this side, but also people like David have reached out, treated him with respect, and I thank everyone for doing that as well. It sometimes can be hard to have a really obvious surname as a young man trying to make your way in the world. He stands out, and he is someone of whom I am very, very proud. Now, as you return to your families and electorates across this great continent, I wish everyone a wonderful Christmas. For people of faith, it's a particularly important time. I will go to an event prior to Christmas at St Mary's Cathedral with Archbishop Fisher has invited me. I look forward to that. And it is an important time where people can rekindle their faith, think about their place in the world, and remind ourselves that in the arc of history, we're small. And I think that is something that is very important, particularly for Christians. So for those who will be celebrating their faith and recommitting or just confirming their faith at Christmas time, remember the message of Jesus Christ and what that means about caring for each other as well. I will be, once again, on Christmas Day. I look forward to being at Exodus with Reverend Bill Cruz. It's a fantastic thing. It's the best example I can think of in my life where just doing something for someone else, that is feeding people on Christmas Day, gives more to the people who are serving than the people who are being served, because it's delightful. And Bill tells me that once again there are more volunteers who want to help on Christmas Day than they need. So they've had to say no to people helping out. It's a fantastic thing. And so for all those who are helping people on Christmas Day, or all those emergency service workers who keep the hospitals running, aged care, people who are working on Christmas Day to look after others, I thank you as well. And I wish everyone a wonderful Christmas. Across this Parliament, I wish the Leader of the Opposition and Leader of the National Party and everyone else here a Merry Christmas. You do get time to spend with your family and with friends. I look forward to continuing to watch Australia humiliate the English cricket team, starting on Saturday with the PM's 11 sorting out the English team at Manuka Oval.
An indulgence, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased to add my remarks to these end-of-year statements. And it has been an intense and demanding parliamentary year, but at this stage it is worth remembering, pausing to think about why we are all here. Every one of us, regardless of where we sit in this place, has been given an extraordinary privilege by the Australian people. When we walk through the door as new members of Parliament, we come here with our hearts filled with hope, determination and strength, because we do want to make Australia a better place. And while we have different philosophies about how that should happen, we all come together in this common purpose. And it is indeed an extraordinary privilege, because representing the communities that we all do, 150 across this country, is an honour that I know none of us does take for granted. So I just want to acknowledge that fundamental truth to begin with. To the Prime Minister, can I thank you for your remarks and for the courtesies that you have extended across the aisle over the year. We don't agree on a lot, but the ability to engage constructively in the national interest required very much by our democracy is appreciated by me. And I wish you, Jodie and Nathan, a safe and peaceful Christmas. To the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, who hasn't made it back after the suspension, Mr Speaker, can I thank him for his hard work as Deputy? Can I thank the Manager of Opposition Business, the member for Mitchell, for his energy and support? Can I thank, of course, the Deputy Minister, the member for Page, but particularly can I thank the Leader of the Nationals for forming the strong coalition that we have throughout this year and for our joint purpose and effort. And I like that, stronger than ever. Can I thank you, DLP? Can I thank the whips, who are often not seen and often not heard, but incredibly effective. The member for Casey, universally incredibly respected, perhaps not yet feared as much as he should be, but member for Casey, that will come. The member for Fadden, who manages the Federation Chamber like clockwork, my appreciation to you. The member for Bowman, who keeps everybody in check every day and is much needed by me and the team. Can I thank in the other place the extraordinary Senator Cash, who is unwell but very much still engaged in the business of the other place, Senator Ruston and Senator Duniam, who are absolutely invaluable in a chamber that the Prime Minister and I would agree is something of a mystery, but is nevertheless very important for our democracy. Can I, Deputy Speaker, also acknowledge my colleagues in the Liberal Party party room, every single one of you. Thank you for your hard work, your conviction, your good humour throughout the highs and the lows of this year. To the crossbench colleagues, can I note that while we often differ sharply in policy, I value the civility and the conversations that we have had and the things we do have in common, because all members have things in common. The diversity of perspectives in this parliament is a reminder of the strength of our democracy. We vote every 3 years, but we are Australians every single day. Can I acknowledge the people who keep this place functioning? And when we have a late night in our office, we often see them quietly moving about the corridors, doing incredible work. The clerks, the attendants, the Sergeant-at-Arms and her staff, all of the parliamentary staff who work long hours so we can do our jobs. The AFP, who protect us and our families with professionalism and kindness. Thank you. It's a service that is never taken lightly. Can I acknowledge my own staff, led by my Chief of Staff, Dean Shakar, but every single one of my staff, because we say that it doesn't matter where you sit in the office, you are equally important. You might be the smiling face when the doors open in the morning, or you might be the person who very rarely comes out of the area where you work, but you are still contributing, and it is not easy. So can I thank all of my staff? Can I thank my electorate staff, led by the incredibly capable Nikki Waldron in the Albury office, and my staff in Griffith as well, led by Sally Argent-Smith. Being an electorate officer is often no fun at all. I say you feel as if you're between a priest and a doctor. You do not know who's going to walk through the door, but you are always representing your member and your member's interests, and it is a very, very important role. And sometimes when our electorate looks to Parliament, it seems like all the excitement and all the action is here. Maybe some days it is, but I never miss an opportunity to say a very deep thank you to the people who work in our electorate offices. Above all, I want to thank and acknowledge the families of all of our members, our spouses and partners, children and loved ones. They carry a heavy burden so that we can be here. We miss milestones. They live with uncertainty. They put up with the demands of political life with far more grace than we deserve. To my own family, my 3 beautiful children, Paul, Georgina and Isabel, the greatest gift of my life. To my 6 grandchildren, who I'm looking forward to seeing over Christmas. But, Mr Speaker, we get emotional when we talk about our families. We talk about ourselves a lot in this building, but we should never forget the Australian families who are beyond these hallowed halls, who look to us for leadership and support. So I always say at this time of year, I want to think of Australians who are working hard, who are struggling, who are doing it tough. And I want to think of the Australians who are in separated families, because for them, Christmas can be pretty bloody awful. And we understand that and we care about that. So in terms of the connections that you all can make to people who, for whatever reason, are putting on a brave face over Christmas, but you know that behind that brave face there is a bit of distress and uncertainty, make sure that you do reach out to them. Of course, to the incredible emergency service workers, our police, our nurses, our doctors, our paramedics, our Defence Force personnel standing by for so often what we see is an event that they're called out for over Christmas. Serving here, serving abroad, unable to come home, and to the volunteers who come out at Christmas because they know how much they're needed. We owe them a debt of gratitude. And Christmas, of course, at its heart is a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ. To Australians of Christian faith, I wish you a blessed and holy Christmas. And to all Australians, whatever your traditions or your celebrations, I wish you a safe, peaceful and restorative break. To you, Mr Speaker, I wish you a very Merry Christmas. I look forward to returning in 2026, refreshed, energised and ready to continue to serve the people of this great country.
And before we conclude the parliamentary, I too want to take just a quick moment to formally acknowledge and thank some of the people who have been essential to our parliament this year. First and foremost, I want to thank and recognise the Clerk of the House, Clarissa Surtees. I want to thank Clarissa for her expertise and guidance she provides to me and to all members, alongside with the leadership of the Deputy Clerk, Peter Banson, through the department. Your support is invaluable. As the Prime Minister said, we welcomed 32 new members to the House this year, which was a huge amount of work in itself. So I give thanks to the work of the Department of House of Representatives for the incredible support to all the new members as they settled in to your important new roles. A thank you to the Parliamentary, Attendance, Hansard, Broadcasting Teams, Committee, Table Office, the Sergeant-at-Arms. All of your work goes unnoticed to the members in this place. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge Louise Milligan, a long-serving and highly respected member of staff who passed away just last week, on the 20th of November following a long illness. Louise began her career with the Department of the House of Representatives on the 14th of November 2011 and dedicated 14 years to the parliamentary service. She, like so many people, have made an invaluable contribution to the committee office as both a researcher and senior researcher. She was greatly valued by all of those who worked with her, and I extend, on behalf of the House, our heartfelt condolences to Louise's family, friends and colleagues. To the Parliamentary Budget Office, led by Sam Reinhardt, to the Department of Parliamentary Services, led by Jala Hinchliffe, thank you to your teams and the support that you give to so many. To my colleagues and fellow members, to be chosen for this role, to sit in this seat again by you is a profound honour and deeply humbling. Thank you for another year of commitment and contribution, and most importantly, thank you for the respect and kindness you've shown me. To all the occupants of the Speaker's chair, especially the Deputy Speaker, the member for Newcastle, The member for Longman, the second Deputy Speaker, thank you for helping maintain order in the House. I greatly appreciate your friendship, wise counsel and support. Also, I want to thank the Chief Government Whip and the Chief Opposition Whip and the National Party's Whip. Leader of the Opposition, I definitely see them and I definitely hear them. Finally, my thanks to the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Nationals, the Leader of the House, the Manager of Opposition Business and, of course, the crossbench, who play an important role in this chamber. It's been a massive year for all of us. I hope you each find some time to rest, recharge with your family and friends, and look forward to seeing you again in the new year for another huge year. Merry Christmas. Order. If members can leave the chamber, I've got a couple of items before we just go to papers, and I have a report before we go to the MPI. The member for Lindsay, first of all, was calling for, she's claiming to be misrepresented. Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Mr Speaker, I do claim to be misrepresented.
You may proceed.
Today in question time, the Minister for Communications badly misrepresented comments I've made regarding the government's social media ban. The Minister told the chamber, I said yesterday, that in hindsight I would not have supported the law. That is incorrect, and the Minister needs to tell the truth. What I said was I want it to work the way it is intended for Australian kids. I fear the rushed nature, the drip feeding of platforms, now the revelation that digital ID might be required is causing doubt and uncertainty. The Minister needs to stop doing PR trips to New York during a triple zero crisis and make this work for Australian children.
The leader, the member for Lindsay, you can't add those things at the end. You've just got to claim where you've been misrepresented, not give commentary when you use that. There's been far too much abuse of that process. The member for Line and Indulgence has asked to make a statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to extend my condolences to the families and loved ones of the young woman taken today at Crowdy Bay in a fatal shark attack. Crowdy Bay is in my electorate, and indeed it's a beach that I know well. I spent many years there as a child. It's a tragic circumstance. This was at an unpatrolled beach at quite a remote part of the bay. Happened very early this morning. Details are scant, but understand that it was a tourist with her partner, both in their 20s. Unfortunately, she died at the beach. An heroic passerby managed to put on a tourniquet to the man who tried to save the lady, and he's now in John Hunter Hospital. I've spoken to the president of the Crowdy Bay Surf Life Saving Club. Some of their members were called out this morning to assist, and I know ambulance and other people were also called. It's just a very tragic circumstance on the eve of the holiday season. Crowdy Bay is a very busy beach. It's closed at the moment, but it's very sad for the entire community, and I thank you for this opportunity to extend my condolences to everyone involved and the families who've lost a loved one. Thank you.
I present a corrigendum to the Auditor General's Performance Audit Report number 45 of 2024 to 2025 entitled Fraud and Corruption Control Arrangements in Creative Australia, Creative Australia. We'll move to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the failure of the Prime Minister to fulfil his promise to all Australians to reduce their power bills by $275 and the failure of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who is working part-time, to deliver affordable energy for Australian households and businesses. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed question to rise in the places and give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And we heard much in question time today about delivery, the D word. The Prime Minister and his backbench, many questions and many non-answers about delivery. But I want to remind the House what the Prime Minister has actually delivered this year. What has actually been delivered is a higher cost of living, higher power prices and higher inflation. And sadly, Deputy Speaker, Australians are looking down the barrel of higher interest rates next year. And while we hear about the cost of living relief, there really isn't anything that can come close to the pain that struggling households are experiencing. And I wish this Prime Minister and this government took these things seriously, because instead of focusing on the things that matter, they are focusing on things that do not matter. And the real issue that does not matter right now is the Minister for Climate Change and Energy and his traversing the globe in the interests of his new appointment as the full-time COP president, leaving behind a part-time energy grid. It is just not good enough. Deputy Speaker, we have a plan, affordable and responsible. Affordable energy and responsible emissions reduction, because that's how you bring down the cost of energy in this country. And we want to focus on energy because we understand in the Liberals and Nationals that when energy is unaffordable, everything is unaffordable. And look at the trifecta of failures that we are facing. Prices are going up, emissions are going down, and reliability is going down, and emissions are flatlining. That is a trifecta of failure. And so while you look at the Labor Party with targets they cannot possibly meet at a cost that Australians cannot possibly afford, you know that this energy policy is a train wreck. So instead of a minister dedicated to the task, what's he doing? Receiving calendar invites from 180 countries in COP. He'll be looking through them right now. He's not in the chamber. Where will he start, Deputy Speaker? Maybe he'll start at Azerbaijan, because that's where the last president was from. And you may as well start with A, because there's a long list of countries we've got to get through 180. So he'll check in with the president of Azerbaijan. And then maybe he'll go to the Iberian Peninsula just to have a look at what happens to a full renewables grid when it crashes. But he won't see it quite that way. And then maybe he'll squeeze in a visit to Davos, a fireside chat on hydrogen, over to Houston to lecture big oil, perhaps back to the Amazon, bring the band back together in Belém, and then triumphantly arrive at the end of the year in Turkey. I don't know whether you arrive when you're a COP president. Maybe you have to sort of, you've got your entourage, there's pomp and circumstance. Who knows, Member for Hume, there may be a yacht, there may be all sorts of things. But what we know there won't be is a focus, the laser-like focus that he said he would have, the laser-like focus on power bills for Australians. And it was pathetic, Deputy Speaker, to listen to him say, well, wholesale energy prices may be coming down, because we want to see your electricity bill. When you open it, your electricity bill, we want to see a real reduction, and we want to see a government that cares about that real reduction. How can we have an energy minister who is full-time? There's only 1 year before the next COP. There's 180 countries, so many countries, so little time. He's perhaps already on the way, Member for Durack, because there is a lot of work to do. What a massive, massive failure. So what we need to do is remind the Australian people, well, I don't think they need reminding, because they've heard these things from this Labor Prime Minister. He promised real and lasting plans for cheaper electricity, and they would cut power bills by $275. It was almost to the day, a couple of days. $275 this year, next year and every year. He promised Australia could be the land of cheap and endless energy, no one would be held back, no one would be left behind, and on and on. And when? We've never had it. And you know, with this $1 trillion debt, $50,000 a minute on interest on the national credit card, being so generous with borrowed money, you would think Australians would feel that they had achieved something for this, but they don't. They are falling further and further behind, struggling, punished by a government policy that has not backed them in. But you know what we didn't hear today? We didn't hear a delivery about something very important that the Albanese government has not done. It has not done anything around its Made in Australia policy. Now, I want to take everybody back to the Future Made in Australia announcement. Future Made in Australia was 18 months ago, and we all heard there was $22 billion. There was a front door. Does anyone remember the front door? Yeah. There was a front door. You know, it's a new bureaucracy. You go through the front door and you get something that enables you to be a business, an organisation, a manufacturer of something made in Australia. So I thought I'd check it out. I went on the website. And how much of the $22 billion has been spent on the front door, the Made in Australia? Zero. You know what's happening on the website? They're in the consultation phase. 18 months later, they're in the consultation phase. Now, the member for Hume and the member for Wannon and the deputy leader, all who understand energy really, really well, will really recognise what I'm about to say, because a few weeks ago I stood at Tomago Aluminium in the same spot, I made sure it was the same spot, that the Prime Minister stood in January this year. And he pointed to Tomago Aluminium and he said, this is what a future made in Australia looks like. This is what a future made in Australia looks like. This aluminium smelter will be employing Australians for 40 more years and spruiked the big renewable energy transition. Anyway, when I was there, it was a completely different story. The Prime Minister was nowhere to be seen. The Tomago aluminium smelter was switched on in 1983. It has run 24/7 since 1983. You can't turn a smelter off. Not only that, it's pretty much the best aluminium smelter in the world. Anyway, the member for Grey's nodding because he knows he's got smelters in his electorate and they're all on life support or they've run up the white flag. And we don't have Made in Australia. We have bailed out in Australia because under this government's energy plan, you actually can't make things in Australia. So you didn't hear in the year of delivery anything from this government about Made in Australia. I'll tell you, Deputy Speaker, what we don't make in Australia anymore that we should be making in Australia. We don't make plastics. We don't make plastics. The sort of plastics that go into packaging and agriculture and production. We don't make nitrogen fertilisers, Deputy Speaker. We barely make any cement. We import nearly all of our bitumen. We don't make any architectural glass. Now, the Housing Minister's not here. She should be listening to this, because one of the reasons why houses are so expensive is because everything in the house has to come from overseas. And everyone who is making steel and aluminium and glass and bricks has been punished by the safeguard mechanism under this government. Now, you new members should really have a look at this safeguard mechanism, because what it does is it taxes you if you make emissions. So you know what happens? Someone else makes the emissions somewhere else in the world. Does the planet know the difference? Unfortunately not. But what we see here in this country is there is no Made in Australia. Do you all want to live in a country that doesn't make things anymore? The things that are the modern building blocks of a civilised society? Look at how they've gone offshore. And in fact, it's been estimated by experts that you listen to that in order for you, the Labor Party, to reach your 2035
direct your comments
targets,
to me through the chair, please.
Chair,
and a bit of
to reach the 2035 targets
from that side on government benches
it will
would be
cost
helpful.
$530 billion from where we are now. It's already cost $75 billion, another $530 billion to get notionally to the 2035 targets, but $150 billion of business, industry, manufacture will have gone offshore. And I don't think the Labor Party understands that. And I don't think they really appreciate what their energy plan is doing to the things that really matter in this country, the things that we care about. And I'll tell you what we care about. We care about households. We care about small businesses. We care about energy bills. We care about families sitting at their Christmas dinner wondering what's going to happen with next year and back to school and all the costs that they're facing. And we've got a government that has delivered a higher cost of living, higher power prices, higher inflation, and unfortunately next year the possibility of high interest rates. So we're coming back next year. We're energised, we're enthused, we're fighting hard for the Australian people who are counting on us.
If members are leaving, just please do so quietly so we can giving the call to the Assistant Manager.
To assist the House quickly, the member for Hughes continues to interject out of his seat, highly disorderly.
Take a seat. Take a seat. Honest to goodness, the interjections that were flying across, I have warned people. I don't mind. I think interjections are disorderly whether you are in your seat or out of your seat, frankly. Member for Cook, would you like to leave the chamber? I take that's a no. Then please be respectful of the standing orders. I'm in the middle of just responding to your manager for opposition business raising a point of order. Would you like to continue your comments as well, Member for Bowman? I can't tell you how frustrating it is to have these kind of conversations with you. Now, I barely got to hear every second sentence from your leader of the opposition. I would have liked to have heard much more of her speech. I'd like to now hear from the government members, and I will take it in turns. I like to listen to you all, okay? This is the Assistant Minister for Social Services and Prevention of Family Violence. You have the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we have the Leader of the Opposition taking the last MPI of the year in what sounded like, well, a desperate leadership-saving speech. We have leaders on this side who don't need to make leadership-saving speeches because we are respected around the world as leaders. Australia is stepping onto the world stage with credibility and purpose, and those opposite cannot stand it. They cannot stand that Australia is respected once again as a powerhouse around the world for change and for good. That we have a government that understands both climate change and affordable energy, and that we're united, coordinated and actually delivering. Instead of celebrating Australia's world leadership, the coalition is wandering around with their heads in the sand. Sand hills filled with denial, delay and dysfunction and division. They're the Ds that the Leader of the Opposition should be talking about. The tail is wagging the dog, with the Nationals calling the shots and the Liberals are letting it happen. Meanwhile, this government is building the modern energy system Australians deserve. The Liberal Party once claimed it would meet voters where they are. Well, Australians overwhelmingly support climate action, clean energy jobs and cheaper renewable power. The problem for the Liberals is that they've walked away from every one of those priorities and are wandering in a wasteland. They abandoned their commitment to net zero by 2050, a commitment backed by business, by agriculture, by energy investors and the vast majority of Australians. Just months after promising to stick with it, the Leader of the Opposition dumped the target entirely. They are so far away from where Australians are, it's beyond belief. Their argument that they can walk away from net zero while still honouring the Paris Agreement simply doesn't stack up. The treaty requires countries to show progression and ambition. Backsliding breaks trust. It damages our credibility and it holds back our national economic interest at the very moment global markets are shifting. The Coalition love to talk about power prices, but for a decade they refused to replace ageing coal plants they knew were breaking down and indeed closing down. And when coal breaks down, your bills go up. 24 out of 28 closures were announced on their watch. They left households exposed, the grid exposed and prices vulnerable, and now they want to lecture us on energy. Please. Because of that, we're now playing catch-up, and we're playing catch-up on the fact that of the mere 23 energy policies they announced, they couldn't land a single one. Their new plan boils down to two fantasies. One, that coal will magically last forever, and two, that nuclear reactors will arrive overnight, never mind the cost, the laws, the timelines, geography or expert advice. Their experts are crystal clear. Nuclear is the slowest, most expensive, least flexible form of energy. Every credible authority, the CSIRO, the Australian Energy Market Operator, Treasury, say the same thing. The cheapest new energy is renewable energy, backed by storage and transmission. The CSIRO's latest Gen Cost report confirms this again. No amount of political spin changes the economics or the facts. Yet the Coalition cling to nuclear like a lifeboat, except it's not a lifeboat, it's a sketch on the back of a napkin. It won't deliver a single watt until the 2040s or the 2050s, and only after taxpayers foot a multi-million-dollar bill. They claim they'll cut subsidies for renewables, but what they're really cutting is the cheapest energy available to Australian people. Investors know the truth. In 2024, 2/3 of global energy investments went to renewables. The market has chosen. and the Coalition hasn't noticed. While they fantasise, we deliver. In just a few years, the government has supported around 1,000 Australians a day getting behind the wheel of a cleaner, cheaper to run EV or hybrid. We've just recorded the strongest year ever for electric vehicle sales. Big batteries are coming online at record speed. Transmission upgrades are underway across the country. Renewables have hit 50% of the national grid for the first time. And in September, renewables hit 70% for half an hour on 81% of days. We've greenlit 111 renewable projects, enough to power more than 13 million homes, and over 1,000 home batteries are installed every day, with more than 500 new solar households every day. And that means that 1 in 3 households now has rooftop solar, over 4 million installations, and more than 120,000 household batteries have been installed since July alone. We're also reforming the energy market so consumers come first. That means stopping sneaky price hikes by capping retailers to 1 increase a year, ensuring no customer pays above the standing offer when their discounted plan ends, banning excessive fees, guaranteeing fee-free payment options, putting a stronger obligation on retailers to support hardship customers, and our solar shared plan will require energy retailers to offer 3 hours of free electricity each day during the peak solar generation period. This, Deputy Speaker, is real reform, real action flowing directly into people's homes, and we're not stopping there. We've launched the Solar Saver retail offers. We've made home batteries cheaper. We've capped gas prices. We've delivered bill relief, and wholesale electricity prices fell by 1/3 last quarter. The Australian Energy Market Commission has warned that delays to collecting renewables and transmission will push prices up. That's why we're pushing ahead, not dragging our feet like those opposite. And let's not forget, when we came to government, the Coalition had kept hidden from the Australian people a 20% electricity price rise. They hid it from Australians, and they want to lecture us about energy costs. Under the Coalition, emissions flatlined for a decade. Under Labor, we're already 29% below 2005 levels and tracking towards 42% by 2030. We've delivered the biggest fall in non-land emissions ever recorded outside the COVID lockdowns. And now the world is taking notice. Australia has secured the presidency of COP31, not just a seat at the table, the chair of negotiations. We remember the empty rooms the former Prime Minister spoke to in Glasgow? Well, that will not be us. We will be leading global climate negotiations from the end of COP30 through to COP31 in partnership with our Pacific family. We'll host a Pacific pre-COP. We will elevate the voices of those most vulnerable to climate impacts. We'll help shape the global agenda, and Turkey will host the summit in 2026, a partnership built on trust, respect and real diplomacy. This is leadership. This is what it looks like when a government takes climate and energy seriously. Yeah. And this is what it looks like under the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who I believe is the strongest minister the portfolio has ever had, supported by an exceptional team, including the member for Fremantle and the member for Jaga Jaga. Speaker, the opposition want Australians stuck with unreliable coal from the 1970s, nuclear reactors that won't exist for decades, and rising power bills. Labor wants Australia to become a clean energy superpower with investment certainty, good regional jobs, energy security and cheaper, more reliable power for households. That's what Australians want, and it's what they deserve, and it's what they will get from an Australian Labor government. An energy system that works for them, not one mired in chaos and denial and division. We will keep going. We will keep building. The Coalition can either come with us or keep their heads in that sand, where they can only dream of the coordinated and wonderful action that this side of the House is taking. Deputy Speaker, the Labor Party cares about Australian people. We know where they are, we know what they want, and we are here to deliver it. Thank you very much.
Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is disappointing. I was looking forward to hearing from the Minister for Energy on this MPI about energy, but I understand he's quite busy, has other activities, something else to go look up. TripAdvisor for Azerbaijan, yes. Although I must say,
House about the disorderly conduct of interjections.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Hit a nerve, obviously. But I did see that you're hearing a lot about unity. They're preaching unity. As they say, beware those that protest too much. Because we saw the reports this week about the member for Parramatta, and he's been shaped up as the new Energy Minister. He's going to fly in and save Minister Bowen because he's quite busy at the moment. So I thought, what does the minister, potential minister, the member for Parramatta, think about nuclear energy? Because the minister was happy to talk about nuclear energy. Well, let me quote from something that the member for Parramatta wrote prior to politics, when he was free to say what he thought. Because as we know, as the Prime Minister sent that warning across the backbench, you're not individuals, you don't have your own view, just follow orders. That was the warning the Prime Minister sent to his backbench. So what did the member for Parramatta say when he had the freedom to say what he really thought about energy? I'm going to quote from the member for Parramatta. "Nuclear power will be an essential weapon in the fight against climate change. For one thing, nuclear is cheaper and more reliable than renewable energies." Well, there you go. Member for Parramatta, contribution when he was able to give his contribution. He also said nuclear power is, on many criteria, also better for the environment than currently available renewable technology. Potentially, the member for Parramatta has visited agricultural land that has been destroyed by all these regional transmission lines and renewable power. Potentially, he's visited those pristine forests that are being destroyed for new transmission lines and for new energy generation that is happening all across regional Australia. That is perhaps the reason why the member for Parramatta believes that nuclear is better for the environment than renewable energy. And I want to give some credit to the member for Hunter. The member for Hunter at least has the courage to stand in this House and say what he really believes. And he spoke recently on energy and net zero and said that he would back any technology that stacked up financially. Any technology that stacked up financially. It is wonderful to see there at least, including coal, including gas. He said he'd back any technology that stacks up financially. So we've got at least one member of those opposite that cares about their community and making sure that they have affordable power, because that is the priority. You have to make a choice on what you focus on. The Coalition are very happy to say we will focus on affordability and reliability for the Australian people. I'm not going to ask, as the son of someone that was raised by a single mother, I'm not going to ask any single mother in my community to pay $1 more for power than they have to. Absolutely. They deserve the right to have the cheapest power possible. Absolutely. To power their house, turn the air conditioner on if they want, and make sure that they can feed their family. Because let's understand, I spent a decade working in the food industry. Energy is at the heart of every food product that is made in this country. It is in the cool rooms and the retail stores of the retailers that sell it. It is in the transport that gets it there. It is in the production of every product that is made by a food manufacturer in this country. It is in the raw materials that they have to pay more to buy. It is in the packaging that they use. It is in the gas that they need to create these products. So when we talk about cheaper energy, we are talking about cheaper prices for every product in the country. And at a time when this Treasurer cannot control inflation and is at 3.8% and getting worse, I have no problem standing in this House to fight for cheaper energy for my community and every community across the country. It is a shame that those opposite have to follow orders and are happy to say to their communities, we do not care about price, we're not worried about making sure we can bring price down. We will follow the orders of the Prime Minister and Minister Bowen, because if we don't, we'll end up like the member for Chifley, the member for Isaac, or Senator Payman, who is no longer a member of the ALP, because if you disagree, you're kicked out.
I give the call to the member for Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, I completely understand why those opposite are so triggered and confused by our Minister for Climate Change and Energy's success on the world stage, because for those opposite, they haven't seen success like that for years and years. And this MPI really is a little bit embarrassing, right? Getting an exclusive role for Australia as President of Negotiations for COP31, closely directing the world's response to climate change, is something that those opposite could only dream of. It will give Australia the power to appoint co-facilitators, draft negotiation texts and issue decisions. Representing Australia on the world stage is in our national and economic interest. We understand that on this side of the House. Our neighbours in the Pacific are pretty happy with this appointment, along with the negotiated pre-COP meeting in the Pacific. We also know that serving ministers in other countries have held the same position previously. Actually, if those opposite had done their research, they would find that 7 out of 10 since Paris 2015 have been serving ministers, and one actually was a Prime Minister. And while we know that those opposite might find multitasking quite difficult, rest assured our minister can walk and chew gum at the same time, just like the previous 7 ministers from other countries. The opposition seems to absolutely love talking Australia down, but what this is really about is the coalition's absolute opposition to any action on climate change. What we're seeing here is what you could call the Nationals effect. The Liberals dropped net zero to make the Nationals happy, and now they're talking Australia down to the world. Australians at the election made it very, very clear they want cleaner, cheaper, renewable energy. Most industrialised nations have committed to net zero emissions. Governments are setting ambitious targets, are investing in clean technologies, and consumers are demanding more sustainable practices. Big businesses have shifted to net zero practices because if they want to be competitive and save costs, they absolutely must. What would hurt Aussie families is walking away from the table, like those opposite have walked away from net zero. Shame. That would scare off investment, prolong ageing and unreliable coal, and push up power prices. Renewable energy is not just an environmental choice. It is an economic necessity embraced by families right across this great nation. The Albanese Labor government is delivering a responsible energy plan that creates jobs, provides business certainty and lowers emissions. We have acted to provide 3 rounds of power bill relief. We've capped gas prices and invested in cheaper renewables, all of which those opposite have opposed. Wholesale electricity prices fell by 1/3 last quarter. Nearly 140,000 homes businesses across the country have installed batteries through our Cheaper Home Batteries program, storing their sunshine, powering their homes and saving money off their bills. It's worth noting that the electorates with the highest uptake of rooftop solar are not necessarily the inner-city seats that you might expect, but overwhelmingly regional and outer suburban communities, many of them held by those opposite and the Nationals. Those households know it cuts bills and delivers cheaper, cleaner energy. In his address to this year's COP conference, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy made clear that net zero is the engine room of global economic growth. Australia is leading with a target of 2035 target of up to 70% emissions reduction, record renewable uptake and partnership with Pacific neighbours. My message to those opposite is do better. Be for Australia, not against us. Yeah.
The member for Goldstein has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, at this time of year, as we tend towards Christmas, we all think about those who are less fortunate than us. We think about the struggling pensioners who are making tough choices about how they're going to be able to make ends meet. They want to give presents to their grandchildren. They're looking at mounting bills, and of course the electricity bill comes in, and as it rises by up to 40%, they're having to make tough choices. Some families, some households have to make choices between whether they buy food, whether they can afford rent, or whether they can afford their electricity bill, whether they can afford to turn on an air conditioner. The same decisions are made by low-income earners and, of course, those on fixed incomes. This is a challenge all around the country, and so while I understand the hectoring from members of the government in defence of not delivering on their $275 reduction on electricity bills, the reality is the lived experience of Australians from this is real. There are so many Australians who are doing it tough right now through cost of living pain, and instead of getting a $275 reduction in their electricity bills promised by the Albanese government, they've lived with the reality of increases by up to 40% as households. Small businesses struggling, we've got record small business insolvencies, have seen increases of their electricity bills by up to 80%. And it's no surprise that so many small businesses, so many households are doing it tough. We got data this week from the Australian Bureau of Statistics that talked explicitly about the problems of inflation, despite the Treasurer crowing previously that he had combated inflation and we had got to an end. It persists. And of course, with that, of course, is also interest rates persisting. And that's when people face choices, tough choices about their future. And so it's easy for the member for Dixon to get up in this parliament and say, yes, there are more rooftop solar on houses in some coalition seats. I do accept that. Part of the reason is because people in apartments, and particularly a lot of people in low-income areas, live in apartments, and they don't face the same options and choices as people who own their own homes. This is a debate about making sure low-income earners have choices and they're able to afford their pathways, because people who live in apartments don't have those same choices, particularly when they can't afford upfront costs. So I know the member for Dixon's answer when we have problems with cost of living pressure is let them eat solar batteries, let them eat solar panels, let them eat asbestos-filled wind farms. But that is not the answer. People need financial relief, and the only solution the government has is expenditure to push prices up. This isn't a plan that Australians need, because their answer is constantly to talk just about an energy transition that doesn't do what they claim it will do, which is push down prices. What we need is an energy addition, which actually contributes to the future of our country by building new energy. Yes, we need to be technology neutral. We need to build out the pathway for new generation. The net bill takes advantage of our existing networks and distribution, and of course factors in emissions as well, because the best pathway to achieve lower emissions is to lower energy prices. Because when people cannot afford their electricity bill, concern around emissions falls by comparison. It has always been thus, and the failure of this government is to understand how important the link between energy prices and support for emissions cuts is hand in hand. At the last election, the Australian people went and they took on trust that this government understood these important issues. But what's become increasingly important for so many Australians is how much the government is blind and deaf to their concerns, how blind and deaf they are to the real financial pain that they're living. Their only answer has been to spend more money and borrow from the future, to use debt spending and push up inflation, which has only perpetuated the problems that Australians are now living with. And we just heard it from the member for Dixon, we heard it from the member for Cooper and so many other electorates, when Australians are saying we need to confront the problem of electricity prices, their answer has been let them eat solar panels, let them eat batteries, let them eat asbestos-filled wind farms. This is not right. We need a pathway where we can get Australians to cheaper bills through an energy addition. We need a pathway that gets cheaper bills now. And more importantly, the cost of not doing so forces people on low incomes, which once upon a time the Labor Party claimed they represented, will continue to live with the sufferance and the pain, not just this Christmas, but beyond and into 2026, and it won't be a happy new year.
I now call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. The world is changing. The delivery of energy is changing. Whether you like it or not, it's changing. It's happening now. Coal-fired plants are done. 24 of the 28 that closed under the watch of those opposite finished. Now, we understand there have been cost of living pressures. It has been a rough 6 or 7 years, particularly for my electorate of Leichhardt. COVID hurt us. The inflation that jumped out of the bottle afterwards hurt us more. Was a 7, now 3.8. We are delivering on cost of living relief. We understand what Australians need. We also understand the opportunities that net zero presents to us. Manufacturing, mining, the entrance to the world stage as a global power, a superpower for renewable energy, and a leader in our region. This is a national security issue. The Pacific has never been more important. And you sell them out every single day.
Shame.
Disgraceful. The water shall not lap at the doors of our nearest neighbours. But let me tell you of the Torres Strait. Australia, Australia's most northern part, a beautiful place filled with beautiful people.
Tell them that.
Just this week, the Wakai Council elders from the island of Badu journeyed down to talk to us about health. Uncle Bongo Sagigi, leader of the Council of Elders, spoke to me of climate change. When I visit Masig, Saibai, they tell me we do not want to see our cemeteries inundated, our children, the bodies of our children washed away, the bodies of the ancestors gone. That is what net zero is about. That is the betrayal of Australia, of Australians. They deserve better. They deserve recognition. They do not deserve to have the water lapping at their doors. They do not deserve their cemeteries washed away. They do not deserve to mourn their children washed into the ocean. When you do not accept net zero, when you turn your back on them, you turn your back on Australia. If you betray one Australian, you betray them all. It is disgraceful. It has been 2015, the last time any executive from the LNP went to the Torres Strait. You do not ask. You have not sought out their advice. You don't care. You leave them alone to fend for themselves. Minister Kearney has sat with the elders on Badu. She has sat with the elders on Horn. She has sat with the elders on Thursday Island. Minister Wilson travelled to Saibai, sat with the elders, understood. Labor has committed over $74 million in seawalls. We are protecting our people, and we are working with the Reef, the Guardianship, the Climate Change Excellence Centre based on Thursday Island to create resilience for a world that is changing, for a world that you guys have left behind. We are getting on with it. Those walls are being built right now. They should have been built 10 years ago when Masig started to be inundated. But where was the opposition? It was nowhere. Hiding. Well, yes, you got your social media platform, didn't you? Got to hang out your little signs. Are you going to Masig? Will you speak to the elders? You will not. You can't even spell these places. Can't locate them on a map. Care little for these people. People who have been here for generations, tens of thousands of years, who have protected and taken care of their country, who have fished those waters, who have loved that salt water. The octopus god Marlo lives there. And you betray them. Every time that you let the Nationals talk down net zero, every time that you take down renewable energy, you betray the Torres Strait and everything that they stand for.
The member for Cook has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last weekend I conducted almost 30 listening posts in my electorate, speaking to members from all across my electorate. I had a pensioner who could not pay his energy bill. We introduced him to Wesley Mission, and Wesley Mission paid his bill so this man can continue to cool, continue to heat his house, continue to cook food. There are pensioners in my electorate forced to make choices no pensioner should have to make, between paying an electricity bill or feeding him and his wife, to paying their car, filling up their car, seeing family and friends. And it's not just the pensioners. I was recently at FJP Manufacturing. In just 2 years, their electricity prices have gone up over 70%. Their gas prices are over 50%. Phil, who runs it there, great guy, works incredibly hard, huge supporter of manufacturing in Australia, huge supporter of trades. He's watched his number of tradies go from 7 to 3, and he's worried it's going to 0. He talks about their declining revenues, their increasing costs, and he worries they're going to close that manufacturing plant one day and instead just turn it into another set of apartments. Well, what will we make in this country? And I worry because energy prices are up 40% in just 3 years. While emissions are down since 2005, 28%, energy prices have more than doubled. And it's not surprising. We have a government that is obsessed with emissions targets. They're legislating 2030. They're setting 2035 and 2050. But where is the price target? If you're obsessed, I'll take the interjection. If you're obsessed with cost of living, where is your energy price target? Why won't you legislate an energy price target? You're running from the hills. You made one mistake in 2022 promising $275 off people's bills. Well, we all know how that has gone. The pensioner in my electorate, the manufacturer laying off tradies, they are living the reality of this failed energy policy. And instead, you love the emissions targets, but you won't set a price target. You're running for the hills. Running from the hills as fast as you can from $275 off. I would love it if you were able to come back.
Order. The member will resume his seat. The member, the Chief Government Whip, member for Laylaw.
I ask that the member be asked to direct his comments through the chair.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? I didn't quite.
Ask that the member be asked to direct his comments through the chair and stop directing them straight at people. I thank the Government Whip. Keep your comments through the chair. There was a couple of points at that point where you were directing questions to the bench on my right. For everyone, just ensure that all comments are made through this chair. Thank you. Member for Cook.
And we hear the previous members talking about wholesale energy costs. Well, I'm not sure whether they just don't understand or whether they're intentionally misleading the Australian public, but wholesale energy costs in New South Wales are less than half the bill. They're 40%. But you know what? But do you know what, Deputy Speaker? You okay, Government Whip?
Continue through the chair, please.
Do you know what, Deputy Speaker? Australians don't pay 40%. They don't just pay the wholesale costs. It's great to hear they're going down. They pay the full cost. They pay 100% of their bill. So every time we hear the Minister for Energy, who today 3 to 4 times talked about wholesale costs dropping, well, that's less than 45% of the total bill. What the pensioner pays in my electorate is 100% of his bill. So I'd ask the Energy Minister to start talking about total costs. Stop talking about the small part that's decreasing and actually talk about total costs, which we all know, which every person in my electorate knows, which every business in my electorate knows, continue to go up. It's time to actually either understand what a bill is made up of or stop misleading the Australian public. And this week we were plunged into darkness in Parliament House. And what I would ask is that this energy minister stops plunging the Australian economy into darkness. Stop killing Australian industry, stop running our manufacturers off this shore and start doing your job.
The member for Gordon has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really excited to speak today on today's MPI because what interesting rhetoric we've heard in this chamber here today. If the opposition thinks that leading the global transition to clean energy means that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy is only working part-time in his role, they clearly have no concept of what preparing Australia for the future and securing lower energy prices means for the long term and actually entails. We know that the Coalition's not interested in preparing Australia for the future. They made that abundantly clear when they dumped net zero against every piece of expert advice, against consistent findings that even included the cost of transmission and storage renewables are the cheapest form of the new energy generation. We knew it when they were responsible for a 3% reduction in Australia's emissions over 9 years of government. We knew it when they said they'd solve the clean energy transition and then proposed to spend billions of taxpayer dollars on bringing nuclear energy to Australia. We know that they're not interested in doing what it takes to secure Australia's future, or else they wouldn't be objecting to Australia's Minister for Climate Change and Energy doing his job, not only representing Australia's interest in energy and climate at the highest level, but grasping a rare opportunity to lead the discussion and help write the rules at COP31. Because on this side of the House, we actually understand that reducing our energy prices at home and tackling climate change is not something Australia can do on its own. In fact, the only people who think global energy decisions have nothing to do with Australian bills are those opposite, who don't realise that the energy situation we're in is a global issue. I applaud the Minister for going above and beyond in his advocacy for Australia's interests in energy and climate. We on this side of the House have always supported advocacy for Australia's best interests on the world stage. When we were in opposition, our party didn't just sit there grandstanding. We actually celebrated when the government was able to achieve real outcomes for Australia, as they did in some aspects of trade and diplomacy. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm really disappointed that those opposite have reacted in this way, that they haven't been able to put political point scoring aside to recognise that this rare opportunity for Australia to write the rules of energy transition, and that they're so focused on trying to tear this country down instead of building it up. Deputy Speaker, the constituents of my electorate are profoundly hardworking. They often work long hours while juggling commitments to family and community. Every day they go to work in hospitals, schools, factories, public transport networks and shops. Deputy Speaker, for those opposite to speak with such contempt about this government's action on climate change is an affront to my community, because my electorate knows that if we don't act on climate change, we all suffer. If those opposite truly think that climate change won't affect working people, they are delusional. It's already increasing the severity and regularity of extreme weather events. Weather which makes work more dangerous and more difficult for the person working in train track maintenance, sweltering in a heat wave, more difficult for the nurse treating more and more respiratory conditions related to poor air quality, more difficult for the small business owner seeing ingredient prices rise because crops have been decimated by flooding. And they claim to care about costs. During their decade in government, they had more than 20 different energy policies. And at the last election, they proposed to waste billions of taxpayer dollars on a nuclear pipe dream. The fact is, Deputy Speaker, they have no idea what a long-term plan to reduce energy costs for Australians actually looks like. Sustainability doesn't mean just environmentally friendly, it also means economically viable. When we say we are building a sustainable energy system, we mean that we are building an energy system that is environmentally friendly and economically viable. Two things the Coalition's policy is not.
That's right.
On this side of the House, we understand the bigger picture when it comes to net zero and the clean energy transition. We understand that reducing the cost of living and making the transition to clean energy are not two different propositions. We have taken and continue to take significant steps to reduce household costs. We're taking strong action to provide energy bill relief to Australian households and businesses. As we head into the Christmas break, what have the Coalition achieved? They've been spent most of this year fighting amongst themselves and bad-mouthing each other. We've seen little tangible policy or meaningful scrutiny from them at all. Today they've lost a member. If they want to know what it looks like to represent their constituents and Australia's interests part-time, they only need to look at themselves. Right. While we on this side of the House, our government will and continue to work full-time on building Australia's future.
The member's time has expired. The member for Monash has the call.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have a crisis in this country. We have a crisis in this country on energy affordability, and we're staring down the barrel of a reliability crisis too. There are families sitting around the kitchen table right across Australia right now, from Berwick to Brisbane, from Melbourne to Mallacoota, and they are staring at an energy bill stuck to their fridge, wondering how they are going to pay that bill right now. Now, this government's promised nearly 100 times that we will see a $275 cut in yearly energy bills. They have not been good to their word. There are 200,000 Australians on energy hardship plans as we speak. I spoke to one energy retailer about a week ago who said they're getting around 150 phone calls every day from people across their database seeking energy bill relief. They are seeking hardship plans. They cannot pay the bill that they have in front of them. And that is a crisis. It is a crisis for our food banks. It is a crisis, as the member for Cook said, for charities and volunteer groups that are set up to help people at very, very difficult points in their life. And this is an avoidable situation. Labor have induced a crisis that we're seeing in pricing Australian businesses out of the game internationally. It is hurting blue-collar workers in regional jobs. It is putting our manufacturing base so far behind the eight ball that they've got to work extra hard, extra smart, just to catch up. And we've got an energy minister who very kindly came back to the parliament this week. He's been traversing the globe, lecturing other countries. Mr Speaker, given Minister Bowen's track record of performance in Australia, you'd think he'd be best placed to talk to other countries only about how to flatline their decarbonisation efforts, only to pontificate about skyrocketing energy bills.
That's also right.
Or maybe to include a few hot takes on how to use taxpayer funds to prop up a couple of select technologies while flatly resisting calls to put every available option on the table.
Outrageous.
Mr Speaker, I do hope, though, that while clocking up carbon miles, Minister Bowen might have taken the time for a sideline chat to listen to what representatives from a few other countries like France, like Canada, Japan, India, Turkey, I could go on, might be able to share with him on how to achieve energy reliability, energy affordability and energy sustainability. Because Minister Bowen might learn a few things. Like you can achieve all of those objectives on the table without shutting down coal early, while putting your foot to the floor on gas and making sure there are all options on the table.
That's right.
Now, that last bastion of conservatism, the Starmer Labor government in the UK, has seen under its watch what will be one of the largest nuclear power stations built in Europe. And meanwhile, in Australia, our businesses are struggling to keep their heads above water. I went to a major meat processing business in my electorate last week. They employ 140 local people. This business is part of a sector that plays a critical economic role nationally. It is essential to my region. I met with this business and the first thing they talked to me about was their energy bill. It's out of control. Over the last 12 months alone, electricity costs for this business have increased by 22% and 27% across the last 24 months. Gas prices have escalated even more significantly, rising 27% in the last year alone, 46% over the last 2 years. Combined, gas and electricity costs for this business have surged by 24% over the last 12 months and an extraordinary 35% over the last 24 months. Mr Speaker, this is outrageous. This business is not Robinson Crusoe on their energy pain. It is an epidemic of escalating costs, and the government keeps telling Australians we've never had it better. They haven't, and there's no news on when this government is going to deliver on its broken promise of $275 bill relief. Blue-collar workers are hurting, regional Australians are hurting, working Australians are hurting. They deserve so much better than this government.
Hear, hear. The call to the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. Those opposite love nothing more than talking Australia down. While this government is strengthening our energy system, lowering wholesale prices and rebuilding our reputation in the world, their only instinct is to sneer, to undermine and to oppose. Australia has just secured, with our family in the Pacific, unprecedented influence over global climate and energy deliberations. In 2026, Australia and the Pacific will co-host a special pre-COP, giving Pacific leaders and communities the global stage they deserve and ensuring the world sees the impacts and solutions of our region firsthand. That outcome strengthens our security, strengthens our economy and strengthens Australia's standing in the world. And the only response from those opposite is to try to tear Australia down. If your only focus is political point scoring, you will never act in the national interest. We have an exceptionally strong climate and energy team. Teamwork, of course, is a foreign concept to those opposite. We've taken real steps to help. 3 rounds of energy bill relief, a gas price cap, and major investment in cheaper renewable energy while rebuilding a modern, reliable grid after a decade of neglect. And the Australian Energy Market Commission could not be more clear. Delaying the connection of renewables and transmission puts upward pressure on electricity bills. This is where the opposition has completely lost the plot. They walked away from net zero, they walked away from investment certainty, and they walked away from Australia's place in the world. What they're really saying is that Australia should sit quietly and accept whatever the world hands to us. This government believes Australia should help write the rules, and that's why our minister has been asked to lead COP negotiations. We are Australia. We don't aim for second place. Those opposite can explain why they do. Our policy is a plan built around Australian families and Australian industry. They spoke about manufacturing. In my electorate, the Ford factory delivered generations of secure, well-paid work. When the industry needed support, the Liberals attacked our automotive industry. They issued ultimatums. They questioned its commitment and dared it to leave. And when Ford, Holden and Toyota shut their doors, those opposite applauded their exit. So when they suddenly proclaim their love of manufacturing, when they get all hasty and lean their elbows against borrowed cars, we will never forget how they attacked Australian families, Australian jobs and Australian industry. And Speaker, we will take no lectures from them about ministerial focus. Under this government, ministerial roles are transparent. Under theirs, Scott Morrison secretly swore himself into health, finance, treasury, home affairs and industry, treating ministries like Pokemon. You've got to catch them all. And the member for New England, he knows a thing or two about extra roles. And now he's off to join the circus that is One Nation, which is fitting because they've always got a job for a clown. That reactionary outfit, and he comes cheap, really cheap. It took a sandwich-pressed steak to get him over the line. I saw it came with a bit of Saxa salt. Imagine if it came with a bit of mushroom sauce. The big tasty cookout with the cookers. You tasteless, tasteless bunch. Every coal breakdown, every bit of energy pain, it all comes on the back of their decade of denial. While this government takes action to reduce bills today and reform the market for tomorrow, those opposite chose slogans over solutions. And here's the contrast. While they sulk and fight and hold press conferences during question time and divide, we deliver. In the past year alone, we've delivered for Australian families, because that's what this is all about, Australian families and Australian industry. A $9,000 pay rise for minimum and award workers for Australian families. 24 weeks paid parental leave with super on paid parental leave for Australian families. $150 energy bill relief for every household for Australian families. A $10,000 bonus for housing apprentices for Australian families. 30% off home batteries for Australian families. Paid placements for nurses, teachers and social workers for Australian families. Aged care pay rises, expanded bulk billing, 5% deposit for first home buyers, 20% student debt cut, and from 1st of January, all PBS medicines $25 less for Australian families. And that's what we fight for Australian industry and for Australian families.
The discussion has concluded. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. For the information of members, the Senate, before question time, looked like it was tracking really well, but the Senate has slowed down considerably. And whenever they finish, it'll then be the case that you have the environment legislation, there's another package of legislation that comes on at about item 5 in debate that also requires amendment, which will have to come back to the House. That being the case, the most sensible thing for us to do will be to not stay too much longer today, and we will come back tomorrow, which will almost certainly be at 9 a.m. Now, I know that people were scheduled to speak on the adjournment debate, so what I'll do in a moment is move a suspension of standing orders to allow that debate to occur as it would have, only it won't be a debate about adjourning the House, it'll just be 5 minutes on whatever you want. And the speakers who are rostered to speak will get the opportunity to do so. Once that's concluded, Mr Speaker, it would suit the convenience of the House if you then suspend the sitting, vacate the chair and return at the ringing of the bells at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's presuming that 9 o'clock tomorrow morning the Senate's finished and we've had transmission, but I think our odds are much better than they would be tonight. So I would have liked to have been able to give members certainty earlier today, but I have, as soon as I've had all of this information confirmed, privately contacted for both the Manager of Opposition Business. We've passed a message through to the crossbench and obviously to yourself, Mr Speaker. With all that in mind, but I will say that means we've still got an extra day of sitting, so that's good. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent no more than 6 members immediately making statements of no longer than 5 minutes each.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the member for Curtin.
On the last scheduled sitting day of the parliamentary year, I couldn't be prouder of the constructive, positive and accountable way my community and the crossbench have contributed since the start of the 48th Parliament. After 8 weeks of Parliament, the crossbench is already showing its impact. We've had some good wins this year already. The crossbench rigorously interrogated the EPBC bill, collectively proposing 119 amendments. 118 were knocked back in the House, but I was pleased that one of my amendments was accepted to improve the transparency of the Offsets Fund. Tomorrow morning we're expecting the bill to come back from the Senate with additional amendments originally proposed by the crossbench in the House to protect forests and prevent fossil fuel projects from using the national interest process. After fighting for the huge number of older Australians who are waiting, we saw 20,000 home care packages brought forward ahead of the delayed implementation dates. After repeated demands by the crossbench in the last Parliament, the Treasurer agreed not to tax unrealised gains in the new superannuation laws. After I tried to split the education bill to ensure the integrity of the higher education system without an international student cap, the government saw sense and did the same thing. After advocating for tax reform in the last term, it's now finally on the agenda, and after its inclusion in the Economic Reform Roundtable, momentum is building. After I called for the establishment of an Australian AI Safety Institute to identify risks and support policymakers and regulators, the government announced a similar body would be established. As the government tried to undermine our freedom of information laws, it was the crossbench that proposed and debated amendments, drawing attention to the dangerous signs of increasing secrecy. It's now languishing in the Senate.
Part of being a constructive crossbench is finding ways to improve or refine legislation. In the last 8 sitting weeks, the crossbench has introduced 160 amendments to 10 pieces of legislation, drafted in consultation with experts and stakeholders. As a comparison, the opposition has introduced only 18 amendments to 5 pieces of legislation. The crossbench has introduced 10 private members' bills, ranging in topic from climate to gambling to e-bike regulation to responding to robo-debt. These put pressure on the government, showing that change is possible. My private members' bills to ban AI tools designed to generate child sexual abuse material and to clean up data harvesting in the postal voting process both demonstrate issues with clear solutions that the government needs to implement. But of course, the most important thing to me is ensuring the voice of our community is heard in Canberra and the people of Curtin feel informed and engaged in our democracy. Since May, I've made 8 Curtin submissions to committee inquiries, including recommendations on economic reform, productivity, aged care, thriving kids, net zero, the FOI bill and electoral laws. We've held community events with Saul Griffith on electrification and Ken Henry on tax reform, a grants writing workshop and an innovative online event using a new AI-powered tool to gather community views on negative gearing and CGT reforms. My community liaison team, Joe and Felicity, continue to go above and beyond for the constituents of Curtin, and in the last 5 months they have helped more than 250 people with their concerns with aged care, Centrelink, immigration and child support, as well as responding to nearly 2,000 emails. And I'm so grateful that our Team Cheney volunteers keep showing up, from a river clean-up to door-knocking and public pop-ups. On this last day of Parliament, I want to particularly thank some team members. This year, I've farewelled Tony Fairweather and Louise Jones, who were foundational members of Curtin Independent and followed up with operational roles in my first term. Their integrity, vision, strategic insight and willingness to turn their hand to whatever was needed made the last 3 years and 2 campaigns possible. Thank you, Tony and Louise. My senior policy advisor, Catherine Parkinson, has been by my side since day one, making significant personal sacrifices, leaving her young children to travel with me across the country for every sitting week for 3.5 years. I could not have survived these years without her humour, her intellect and loyalty, and I will miss her terribly as she moves into her next, less travel-intensive role. I'm hugely grateful to my whole team, my husband, my 3 kids and extended family, and the nearly 1,000 volunteers who gave up their time this year to keep Curtin independent. I'm also very grateful to the people of Curtin for the opportunity to represent them. Thank you for showing we can do politics differently in 2025. I look forward to 2026.
I give the call to the member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. As 2025 draws to a close, I reflect on what a rollercoaster of a year it was. A huge federal election campaign in the first half, an amazing win and then many things delivered already in the second half of 2025 by this second-term Albanese Labor government. I want to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Aston for re-electing me as their federal member on the 3rd of May. It is such an incredible honour to represent you here in this place, and I assure you I do not take that privilege for granted. Our government has spent the past year working to strengthen communities and make everyday life a little easier by providing effective cost of living relief. For young people, this year has brought meaningful improvements in education and financial security. Our 20% reduction to student debt has helped millions of Australians, including 21,439 people in Aston with a HECS debt. This change has eased financial pressure for locals studying at nearby tertiary institutions or those beginning professional careers. Instead of entering the workforce burdened by debt, students and graduates now have a little breathing room, whether they are pursuing additional study, saving for a home or planning the next steps in their lives. For those in Aston aspiring to own their first home, policy changes this year have also had a real impact. With the introduction of the 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers, more residents in suburbs like Bayswater, Rowville, Wanturna, Knoxfield and Scoresby can now see a clearer path to entering the housing market. For many local families, this has shortened the timeline for saving for a deposit, making what was once a distant dream of home ownership a more achievable goal. Additionally, Australia's healthcare system has seen substantial strengthening, with the single biggest investment in Medicare since its establishment. The expansion of urgent care clinics nationally, alongside increased bulk billing for GP visits, has ensured that Australians can access timely and affordable care. In the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, where families rely on a mix of local clinics and nearby hospitals, these improvements have contributed to better access to essential health services. More bulk billed GP appointments can mean fewer barriers for parents bringing children to the doctor, older residents seeking routine care, and individuals managing ongoing health needs. These measures contribute to a more accessible and affordable healthcare environment for the entire community. Education and vocational training have continued to support opportunity and skills development across electorates like mine of Aston. The ongoing expansion of free TAFE has opened doors for people looking to retrain, upskill or pursue new career pathways. Local students and workers have benefited from easier access to courses that align with key industries in the outer eastern suburbs, helping strengthen both employment prospects and the region's economic resilience. Workers in Aston have also seen practical improvements to their financial security through the introduction of payday super, ensuring superannuation is paid at the same time as wages. This change has been particularly meaningful for residents in casual, part-time or shift-based roles. And this year, the Albanese Labor government has additionally committed to ensuring that working parents who experience the unimaginable tragedy of stillbirth or early infant death can continue to access the employer-paid parental leave to which they are entitled. The Baby Priors Bill that passed the Parliament makes that possible, where it is consistent with an employee's terms and conditions of employment. At a time when cost of living pressures have been front of mind for families of small businesses, energy bill relief and tax changes have provided further support. Households across the Aston electorate, many of which have felt cost of living pressures, have benefited from additional assistance to manage utility bills, while tax adjustments have helped ensure that workers can earn more and keep more of what they earn. These measures offer both immediate relief and long-term financial stability. Furthermore, from the 10th of December 2025, the Albanese government's world-leading action to ban social media for under-16s will come into effect. The restrictions will aim to protect young Australians from pressures and risks that users can be exposed to while logged into social media accounts. As we reflect on the year, it becomes clear that the broader national reforms delivered have had real, tangible effects on the Australian people, from easing the burden of student debt to making home ownership more accessible, from strengthening Medicare to broadening education opportunities and supporting household budgets. These changes collectively contribute to the well-being and stability of families across my electorate. I want to wish you all, the people of my electorate, all the very best over the holiday season. Stay safe, and when out driving, and for all of those who celebrate, have a very Merry Christmas, and to all a Happy New Year for 2026.
Give the call to the honourable member for Grey.
Speaker, as the Christmas season arrives, it is time for family reflection and a festive cheer. And I extend my warmest regards to everyone in regional South Australia. It's a moment to appreciate the incredible contribution that all of you make to your community and to your country. As we enjoy the summer, I also hope the worst of the algal bloom is behind us and that the beautiful beaches and coastlines of the Gulf of St Vincent can recover. As I continue to be your representative in Canberra, I will fight to support on this matter. This year in Grey, we face significant challenges. I mentioned the algal bloom, but we also spent much of 2025 in generational drought. This period was one of the toughest faced by South Australian farmers ever. It is my hope that the government will reflect on their response, and the next time we face drought, farmers will receive timely and meaningful support. Speaker, a shared goal of mine and my coalition partners is to strengthen Australia's position as a leading producer of high-quality food and fibre for domestic and international markets. To achieve this, we need to address some key issues. A focus is needed on the rising cost of energy, which impacts every single step of the supply chain. Ensuring access to affordable and reliable power is crucial for businesses of all types to remain competitive and indeed successful. We also need to make processes simpler and more efficient by streamlining rules and reducing unnecessary red tape. We can free up businesses to focus on what they need. So we can free up businesses to focus on what they do best. As a member for Grey, I am acutely aware that those living in regional South Australia often feel left behind. So while Christmas and the holiday season are a precious time that should be enjoyed by all, this time of the year also brings into focus the inequality of services each of us faces outside of those that live in the city. Whether it be healthcare, aged care or childcare, this government and governments all over Australia have significant work to do in ensuring that nobody is worse off just because of their postcode. In the new year, it is a priority of mine to continue bringing these issues of inequality to Canberra. Speaker, I'm reminded of something that I said during my first speech back in July. I spoke about the unwritten rule of the country, that when time gets tough, we don't retreat, we stand united. Whether it's fighting fires alongside a neighbour or rallying after losing a grand final, we show up. And looking back at the thousands of kilometres my team and I have travelled this year, from the dusty tracks of the far north to the beaches and farms of the Eyre and York Peninsulas, I can say with absolute certainty to the people of Grey, you showed up. This year I've had the pleasure of attending countless amazing regional events. Who could forget the 54th Whyalla Show? Seeing 12,000 people flood the gates on the Saturday, it was a testament to the resilience and the pride of our Steel City in one of the toughest years. I saw that same pride at the Crystal Brook Show, celebrating its 146th year. I remember standing in Port Lincoln at their 110th show, having serious conversations about the harmful algal bloom affecting our waterways, proving that shows aren't just about fairy floss, they are vital forms for our primary industries. They are vital forums for our primary industries. Of course, it was a real highlight to officially open the York Peninsula Field Days in Baskerville in September. Standing there with President Greg Stevens and the whole committee looking out at the innovation on display, reaffirming what I've always known, our farmers are indeed the best in the world. But we didn't just celebrate, we tackled the hard stuff too. I think back to the Coober Pedy RSL, standing alongside Leon Stevens. We listened to locals, rightfully angry about water costs and the unique pressures of remote living. That meeting reminded me why I'm here in Canberra. Speaker, as we close 2025, I'm filled with optimism. We have challenges. Labor's cost of living crisis bites hard and the seasons are uncertain. But I look at the strength of the people in Grey and I know they will persevere. With the right leadership and the right political will, I know better days are ahead. Merry Christmas and a safe and restful New Year to all in this Parliament. See you again in 2026.
I give the call to the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. As we approach the end of 2025, I rise to reflect on a year that has been defined not by talk but by action. A year when the Albanese Labor government has rolled up its sleeves and delivered real, tangible changes for the people of Bullwinkle and for families right across Australia. When I joined this government, I did so with a simple goal, to get things done. And looking back on the last 12 months, I'm incredibly proud to say that that's exactly what we're doing. This year, we have tackled the cost of living head-on, not with band-aid solutions, but with structural reforms in every portfolio that is making life easier for everyday Australians. We know that education is the key to opportunity, but for too long, student debt has been a burden weighing down on our younger generations. That's why I'm so proud that this year we cut student debt by 20%. That's affecting over 13,000 students in Bullwinkle alone. For the students in my electorate, whether they are studying at our new hubs in our regions or commuting into the city, this is a massive weight off their shoulders. It means that 3 million Australians are now seeing their debts reduced, making it that little bit easier to save for a home deposit or start a family. We have also moved to secure the future of Australian workers by our payday super reforms with a simple principle. It's if you work the hours, you should get paid the super. Not in 3 months' time, but on payday. By passing legislation to protect payday super, we've stopped billions of dollars in unpaid super from slipping through the cracks and ensuring that every hour of hard work today counts towards a dignified retirement tomorrow. Speaker, this government has also shown that it can lead with both economic responsibility and deep compassion. There is no better example of this than Baby Priya's law. No parent should have to worry about their financial security while grieving the loss of a child. By amending the Fair Work Act to ensure that employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled if a child is stillborn or passes away, we have corrected a heartbreaking injustice. In health, we have continued our mission to strengthen Medicare, the bedrock of our society. We have made medicines cheaper, easing the squeeze on household budgets at the pharmacy counter, and we are seeing the results of our historic investment in bulk billing with the Medicare urgent care clinics. In Bullwinkle, we look forward to opening a Medicare clinic in Mundaring in the very near future. But Speaker, I want to save a special mention for the reforms that I believe will stand as a defining legacy of this term. We are moving into the grand finale of the Parliament year with our historic environmental protections soon to pass. I have to say, being in this chamber, sitting in the last sitting to pass the reforms through the lower house was one of the proudest moments I've had since joining this place. Speaker, I was reminded why I put my hand up for this job. I joined the Labor Party to be part of the solution, to push through the noise and to deliver reforms that matter. Our Albanese Labor government is doing just that, and we have the grit to continue to deliver. Finally, Speaker, I want to say some thank yous to my team, particularly Amira Nunn, who has accompanied me to Canberra on all these occasions and has helped me with the organised chaos that is life as a new MP. Thank you to my team back home who have finally been shifting into my electorate office 6 months after I was announced, and I can finally take some of that stuff out of the car and put it at a permanent desk. And I also want to thank the people of Bullwinkle for electing me to this position to be the voice for them, for the people in the foothills, the hills and the regional areas. Speaker, we have cut debt, protected super, supported grieving families, strengthened Medicare and fought tooth and nail for our environment. And now we're getting on the job with the job. And I can promise the people of Bullwinkle that in 2026 we won't be slowing down. Thank you.
The call to the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. And as the Christmas period advances on us all, I just want to give a shout out to those people who will be keeping us safe over the summer. I'd like to start by giving a big shout out to all the CFA volunteers in my electorate who will be once again doing their thing for the community, volunteering over a period when a lot of people are on holidays, a lot of people are enjoying the festive season, and they'll be there making sure that the community is kept safe. Last year, Speaker, they did an extraordinary job because the Grampians were on fire for a large part of the summer. And day after day, night after night, they were out volunteering, along with the professional firefighters, making sure that our communities were kept safe. And I know already they've been out making sure that they've done their minimum skills training. They've already been out making sure that backburning is occurring, that our roadways are safe, that they've been burnt accordingly to make sure that our communities are kept safe. And even though there's been untold pressure placed on a lot of our volunteers through the unfortunate policies of the Victorian state government, especially the Fire Services Levy, which is the most draconian tax that any state government has placed on volunteers, I think, in Federation. Even though they've been copying that, they're still in vast numbers volunteering again to keep our communities safe. So to all the CFA volunteers, a huge thank you for what you do, but what you'll do once again over this summer period. Can I also acknowledge, Speaker, what our surf lifesavers will do over the summer? I have some of the most wonderful surf lifesaving clubs patrolling one of the most difficult coastlines in Australia. It's not called the Shipwreck Coast for nothing. And they will be there making sure that everyone, whether it be locals or all the tourists that flock to our beaches right over the summer period, are kept safe. So whether it be at Portland, whether it be at Port Fairy, whether it be at Warrnambool, whether it be at Port Campbell, whether it be Apollo Bay, whether it be Lorne, whether it be Anglesey, right across my coastline, to all those surf lifesaving clubs and many, many more that I haven't mentioned. A huge thank you to all the volunteers who'll be patrolling and saving lives. They literally will be saving lives over the summer, and what our surf lifesavers do is quite extraordinary. Can I also give a shout out to the wonderful community organisations who will also be doing their bit over the summer. As we know, for most of us, Christmas is a wonderful time of year, a time to catch up with family, a time to celebrate everything that's good about our great nation. But there are those this Christmas who'll be going through very difficult times. They'll be calling on services, whether it be the Red Cross or others, at this time of year. And to all those wonderful volunteer organisations who make sure that families have got food on the table where they otherwise wouldn't, or offering protection to those who might have had to leave home due to domestic violence or for other reasons. The work that you do on behalf of our community, making sure that there is a little bit of joy for those in desperate need over the Christmas period, is extraordinary as well. And on behalf of my community, and all the communities in Wannon, can I say to all those charitable organisations, a huge thank you for what you do, because you see it during the year, and St Vincent de Paul comes to mind for all the charity work that they do, but especially at Christmas, the work that they do is extraordinary. And more often than not, their wonderful volunteers will take time on Christmas Day, not to be with their families, but to go and make sure that those families who are in need will have that little bit of joy. So to our CFA volunteers, to our surf lifesavers, and to those who work in our charitable organisations, can I just say a huge thank you for what you do and what you'll do over this summer period, because our communities are better for the work that you do. Thank you.
Yeah. Give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Speaker. This week is a landmark moment for Australia's environment and our future prosperity. Tomorrow, the Albanese government's historic environmental law reforms will pass in this parliament, the most significant overhaul of our national environmental laws in 25 years. These reforms will deliver what Australians have long called for: stronger protections for our environment and faster, clearer decision-making for the projects our country needs, like housing, renewable energy and critical minerals. This means a new National Environmental Protection Agency, Australia's first independent environmental regulator, ensuring stronger compliance and enforcement. It means national environmental standards, clear, consistent rules to protect the environment across the country. It means cracking down on high-risk land clearing by removing outdated exemptions so all industries play by the same rules. It also means greater transparency, with major projects required to disclose emissions and emission reduction plans. And it also means water protections maintained for coal and gas projects. And for business and communities, it means faster decisions through a new streamlined assessment pathway, less duplication with improved agreements between federal and state governments, and regional planning to give certainty with clear go and no-go zones. I'm proud to support reforms that protect what's precious, unlock economic opportunity, and build a stronger, more sustainable Australia for future generations. Mr Speaker, we also know that there is no going back to a world without technology. The internet has given us a wealth of knowledge that can be used for good. Unfortunately, social media has often not been social at all. It's been harnessed as a tool for bullies, it's created spaces for peer pressure, it's been an avenue for scammers, worst of all, a tool for online predators targeting our most vulnerable. 7 in 10 young Australians have seen content that they shouldn't be exposed to online. This includes sexist, misogynistic and hateful content. It includes content that is sexually explicit, depicts dangerous online challenges or promotes violent behaviours. It includes content that promotes unhealthy living, body image issues and depression. By harnessing algorithms, we know that online platforms can target and manipulate children with toxic content. That is why the Albanese Labor government is backing laws that creates a new minimum age for social media. From 10 December, certain platforms must take reasonable steps to prevent under-16s from holding accounts. We want technology that backs our kids' education and development, especially during the most important stages of life. We don't want it harming our kids by elevating dangerous content. As a parent, I'm aware of the harms that this type of content through social media can create, and also of the families in my community that have these concerns. I want kids in my electorate of Bonner to build real-life connections. This law will protect them in those critical stages of development. Mr Speaker, I also know that families in my community want bulk billed health services closer to home. We have opened 90 Medicare urgent care clinics across the country and 47 more are on the way, including in my electorate of Bonner. The Carindale Urgent Care Clinic will be open in the coming months and I cannot wait to cut that ribbon. Already more than 360,000 Queenslanders have visited a Medicare urgent care clinic and the new clinic in Carindale will be the very first for my electorate. It will be open 7 days a week with no appointment needed and all patients will be fully bulk billed. This is real and practical cost of living relief for my community and families in Bonner. I will always stand up for a better and more accessible healthcare system and for families in my community. That's why this urgent care clinic, alongside cheaper medicines, $25 for scripts from 1 January, supporting training more doctors and nurses, and tripling the bulk billing incentive are so needed and much supported by my community. Labor is overseeing the biggest ever investment into Medicare in the last 40 years. So for the pensioner in Wynnum Manly, the tradie in Tingapa or the mum from Mansfield, they know the value of having affordable and closer healthcare to where they live, and Labor is delivering for them. In closing, Mr Speaker, what a great privilege it is to stand here in this place as the member for Bonner. I'm so proud to be in this place and representing my community. I wish everyone in my community a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I will see you in 2026.
The chair will be resumed tomorrow morning at the ringing of the bells.